punishment. The sun rose each morning into a sky bleached white with heat, and by noon the air shimmered in waves that made the horizon dance and dissolve. This wasn't the pleasant warmth of early summer when green grass ripples under gentle breezes. This was heat that cracked the earth open. Heat that turned once lush grasslands into expanses of brittle brown stalks that crunched under every step. The drought began in spring and never broke. April rains that usually soaked the plains and coaxed prairie grass to shoulder height simply didn't come. May stayed dry. By June, the creeks that normally ran year-round had become chains of stagnant pools, shrinking daily, ringed with the desperate tracks of cattle and wildlife competing for every drop. Ranchers watched their grasslands with growing unease, but not yet alarm. Bad years happened. The West was unpredictable. Surely the rains would come eventually. Surely this was just a temporary dry spell. They were running more cattle than the land had ever supported. That was the problem, though few admitted it. The cattle boom of the early 1880s had been intoxicating. Eastern investors and European nobility had poured money into Western ranching, seduced by stories of limitless grass and cattle that reproduced themselves into fortunes. Ranchers who'd started with a few hundred head now ran thousands. Some operations counted their cattle in the tens of thousands. The math was simple and irresistible. Cattle bought in Texas for $10 a head could be driven north, fattened, on free grass, and sold in Chicago for $40, $50, sometimes $60. The Great Plains were an enormous, rent-free feedlot. The grass was free, the water was free. All you needed was cattle and cowboys to watch them, except the grass wasn't limitless, and the water wasn't guaranteed, and running 10 times more cattle than the land could sustainably support worked fine until conditions turned bad. That summer, conditions turned very bad indeed. Prairie fires became constant. The dry grass ignited from lightning strikes, from careless campfires, from sparks off wagon wheels striking rocks. Once started, fires raced across the plains for miles, sometimes days, consuming what little forage remained. Cowboys fought these fires with wet blankets and desperate prayer, but mostly they just watched the range burn, knowing each acre of blackened stubble meant less food for the cattle that fall in winter. By late summer, water sources that had never gone dry in memory went dry. Springs that had sustained homesteads for years simply stopped flowing. Rivers that normally ran strong became braided trickles through wide, cracked mudflats. Ranchers began to panic, moving herds constantly in search of water and grass, often finding neither. The cattle themselves began to show the strain. They should have been fat and sleek, building reserves for winter. Instead, their ribs became visible. Their hip bones protruded. They moved sluggishly, conserving energy because they weren't getting enough food to burn. Range cows that should have weighed 900 pounds were coming in at 600, 700 if they were lucky. And still, the cattle companies shipped in more stock. The pressure from investors back east, from shareholders in London and Edinburgh who'd never seen a prairie or a longhorn, was relentless. Maximize the herd. Use every acre. The reports sent back to investors spoke of temporary setbacks and cyclical weather patterns, but projected ever-increasing profits. The cowboys knew better. In bunkhouses and around campfires, they talked about what was coming. You didn't need to be a genius to do the math. Cattle going into winter already weak, grass already depleted, and winter always came to Montana, always came to Wyoming and Dakota. The question wasn't whether winter would be hard. Winter was always hard. The question was whether the cattle and the men who tended them could survive it in their already weakened state. Then came the signs. The old-timers noticed first. In early November, almost a month earlier than usual, the geese began flying south, not in their typical leisurely migrations, but in huge, urgent flocks that darkened the sky and flew from dawn to dusk. They weren't stopping to feed in the prairie ponds. They were getting out. Beavers, whose lodges dotted every creek and river, were observed gathering more wood than anyone had ever seen. They piled branches and logs until their lodges looked like timber fortresses rising from the water. Animals preparing for something. The cattle themselves grew thicker coats, not just the usual winter hair, but shaggy, dense fur that made them look like bison. Ranch hands joked about it nervously. "Looks like the cows know something we don't," they'd say, and try to laugh, but the laughter always sounded forced. Weather-wise ranchers, men who'd spent decades reading the land and sky, felt it in their bones. The air pressure fluctuated wildly. The wind patterns shifted strangely. The autumn sunset cast peculiar colors across the clouds, orange and purple and sickly green, like bruises spreading across the horizon. November brought the first snow, not the gentle, melting dustings that sometimes came and went in autumn, but real snow. Serious snow. It fell for 3 days, accumulated to 8 inches in places, and when it finally stopped, the temperature dropped below zero for the first time that season. That snow melted eventually, as November snow often did, but it served as warning. Winter was coming early. Winter was going to be serious. The smart ranchers, the cautious ones, began laying in extra hay, stockpiling firewood, bringing cattle closer to ranch headquarters, where they could be watched and, if necessary, fed through bad stretches. But most didn't. Most couldn't. The scale of operations had grown too large. You couldn't barn 20,000 head of cattle. You couldn't buy enough hay to feed them through a Montana winter even if you wanted to. The entire business model of open-range ranching depended on cattle foraging for themselves, year-round, regardless of weather. This had worked mostly for years. The previous winters had been unusually mild. Cowboys spoke wistfully of the winter of '85, when temperatures barely dropped below freezing and cattle grazed comfortably all season. Or '84, when snow came late and melted early. They'd gotten complacent. The land had been kind, and they'd mistaken kindness for weakness. In December, the unease grew. The air felt wrong, too still, too heavy. The sky stayed overcast for weeks, a low ceiling of grey that pressed down like a lid. Snow fell intermittently, never enough to cause real problems, but enough to dust the brown grass white and make foraging harder for cattle already struggling. Christmas came and went. Cowboys celebrated in bunkhouses with what meager supplies they had. Some ranches managed a turkey or goose. Most made do with beans and bacon and whatever whiskey had survived the year. They sang songs and told stories and pretended everything was normal, but the worry was always there. A cold knot in every stomach. New Year's Day, 1887 dawned clear and brutally cold, -20 degrees in some places, but clear. You could see for miles, the snow-dusted prairie rolling away to a horizon sharp as a knife edge. Cowboys rode out to check on cattle, found them bunched in coulees seeking shelter from the wind, but alive, still managing. For 8 more days, the cold held, but remained bearable, survivable. Cattle poured through snow to reach grass. Cowboys kept fires burning in bunkhouses and took turns on night watch. Ranchers' wives cooked enormous meals, knowing their men needed calories to stay warm. And then came January 9th. The morning started deceptively calm. The killing wind from the north that had blown for days suddenly stopped. The temperature rose, slightly enough that men went out without their heaviest coats. There was even talk of a Chinook coming, one of those warm winds that could raise temperatures 40 degrees in an hour and melt snow in a day. But this wasn't a Chinook coming. This was something else entirely. The calm before the storm isn't just a saying. It's meteorological reality. The stillness that morning was the pressure dropping, the atmospheric conditions realigning, the sky gathering its strength to unleash something that would be remembered for generations. By mid-morning, the first flakes fell. By noon, the world had disappeared into white, and the temperature, instead of rising, began to fall, and fall, and fall, until cold became something no one on the northern plains had experienced before, until winter stopped being a season and became an enemy that wanted everything dead. The autumn of warnings was over. The winter of death had arrived. The bunkhouse sat low against the prairie, a squat rectangle of rough-hewn logs chinked with mud and moss that had dried and cracked over successive seasons. It wasn't designed for comfort. It was designed to be built quickly and cheaply to house as many men as possible in the smallest space and to provide just enough shelter to keep those men alive through winter so they could work come spring. Most bunkhouses were single rooms, maybe 30 feet long and 15 wide, with a ceiling, so low a tall man had to duck under the support beams. The logs were never properly squared, so gaps showed between them, filled haphazardly with whatever materials were at hand. Clay, newspaper, old rags, horsehair mixed with mud. In winter, you could stand in the middle of the room and see daylight, through a dozen cracks, and where light came through, so did wind. The door was thick plank, hung on leather hinges because metal hinges were expensive and had to be freighted in from distant towns. It never quite fit the frame, so a gap at the bottom let in a constant stream of cold air that flowed across the floor like invisible water. Cowboys stuffed rags under it every night. By morning, frost would have formed on those rags, turning them stiff as boards. There was usually one window, if you could call it that, a square cut in the logs, covered with oiled paper stretched over a wooden frame. Or if the ranch had any money, actual glass brought in at considerable expense and constantly at risk of cracking in the cold. Most bunkhouses just had the oiled paper, which let in a murky amber light during the day and absolutely nothing at night. The bunks lined both long walls, stacked 2 or 3 high depending on how many men the ranch employed. Each bunk was nothing more than a wooden frame, rope webbing stretched across it in a grid. And on top of that, if you were lucky, a thin mattress stuffed with prairie hay. If you weren't lucky, just the rope webbing and whatever blankets you owned. The hierarchy of bunks was established and rigid. New men got the worst spots. Bottom bunks on the end nearest the door, where the cold draft flowed constantly and you'd be stepped on every time someone went outside to piss in the middle of the night. Top bunks were warmer because heat rose, but they put you closest to the roof where moisture from everyone's breath condensed and dripped. You'd wake with water spots on your blankets, sometimes ice if it was cold enough. Middle bunks away from the door were prime real estate, warmer than the bottom, drier than the top, away from traffic. Senior cowboys claimed these spots and defended them jealously. If you wanted one, you either waited years or fought for it, and fighting in a bunkhouse full of armed men rarely ended well for anyone. At the center of the room stood the stove, a cast-iron barrel stove or, in better bunkhouses, an actual manufactured stove with a proper firebox and damper. The stovepipe ran up through the roof, and where it pierced the ceiling, there was supposed to be a metal collar to prevent fires. There often wasn't. More than one bunkhouse had burned down from a too-hot stovepipe, igniting dried wood and old bird nests lodged in the rafters. The stove was life. When it was burning hot, the men closest could almost be comfortable. 5 feet away, you could still be cold. 10 feet away, in a corner bunk, you might as well be outside. The stove created a temperature gradient so steep that men on one side of the room would be sweating, while men on the other shivered under piled blankets. Feeding the stove was a constant concern. Firewood was precious. Trees were scarce on the open plains, and what wood existed had to be hauled in by wagon from river bottoms or mountainsides miles away. Some ranches burned coal shipped in by rail, but coal cost money, and ranchers were notoriously cheap about anything that didn't directly increase cattle numbers. More often, cowboys burned whatever they could find: dried cow chips, sagebrush, buffalo bones, of which there were still plenty scattered across the plains from the great slaughter of a decade earlier. None of these burned hot or long. You had to feed the stove constantly to maintain any heat at all. At night, someone had to take responsibility for the fire. Usually, this rotated among the men, with each taking a shift to wake periodically and add fuel. Miss your shift, let the fire go out, and you'd wake to find 20 angry cowboys ready to throw you outside in your underwear to see how you liked the cold. Even with the stove going, the bunkhouse was never truly warm in winter. It was less cold than outside, which was the best that could be hoped for. Your face would be hot from the stove, while your back was cold from the draft. Your feet would be numb while sweat trickled down your spine. Comfort wasn't the goal. Survival, was the goal. Make it to morning alive and functional. That was success. Cowboys slept in their clothes. The idea of changing into night clothes, or worse, sleeping naked, was absurd. You slept in your wool shirt, your long underwear, your thick socks. On the coldest nights, you kept your pants on. Your hat stayed on your head or under it as a pillow, because hats were expensive, and you didn't want someone stealing yours while you slept. Boots were the exception. You took off your boots because sleeping in boots was miserable, and because boots needed to dry. They'd sit by the stove all night, the leather slowly warming and releasing the accumulated moisture of the day. The smell of drying leather mixed with the smell of unwashed men, wet wool, tobacco smoke, and the acrid tang of burning sage or cow chips. The smell of a bunkhouse was indescribable to anyone who hasn't experienced it. 40 men living in close quarters, bathing rarely because hauling and heating water was labor-intensive and rarely worth the effort. Clothes worn for weeks or months without washing, because washing meant they'd be wet and might not dry in winter, and wet clothes could kill you. The privy was outside, so men used a bucket in the corner at night rather than brave the cold, and that bucket added its own special contribution to the atmosphere. Tobacco smoke hung in layers because every cowboy who could afford it smoked too, passed the time. Some chewed and spit into cans or just onto the floor because the floor was already a mess of tracked-in mud, snow, manure, and spilled food. Mice lived in the walls and came out at night to scavenge. You could hear them scratching and squeaking, see them dart across the floor in the stove light. Some cowboys tried to kill them. Most gave up. There were always more mice, as long as they didn't chew holes in your blankets or get into the food. Stores, you learned to coexist. The sounds of a bunkhouse at night were particular. The wind outside, constant, varying from low moan to sharp whistle, depending on its strength and the gaps it found. The stove ticking as metal expanded and contracted with temperature changes. The creak of rope webbing as men shifted in there. Bunks, the thump of boots being pulled off and dropped on the floor. Snoring. Dear God, the snoring. 40 men in one room meant you'd have at least 10 serious snorers. Deep, rattling snores that shook the bunks. High, whistling snores that pierced through any attempt at sleep. Snores that stopped and started, until you'd lie there waiting for the next one, unable to relax. Sometimes men would throw boots at particularly bad snorers. Sometimes it helped. Usually it just made everyone else laugh and the snorer angry. Coughing was constant. The cold, the dust, the smoke, the close quarters meant everyone had some kind of lung affliction. Dry, hacking coughs that went on for minutes. Wet, rattling coughs that made you wonder if the man would survive the night. Cowboys coughed themselves, awake, coughed themselves back to sleep, coughed their way through the entire winter. Conversations happened in the dark. Men talked about home, about women, about cattle, about anything but the cold pressing in from all sides. Some conversations were quiet, just between neighbors in adjacent bunks. Others involved the whole room, stories being told and retold, jokes that weren't funny but made everyone laugh because laughter was warmth of a different kind. Letters were read and reread by stovelight. A letter from home was precious, and a cowboy might read the same letter 100 times through a winter, memorizing every word, every loop of handwriting, every piece of news from a world that felt impossibly far away. Some men prayed. You'd hear whispered prayers in the darkness, usually from the younger cowboys, the ones still new enough to the work that death seemed like a possibility rather than an inevitability. Older hands didn't pray much. They'd made their peace with whatever was coming, or they'd stopped believing anything was listening. The bedding itself deserves attention. Each cowboy owned his own bedroll, a collection of blankets, and maybe a quilt that he'd rolled up and carried with him from job to job. These blankets were wool, heavy and scratchy, and they accumulated the smell of their owner, along with the smell of horses, cattle, campfire smoke, and prairie dirt. In the bunkhouse, you'd unroll your bedding onto the rope webbing, which sagged under your weight and provided almost no cushioning. The ropes left permanent patterns pressed into your back and legs. After a few weeks, you stopped noticing. Your body just accepted that sleep meant discomfort and adjusted expectations accordingly. On the coldest nights, men piled every blanket they owned on top of themselves. 3 blankets, 4, 5 if they had them. The weight was crushing, but weight meant warmth, and warmth meant survival. Some cowboys, the poorest ones or the newest, didn't have enough blankets. They'd sleep in their coats, under their coats, wrapped in saddle blankets that smelled of horse sweat and mold. The truly desperate would share bunks, 2 men pressed together for body heat, which was awkward and carried implications, but was better than freezing. You'd see this more in the deepest cold, when propriety mattered less than waking up with all your fingers and toes. Getting into bed was a shock every night. The blankets had been sitting in the ambient temperature of the bunkhouse all day, which meant they were cold. Not frozen, but cold enough that sliding under them made you gasp. Your body heat would eventually warm the space between blankets, but it took 20 minutes, half an hour, of shivering and curling into yourself before that happened. Some cowboys heated rocks in the fire and wrapped them in cloth to put in their bunks. This worked for about an hour, providing a spot of genuine warmth for your feet or your hands. After that, the rocks were just heavy, cooling lumps taking up space, and you'd have to decide whether the effort of getting up and throwing them out was worth the loss of heat from opening your blanket cocoon. Sleep, when it finally came, was never restful. You were always partially aware of the cold trying to find you, aware of the fire and whether it was still burning, aware of the other men around you, their sounds and movements, aware that if something went wrong, a fire, a medical emergency, a blizzard bad enough that the whole bunkhouse might collapse, you needed to be able to wake and move. Cowboys learned to sleep light, a skill born of necessity. In summer, you slept light because you might need to deal with stampeding cattle or approaching storms. In winter, you slept light because the alternative was dying without noticing. The nights stretched long, 15, 16 hours of darkness in the depths of winter. You couldn't stay awake for all of it. Candles and lamp oil were too expensive to burn for light. So you slept in stages. A few hours, then wake when the fire needed tending. A few more hours, wake because your body was too cold or needed to piss. A few more hours, wake because someone else was moving around, or coughing, or because your back hurt too much to stay in one position. This broken sleep was exhausting in its own way. You'd wake in the morning having technically slept for hours but feeling like you'd barely rested at all. That was winter sleep in a bunkhouse. Not the deep, renewing sleep of comfortable beds in warm rooms, but the fitful, survival-focused sleep of men living on the edge of catastrophe. Every single night, for months on end. And when the great die-up came, when the temperature dropped to 60 below, and the wind tried to tear the roof off, and the cattle began dying by the thousands, that inadequate sleep became nearly impossible. Because how do you sleep when the world outside is ending? How do you close your eyes when you know morning might reveal losses beyond comprehension? You learn because you have no choice. You sleep because your body demands it. Brief, shallow, troubled sleep punctuated by periods of lying awake in the dark, listening to the wind scream, and wondering if you'll live to see spring. Morning came late on January 9th, the sun rising somewhere behind thick grey clouds that had settled over the plains like a lid. Cowboys rolled out of their bunks around 6, the usual time, groaning and stiff from another night on rope webbing and thin mattresses. The bunkhouse was cold, but not impossibly so. Maybe 20 degrees inside, which meant the fire had held through the night. That was a victory. They pulled on boots that had spent the night by the stove, the leather still warm to the touch, stomped their feet to get blood flowing, stretched arms and backs that ached from the perpetual cold. Someone got the coffee going, pouring water from buckets that had a thin skim of ice on top despite being inside. The foreman, A weathered man named Jack Thompson, on one particular ranch in Montana, stuck his head out the door to check conditions. The wind that had been blowing hard from the north for days had stopped completely, dead calm. The air felt heavy, thick, like you could almost chew it. Temperature had risen slightly overnight, maybe up to freezing, or close to it. "Might be a Chinook coming," Jack said, and a few of the men perked up. A Chinook, that warm wind that could raise temperatures 40 degrees in an hour, would be salvation, would give the cattle a break, would let everyone breathe a little easier. But the old-timers in the room, men who'd spent 20, 30 winters on the northern plains, exchanged glances and said nothing. The calm felt wrong. The air pressure made their joints ache more than usual. This wasn't a Chinook. This was something else. Breakfast was the usual. Beans warmed up from the night before. Fried salt pork. Biscuits if the cook had bothered to make them, which he usually didn't. Coffee, hot and bitter and strong enough to dissolve the spoon. The men ate quickly, not talking much. Mornings were for eating and getting warm before heading out into the workday. By 8 o'clock, men were saddling horses, checking cattle in nearby pastures, hauling water from the creek, which involved breaking through ice that had gotten thicker each day. The world was grey and still. Snow covered everything in a lumpy white blanket, but it was old snow, crusted and dirty. Nothing new falling yet. Around mid-morning, maybe 10 or 10:30, someone noticed the first flakes. Tiny things, falling straight down. No wind to push them sideways. They accumulated on coat sleeves, on hat brims, on the backs of cattle who stood motionless, already conserving energy. Within 30 minutes, the flakes had gotten larger and were falling more densely. The grey sky seemed to lower, pressing down, until it felt like you could reach up and touch it. Visibility, which had been miles, dropped to maybe a quarter mile, then less. Cowboys on the range started heading back to the bunkhouse. This was going to be a storm, and you didn't want to be caught out in a storm. The foreman sent riders to gather men from distant line camps to make sure everyone got back to the main ranch before conditions got bad. But conditions got bad faster than anyone expected. By noon, the wind returned. Not gradually building, but suddenly, like someone had opened a door. It came from the north, from Canada, from the Arctic, and it came with a howl that made horses shy and men grab for their hat brims. The temperature, which had been hovering near freezing, began to fall. 1 degree, 2 degrees, 5. The wind picked up the falling snow and threw it horizontally. Visibility dropped to 50 feet, then 20. Within an hour of the wind starting, you couldn't see your hand held at arm's length. The world became a screaming white chaos, where direction lost all meaning. Cowboys who'd been a mile from the bunkhouse when the wind started faced a terrible choice. Try to make it back and risk getting lost and dying, or try to find any shelter at all and hole up until it passed. Some made it back, stumbling into the bunkhouse half frozen, faces covered in ice where their breath had condensed and frozen, in their scarves. Others weren't so lucky. A young cowboy named Billy Henderson, 18 years old, had been checking on a small herd in a draw, maybe 2 miles from the main ranch. When the storm hit, he tried to make it back. His horse refused. To face into the wind, kept trying to turn and run south. Billy fought the horse, knowing that south led away from shelter, from life. The horse won the fight, turned, and ran with the storm. Billy's body was found 3 weeks later, 15 miles south of the ranch, frozen solid, still in the saddle. The horse had died beneath him, also frozen, its legs locked in a final stride. Billy had tied himself to the saddle with his lariat so he wouldn't fall off. It hadn't saved him, but that tragedy was still in the future. At noon on January 9th, Billy was just missing, and everyone assumed he'd found shelter somewhere and would show up when the storm passed. People didn't yet understand that this storm wasn't going to pass. Not in hours, not in days. The temperature kept falling. By 2 in the afternoon, it was 0. By 4, it was 20 below. The wind, instead of slacking, grew stronger. It found every crack in every wall, every gap in every window frame. In the bunkhouse, men stuffed blankets against the door, hung canvas over the oiled paper window, and fed the stove constantly. But the cold still invaded. Snow didn't just fall. It flew sideways, driven by wind that hit 50, 60 miles per hour in gusts. The snow was fine and dry, almost like dust, and it found its way through impossibly small openings. It drifted through the cracks between logs. It sifted around the doorframe despite the blankets stuffed there. It even seemed to come down the stovepipe, hissing when it hit the hot metal. Inside the bunkhouse, men watched drifts form along the walls. Inside the building, snow accumulated in the corners, under the bunks, anywhere the wind could push it. They swept it out, but it just came back. Eventually, they gave up and let it pile. The sound was overwhelming. The wind screamed. There's no other word for it. A constant, piercing shriek that vibrated in your bones and made thought difficult. It rose and fell in waves, sometimes dropping to a mere roar before surging back to that terrible scream. Men had to shout to be heard 3 feet away. Between the wind's screams came other sounds. The building itself groaning under the assault. The roof lifting and settling as wind tried to peel it off. The sharp crack of wood contracting in the cold. The rattle of the stovepipe shaking in its collar. And from outside, distant but unmistakable, the sound of cattle, bawling, calling, the sound of thousands of animals confused and frightened and beginning to suffer. The cowboys listened to that sound and knew they were helpless. You couldn't go out in this. Going out meant dying. The cattle were on their own. The temperature hit 40 below by midnight. Inside the bunkhouse, with the stove glowing red hot, the temperature near the stove was maybe 50 degrees. 10 feet away, it was freezing. 20 feet away, in the corner bunks, water left in cups froze solid. Men piled on every piece of clothing they owned. 2 pairs of pants, 3 shirts, 2 coats, gloves and mittens worn indoors, blankets wrapped around shoulders like shawls. Some men wrapped their heads in scarves, leaving only their eyes visible, and still they shivered. The night of January 9th was the longest night most of those men ever experienced. Sleep was impossible for many. The cold, the sound, the fear, the knowledge that outside cattle were dying by the hundreds, by the thousands, all combined to keep eyes open and minds racing. Those who did sleep did so fitfully, waking every few. Minutes from nightmares or from the cold penetrating their blanket cocoons, or from the building shaking in a particularly hard gust. The fire had to be fed constantly, every 15 minutes, every half hour at most, because letting it die meant everyone would die with it. Men took shifts by silent agreement. One would get up, face the cold outside his blankets, feed the stove, and retreat. An hour later, someone else would do the same. All night long through those terrible hours, they kept the fire alive, and the fire kept them alive. But just barely. By dawn on January 10th, 16 inches of snow had fallen, though you couldn't measure it accurately because the wind had sculpted it into drifts 20 feet high in some places, while scouring other areas down to bare ground. The temperature had dropped to 46 below zero. The wind hadn't slacked at all, and the storm was just beginning. This wasn't a 2-day blizzard that would blow through and leave clear, cold weather behind. This was the start of a meteorological siege that would last, with brief breaks, through all of January, through February, into March. The great die-up had begun. Men didn't know that yet, huddled in bunkhouses across Montana, Wyoming, and Dakota Territory. They thought they were waiting out a bad storm. A few days, maybe a week, and it would clear. The cattle would be weak and scattered, but they'd recover. Spring would come, as it always did. They didn't yet understand that the world outside was dying, that cattle were already freezing where they stood, eyes frozen shut, ice forming over their nostrils with each breath, slowly suffocating as they slowly froze. That the open range, cattle industry, the boom that had made fortunes and drawn investors from around the world, was ending in that screaming wind. All they knew was cold. Cold beyond anything most had experienced. Cold that hurt to breathe, that made your lungs ache, that turned your breath to ice crystals before it could fully leave your mouth. Cold that was no longer just weather, but an active presence, a malevolent force trying to kill everything that lived. And the night ahead, the second night of the storm, would be even colder. -50, -60 in some locations. Cold that would crack trees. Cold that would freeze cattle solid while they stood. Cold that would seep through every wall, every blanket, every layer of clothing, searching for the warmth of human bodies and slowly, inexorably, draining it away. The cowboys fed the fire and waited. There was nothing else they could do. The Yiwa storm had them trapped as surely as if they were in a prison. All they could do was feed the fire, wrap themselves in blankets, and try to survive until morning, and then survive the morning after that, and the one after that, day after day, night after night, as the storm continued and the temperature stayed brutally, impossibly cold. The great die-up was no longer coming. It was here. Sleep. During the storm wasn't sleep as most people understand it. It was something closer to losing consciousness in brief intervals, the body shutting down, not because it felt safe, but because it couldn't maintain full awareness any longer. The exhaustion of constant vigilance, of shivering, of fighting the cold that pressed in from all sides, eventually overwhelmed even the most determined wakefulness. In the ranch houses scattered across the frozen plains, families faced the storm with a different kind of terror than the cowboys in their bunkhouses. Ranch houses were sturdier than bunkhouses, built to last generations rather than just seasons. They had proper foundations, real windows with glass, doors that fit their frames. But they were also larger, harder to heat, and filled with children who didn't fully understand why the wind screamed so loudly or why Papa looked so worried. The Ferguson family lived in a 2-room cabin near the Musselshell River in Montana. William Ferguson, his wife Martha, and their 4 children, ranging in age from 3 to 11. When the storm hit that afternoon of January 9th, William had been out checking on a small herd they kept close to the house. He barely made it back, stumbling through the door with ice caked in his beard and eyebrows, his face raw and bleeding from wind-driven snow. Martha had already pulled all the children into the main room, the one with the fireplace. The second room, the bedroom, was abandoned for the duration. You couldn't heat both rooms. You had to choose, and you chose the one with the fire. The children helped drag mattresses and blankets from the bedroom, piling them on the floor near the hearth. By nightfall, the temperature inside that bedroom, separated from the main room by just a thin wooden door, had dropped below freezing. Frost formed on the inside walls. The wash basin Martha had left on the dresser froze solid, expanding and cracking the ceramic bowl with a sharp report that made everyone jump. In the main room, the family arranged themselves for a siege. William stacked firewood within arm's reach of the fireplace, more wood than he'd normally burn in a week. Martha filled every pot and pan with water, knowing that if the storm lasted, they wouldn't be able to get to the well. The pump would freeze. The well itself might freeze. Water was survival. The children sensed their parents' fear and grew quiet, subdued in a way children rarely are. They huddled together on the mattresses, watching the fireplace with wide eyes as their father fed it log after log. The fire roared, consuming wood at an alarming rate, but even standing directly in front of it, you could feel the cold at your back. That first night, nobody truly slept. The children dozed fitfully, waking every time the wind hit a particularly violent gust, every time the house shook, every time their father got up to add wood to the fire. Martha sat up through most of the night, mending by firelight, her hands moving automatically through familiar motions, while her mind worried at the problem of how long their supplies would last. William dozed in his chair, the rifle across his lap, though what good a rifle would do against a blizzard he couldn't have, said. It was simply habit, the frontier habit of being armed, of being ready. When you couldn't do anything useful, you could at least maintain the posture of readiness. The second night was worse. By then, the storm had been blowing for 30 hours straight. The temperature had dropped to 50 below outside, which meant maybe 30 below in the unheated bedroom. And even with the fire blazing in the main room, it was barely freezing where they slept. They'd pulled every blanket in the house onto the mattresses on the floor. Wool blankets, quilts made from scraps of fabric, buffalo robes William had traded for years ago. The family slept together, all 6 of them in a pile, sharing body heat like animals in a den. The children in the middle, where it was warmest, the parents on the outside, taking the brunt of the cold that radiated from the walls despite the fire. Martha sang to the children before sleep, or what passed for sleep. Old songs her mother had taught her, lullabies in German that the children didn't understand, but found comforting anyway. Her voice was soft, almost lost under the shriek of the wind, but the children pressed close and listened. William lay on, his back staring at the ceiling, listening to the roof creak and groan. Every gust of wind made him tense, waiting for the moment when the roof would tear free and expose them all to the killing cold. It never did, but the fear never left either. Sleep came in stages. The youngest child, 3-year-old Emma, went first, exhausted from crying earlier in the day. She whimpered and fussed until her eyes finally closed and her breathing deepened. Her 7-year-old brother James followed, fighting sleep as long as he could, determined to be brave, to stay awake like the adults. But his eyes drooped, opened, drooped again, and finally stayed closed. The 2 older children, 11-year-old Sarah and 9-year-old Thomas, took longer. They understood more, worried more, and their minds wouldn't quiet. Sarah kept asking when the storm would end. Thomas asked if the cattle were all right, if Papa's horse had made it to the barn, if the chickens in the coop behind the house had frozen yet. Martha answered in soothing murmurs, not really answering at all, just making comforting sounds until the children's questions trailed off and their breathing slowed. She waited until she was sure they were deeply asleep before she allowed herself to close her own eyes. But closing her eyes wasn't sleeping. It was resting with her ears still alert, still tracking every sound. The fire crackling, William shifting position, the wind pounding against the walls, the house settling with creaks and groans. Her mind catalogued each sound, assessed whether it meant danger, and only when satisfied the house still stood did she allow herself to drift towards something like sleep. William didn't sleep at all that second night. He dozed for minutes at a time, jerking awake at every sound, every change in the wind's pitch. Twice he got up to add wood to the fire, moving carefully to avoid stepping on children. Each time he stood, the cold away from the fire hit him like a physical blow. The air near the ceiling was noticeably colder than the air near the floor. Heat rose but couldn't escape fast enough through the gaps in the roof, so it pooled up there, wasted, while down where they slept, it was barely enough. Around midnight, by William's pocket watch, Emma woke crying. She was cold, she said, her teeth chattering. Martha pulled the child against her chest, wrapping her arms around her, trying to share warmth. Emma's feet were like ice, even though she wore wool socks and was buried under blankets. Martha rubbed the small feet between her hands, trying to restore circulation, terrified of frostbite. The child eventually quieted and fell back into restless sleep. But Martha stayed awake, feeling those cold little feet pressed against her stomach, wondering how much longer the storm could possibly last. The third night, exhaustion had set in so deeply that sleep came easier, even though conditions had gotten worse. The temperature outside bottomed out at 63 below zero. Inside, with the fire consuming wood at a frightening rate, they'd managed to keep the room at maybe 15 degrees, cold enough to see your breath, cold enough that the water in the pots near the fire had a skim of ice if you didn't stir it regularly, but not cold enough to kill. Not yet. The family had learned the rhythm of storm sleep. The children slept piled in the center, a tangle of arms and legs and shared warmth. The parents took turns in short shifts. Martha sleeping for 2 hours while William tended the fire and watched. Then William sleeping for 2 hours while Martha kept vigil. During her watch, Martha would sit close to the fire, feeding it, listening to her children breathe, and praying silently. She'd been raised Lutheran, not given to emotional displays, of faith, but now she prayed with desperate intensity. For the storm to end, for the wood to last, for her children to wake warm in the morning, for spring to come, impossible as that seemed in the howling dark. During his watch, William planned how to ration the wood, where to find more if it ran out, though going outside was suicide in these conditions. What they'd do when the food ran low. They had beans, flour, salt pork, and cornmeal. Enough for maybe 2 weeks if they were careful. But what if the storm lasted longer? What if they couldn't get to town when it ended because the snow was too deep? These thoughts circled endlessly, keeping him awake even during his supposed sleep shifts. He'd lie down, close his eyes, and his mind would immediately start calculating. How many logs they'd burned, how many were left, how cold it was, how long they could survive. The children slept better than the adults, helped by the simple resilience of youth. Their bodies demanded sleep and they gave in to it, even in conditions that would have seemed impossible before the storm. Sarah dreamed of summer, of the garden behind the house heavy with tomatoes and beans. Thomas dreamed of cattle drives, of riding with the cowboys to distant railheads. James dreamed confused child dreams that he couldn't remember on waking. Emma didn't dream at all, or if she did, they were wordless and forgotten. They'd wake periodically, usually needing to pee, which meant using the chamber pot in the corner because going to the outhouse meant death. The chamber pot became part of the room's landscape, emptied by William each morning by simply opening the door and throwing its contents out into the snow. It would freeze before it hit the ground. Martha developed a system for keeping track of the children during sleep. She'd reach out periodically, feeling for each small body, making sure everyone was still breathing, still warm enough. If a child had worked their way to the edge of the pile where it was colder, she'd gently pull them back to the center. If blankets had been kicked off, she'd rearrange them. This constant vigilance meant she never truly rested. Even during her sleep shifts, part of her brain stayed active, monitoring. She'd wake fully alert if a child coughed or moved suddenly, ready for crisis. Only after checking that everything was fine would she allow herself to drift back down. By the fourth night, a strange numbness had set in. The storm continued, would continue, had always been continuing, and would always continue. It became hard to remember a time before the storm, hard to imagine a time after. The world had narrowed to this room, this fire, this pile of blankets, these bodies pressed together against the cold. Sleep became deeper out of sheer exhaustion. The body can't maintain high alert indefinitely. At some point it simply gives up and crashes, regardless of external conditions. The children slept hard, twitching occasionally, making small sounds, but not fully waking. Martha and William slept in longer stretches, waking only when their internal alarms screamed that the fire needed tending or a child needed checking. The quality of that sleep was poor, dreams were vivid and often nightmarish. Martha dreamed of water freezing in her children's lungs, turning them to ice from the inside out. William dreamed of the roof tearing away and snow pouring in, burying them all in a white tomb. They'd wake gasping, hearts pounding, and need several seconds to remember where they were, that they were still alive, that the nightmare wasn't real. Not yet, but underneath the nightmares was the simple, animal relief of being horizontal, of having their eyes closed, of not having to actively fight the cold for a few hours. Their bodies took what rest they could get, storing it against future need, repairing what damage they could before the next crisis. In bunkhouses across the territory, cowboys experienced similar struggles. The difference was they had no children to protect, which freed them from that particular anxiety, but they also had less motivation to push through. A man alone can give up more easily than a father with children depending on him. Some cowboys did give up, in a sense. They wrapped themselves in every blanket they owned, lay down in their bunks, and simply stopped trying. They'd sleep for 20 hours straight, only waking to eat a little and relieve themselves before returning to their cocoons. This wasn't laziness, it was a survival strategy. In extreme cold with limited food, the best thing you can do is stay still, conserve energy, and wait. Others couldn't do it. The type of man who became a cowboy was often too restless, too active, to simply lie still for days. They'd pace the bunkhouse, drive everyone else crazy, gamble with cards or dice, anything to pass the time and distract from the gnawing fear that the storm might never end. In both bunkhouses and ranch houses, sleep became not rest, but simply another way of enduring. The days and nights blurred together into a continuous state of semi-consciousness, where you were never fully awake, but never fully asleep either. Your body was present, wrapped in blankets near a fire, but your mind wandered strange paths, disconnected from reality. And through it all, the wind screamed. The cold pressed in, the fire consumed wood, and people slept, or tried to sleep, or pretended to sleep, because what else could they do? Going outside meant dying. Staying awake meant slowly going insane from the sound and the fear. So they slept. Poorly, fitfully, desperately. But they slept. And each morning they woke, surprised on some level to find themselves still alive, still, together, the fire still burning. The storm would eventually end, but not yet. Not for many days yet. And each of those days would require sleep stolen from between crises, rest grabbed in brief intervals, dreams haunted by cold and wind, and the terrible knowledge that outside the world was dying. The cattle felt the storm coming before any human did. Their instincts, honed by millennia of evolution, read signs in the air pressure, in the quality of light, in the way the wind tasted. When the first flakes began to fall on January 9th, cattle across the northern plains began to move, not panicked running, purposeful drifting, south, always south, away from the north wind that carried death in its teeth. They moved in groups, small herds combining into larger herds, thousands of animals flowing across the white landscape like a slow river seeking lower ground. Consider one cow, a 3-year-old Hereford mix, red and white, branded with the Rocking M brand on her left hip. She'd been born on this range, knew every coulee and creek, had survived 2 previous winters without particular hardship. She was carrying a calf, due in spring, and the pregnancy had left her thinner than usual going into winter. Not starving, but without the thick layer of fat that would have been ideal. When the snow started falling heavily and the wind began to rise, she was grazing, in a shallow draw with perhaps 50 other cattle. They'd been pouring through existing snow to reach the dried grass beneath, working methodically, conserving energy. The new snow started covering the ground quickly, and the cow lifted her head, testing the air. The wind came from the north with a sound like tearing fabric. The cow turned her back to it instinctively, and every other animal in the draw did the same. They began walking south, not because they knew south led to safety, but because south meant away from the wind, and the wind had to be avoided. They walked steadily for hours. The snow was falling too thickly to see more than a few feet ahead, but cattle can navigate by sense of smell and by following the animal in front of them. The cow found herself in the middle of the group, which offered some shelter from the wind, but also meant she had to keep moving at whatever pace the herd set. By nightfall, they'd walked perhaps 5 miles. Not far, but the constant fighting against wind and snow was exhausting. The temperature had dropped dramatically, and the cow's breath froze in clouds of white vapor. Ice was forming on her eyelashes, making it hard to see. Her legs ached from pushing through snow that was now knee-deep in places. The herd came to a fence line, relatively new barbed wire strung between posts, to mark the boundary of someone's claimed range. The cattle turned and walked along the fence, looking for a way through or around. They found neither. The fence extended as far as they could sense in both directions. Cattle aren't stupid, but they aren't problem solvers either. Finding their path blocked, they simply stopped. They stood with their backs to the wind, pressed against the fence line, and waited. For what, they couldn't have said. For the wind to stop. For the fence to disappear. For whatever force had always eventually made things better to make things better now. But things didn't get better. The wind increased. The temperature kept dropping. Snow accumulated on the cattle's backs. A heavy white blanket that they couldn't shake off because their muscles were already occupied with shivering, with the constant work of generating heat. The cow stood and shivered. Her body burned calories, trying to stay warm, calories she'd gotten from grass, but she hadn't eaten since morning and wouldn't be able to eat until she could paw through snow to reach grass beneath. She tried, lowering her head and pushing at the snow with her muzzle, but the wind-packed snow was too hard. Her hooves couldn't break through it either. Around her, other cattle made similar attempts. A few managed to find thin spots in the snow and got a few mouthfuls of dried grass. Most got nothing. They stood and shivered, and slowly, gradually, their body temperatures began to drop. Cattle can survive remarkable cold if they're well fed and can escape the wind. But these cattle were already weakened from a summer of drought. They had no windbreak, and they weren't eating. Their situation was unsustainable. Something would have to change or they would die. It was that simple. By the second day, the cow's suffering had intensified. She'd been standing for more than 24 hours straight. Her legs trembled with fatigue. Ice had completely sealed her eyes shut. She'd stopped trying to open them, instead navigating by sound and smell, and the feel of other cattle pressed against her on either side. Her ears, exposed to the wind, had frozen. The tissue was dying, would eventually slough off if she survived, leaving her with shortened, mangled ears. But that was future pain. Present pain was the cold that had worked its way into her joints, making every small movement agony. The hunger that gnawed at her belly, the thirst because she couldn't melt snow fast enough in her mouth to get adequate water. The calf inside her still moved occasionally, little kicks and shifts that she could feel. Some part of her body was still prioritizing that calf, still sending nutrients and warmth to the growing life within. But those resources were running out. The calf was drawing on reserves that no longer existed. Around her, other cattle were in similar condition, some worse. A few calves, born too early that spring and smaller than they should be, had already died, frozen solid while standing, their mothers standing next to them and occasionally lowing in confusion. Older cattle, those with the wisdom of many winters, had tried to move away from the fence to find a coulee or draw that might offer windbreak. Some succeeded and survived. Most simply exhausted themselves walking in circles in the blinding snow and returned to the fence line to die with the herd. By the third day, the cow had stopped shivering. This wasn't because she'd warmed up. It was because her body no longer had the energy to shiver. Shivering is a metabolic furnace, burning calories to generate heat, but she'd burned through all available calories. Her body temperature was dropping toward equilibrium with the air around her. She was freezing to death. Her breathing had slowed. Each breath was an effort, drawing air so cold it hurt her lungs into a body that barely had the energy to exhale. Ice had formed around her nostrils, narrowing the passages, making each breath a fight. She was still standing, but only because the cattle around her held her upright. If they'd moved, she would have fallen. Her legs were locked, frozen in position, no longer taking commands from her failing brain. Her heartbeat had slowed to a sluggish thump, 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 each beat weaker than the last. The calf inside her had stopped moving. Whether it was dead or simply dormant, she couldn't tell, and wouldn't have understood if she could. Her maternal instincts, so strong just days ago, had been overridden by the body's desperate attempt to keep itself alive. Sometime late on the third night, or early on the fourth morning, it's impossible to know exactly when, the cow's heart stopped. 1 beat, 2 beats, then nothing. Her eyes, frozen shut, would never open again. Her legs, frozen in position, would remain standing. She'd become a statue of ice and meat, indistinguishable from the living cattle around her, except that she no longer breathed. She wouldn't fall for days, maybe weeks. The cattle packed around her held her upright, and when they eventually moved or died themselves, she'd topple over, frozen solid, and become one more carcass among thousands littering the plains. This scene repeated across hundreds of miles. Fence lines became death traps where cattle bunched up and died in groups. Ravines that should have offered shelter instead became graves as cattle crowded in so tightly they couldn't move, couldn't forage, and slowly froze together into a single mass of bodies. Riverbanks saw some of the worst carnage. Cattle seeking water found the rivers frozen solid, but their thirst drove them to try anyway. They'd crowd onto the ice, break through into the water beneath, and be unable to climb out. The current would push them under the ice, where they'd drown and freeze simultaneously. Spring would reveal riverbanks lined with carcasses, hundreds of cattle stacked like cordwood wherever the current had deposited them. Some cattle, driven by the wind and their own southward instinct, walked until they literally couldn't take another step. They'd collapse in open prairie, curl into a ball, as best their frozen legs allowed, and die where they fell. Snow would cover them within hours, creating smooth white mounds that looked like natural drifts until spring melt revealed the truth beneath. The death toll was staggering in ways that are hard to comprehend. A single large ranch might lose 10,000 head. Smaller operations lost everything. The Chicago stockyards, which normally received thousands of cattle per week from the northern plains, received almost none for months. The market for beef collapsed because there were no cattle left to sell. But numbers don't capture the reality. Numbers are abstract. The reality was hundreds of thousands of individual animals, each experiencing their own version of the cow's suffering. Each one cold, each one hungry, each one slowly freezing while standing in a wind that wouldn't stop screaming. Cowboys, safe in bunkhouses, could do nothing but listen to the cattle bawl. That sound, the massed calling of thousands of distressed animals, carried even over the wind. It rose and fell through the days and nights of the storm, a soundtrack of suffering that haunted the men who heard it. Some cowboys tried to help. They'd bundle up in every piece of clothing they owned, tie ropes around their waists, and venture out into the storm, with the other end of the rope tied to the bunkhouse door so they could find their way back. They'd struggle to where they thought. Cattle were usually unable to see them even when standing next to them, and try to herd them towards some shelter. It never worked. The cattle wouldn't move, or couldn't move, and the cowboys would burn through their body heat in minutes. Barely, enough time to stumble back to the bunkhouse before frostbite claimed fingers and toes. They'd collapse inside, gasping and shaking, and lie near the stove for hours trying to warm up while listening to the cattle continue to bawl outside. Eventually, the bawling stopped. Not all at once, but gradually over days. Fewer and fewer, voices as more and more cattle died. By the end of January, the prairie was silent except for the wind. Silent because there was almost nothing left alive to make sound. The cattle of the open range, those millions of animals that had made fortunes for ranchers and fed the growing cities of America, were gone. The survivors, scattered and traumatized, would take years to recover. Most would never be found, lost in coulees and ravines where their carcasses would feed wolves and coyotes through the remainder of winter. The Great Die-Up earned its name from the cattle. They died in numbers beyond counting, in suffering beyond imagining. And every single death was quiet, private. The animal alone in the storm, except for other dying animals. No comfort, no relief, just the cold and the wind, until the end came, and the shivering finally stopped. Food became an obsession within days of the storm's arrival. Not because people were starving, not yet, but because every meal consumed was one fewer meal in reserve, and no one knew how long the storm would last or when resupply would be possible. Every bite carried the weight of calculation. Every pot of beans represented diminishing stores that might need to last weeks or months. In the Ferguson ranch house, Martha inventoried their supplies on the second day of the storm. She did this by candlelight while the children slept, and William kept watch by the fire. She counted every bag of flour, every pound of cornmeal, every strip of salt pork hanging from the rafters of the cold bedroom. She measured beans by the cupful, rice by the handful, and wrote everything down in careful columns in a ledger book. Flour, 42 pounds. Cornmeal, 18 pounds. Dried beans, maybe 30 pounds, 3 different varieties mixed together in a burlap sack. Salt pork, 14 strips, some thick, some thin. Rice, 5 pounds. Sugar, 3 pounds, precious and rationed even before the storm. Coffee, 2 pounds of beans, still in their burlap sack, aromatic and dark. Salt, plenty, a whole sack, bought last fall. Lard, a good supply, stored in a crock. Dried apples, half a sack, from their own trees. Molasses, 1 jug, nearly full. She did the math in her head, working through possible scenarios. 6 people, eating 3 meals a day. 18 meals per day. If they were careful, if they stretched everything, if they didn't waste a single bite, they had perhaps 3 weeks of food. Maybe 4 if they went hungry. 3 weeks seemed like plenty. No storm lasted 3 weeks, but Martha had learned in her years on the frontier to plan for the impossible, because the impossible happened with disturbing regularity. So she began rationing from day 1, before hunger forced the decision. Breakfast became smaller. Instead of flapjacks for everyone, she made 1 per person, thin and stretched with extra water to make the batter go further. The children complained but ate them anyway. William said nothing, just ate what was put in front of him and drank his coffee black to save the sugar. Dinner became the main meal, usually beans. Martha soaked dried beans overnight in water, then cooked them slowly through the day in a pot, suspended over the fire. She'd add a little salt pork for flavor, 1 strip cut into small pieces so everyone got a taste of meat. The beans cooked until they were soft, the liquid thick and sustaining. Everyone got a bowlful, sopped up with cornbread made from carefully measured cornmeal. Supper was often just leftover beans from dinner, reheated and eaten with whatever bread remained. Sometimes Martha made a thin soup from the bean broth, adding bits of dried apple for sweetness, calling it a special treat to make the children smile. The coffee was for William alone. Cowboys and ranchers believed coffee was essential, more important than food, and William was no exception. He drank it black and strong, rationing the precious beans so he could have at least 1 cup per day. That coffee was his luxury, his reminder that civilization existed beyond the wind and snow. Martha drank tea when she drank anything, made from herbs she'd dried the previous summer. Mint that grew wild along the creek, sage gathered from the prairie, rose hips collected in autumn. The taste was thin compared to real tea shipped from China or India, but it was warm, and it was hers, and it didn't consume their stores. The children drank water or milk, though the milk supply was problematic. They had 1 cow, a gentle Jersey, kept in the barn, and William had to venture out twice a day to milk her. The trip to the barn was only 50 feet, but felt like a mile. He'd bundle in every piece of warm clothing he owned, wrap his face in a scarf until only his eyes showed, and step out into the wind. The cold hit him like a fist every time. In the few seconds it took to cross from house to barn, exposed skin would start to freeze, his eyes would water, and the tears would freeze on his cheeks. His lungs would ache from breathing air that felt like shards of glass. But he made the trip because the cow had to be milked or she'd sicken, and they needed the milk. The children needed the milk. It was protein and fat and calcium and all the things growing bodies required. So twice a day, through the entire storm, William made that 50-foot journey and considered himself lucky the barn was so close. The cow produced less in winter, maybe 2 quarts a day instead of her usual gallon, but those 2 quarts were precious. Martha skimmed the cream off the top and used it sparingly. The milk itself went to the children, divided equally, measured carefully, so no one got more or less than their share. Cooking in extreme cold presented unique challenges. The fire had to be hot enough to cook food, but not so hot it consumed wood too quickly. Martha became expert at judging the flames, adding just enough fuel to maintain cooking temperature while stretching the wood supply. Water was perhaps the most critical resource. William filled every bucket and pot with snow scooped from outside the door, then left the containers near the fire to melt. It took hours for snow to melt into usable water, and the water that resulted tasted flat and strange because it had no mineral content. But it was wet, and it was clean, and it kept them alive. They couldn't wash dishes properly, couldn't waste water or wood heating water for washing. Instead, Martha wiped plates and bowls clean with rags, rinsed them quickly in cold water if necessary, and called it good enough. No one got sick from dirty dishes. There were larger concerns. Personal hygiene went by the wayside entirely. No baths, no washing hair, no changing clothes. Everyone wore the same shirts and pants for weeks, adding layers when cold, removing them when near the fire. The smell in the main room became oppressive, but you stopped noticing after a few days. It was just how things were. In the bunkhouses, cowboys faced similar but different challenges. They had supplies, but those supplies were designed for men doing hard physical labor in normal winter conditions, not for men trapped indoors during the worst cold in recorded history. The typical bunkhouse larder consisted of dried beans, rice, flour, cornmeal, salt pork, bacon, maybe some beef jerky made from cattle slaughtered in the fall, coffee in large quantities because cowboys lived on coffee, sugar, salt, lard, sometimes canned goods if the ranch could afford them, but usually not. Canned goods were expensive and the freighting costs were prohibitive. The cook, if there was one, was usually an old cowboy too stove up for regular ranch work. He'd preside over the cast-iron stove like a priest at an altar, creating meals from limited ingredients with whatever skill he possessed. Good cooks were treasured. Bad cooks were tolerated because the alternative was cooking for yourself, and cowboys were generally incompetent in the kitchen. One particular bunkhouse in the Judith Basin had a cook named Old Pete, called that to distinguish him from young Pete, who wasn't a cook and wasn't even particularly young, but was younger than Old Pete. Old Pete had cooked in army forts, in mining camps, on trail drives. He knew 100 ways to cook beans and could make bread in a Dutch oven that rivaled anything made in a proper kitchen. But even Old Pete struggled with the storm's duration and intensity. His usual recipes assumed men would be working hard, outside, burning thousands of calories daily. Now they were sitting around trying to stay warm, burning far fewer calories. They didn't need as much food, but they were bored and hungry from boredom, and managing those competing needs was delicate. He started making meals smaller but more frequent. Instead of 3 large meals, he made 4 smaller ones, gave the men something to look forward to every few hours, something to mark the passage of time. Breakfast at dawn, such as dawn was, in the constant grey, a second breakfast mid-morning, dinner in early afternoon, supper at dark. Each meal was simple: beans cooked with salt pork, cornbread or biscuits, coffee always, constantly, the pot never empty. Occasionally, he'd make a stew if there was meat available, though meat was running short. Most ranches had slaughtered a beef or 2 in the fall and hung the quarters to freeze. But accessing that meat meant going outside to the meat cache, which was difficult or impossible depending on the day. The men ate without complaint, mostly. Cowboys weren't complainers by nature. You ate what was put in front of you and were grateful to get it. But you could see them calculating, same as Martha Ferguson, counting days, estimating stores, wondering how long until starvation became a real concern rather than a theoretical one. Coffee was its own category of essential supply. Cowboys drank coffee the way other people breathed, constantly and without thought. A pot of coffee sat on the stove at all times, thick and black and strong enough to float a horseshoe. Men would pour themselves cups throughout the day and night, warming their hands on the tin cups, savouring the bitter heat. Old Pete guarded the coffee supply jealously. He knew exactly how many pounds they had, how much they consumed daily. how long it would last. When supplies began running low, he started stretching the coffee by reusing grounds. First brew was strong for the morning pot. Those same grounds would be used again for the afternoon pot, weaker but still coffee. Sometimes he'd use them a third time, creating a thin brown liquid that was more idea than substance, but the ritual of drinking it was as important as the caffeine. Sugar went into coffee for those who used it, though most cowboys drank it black. Sugar was also used sparingly in baking, a spoonful in a batch of biscuits to help them rise and add a hint of sweetness. But sugar was running low everywhere, and by the end of January, most outfits were out entirely. Salt, at least, was plentiful. Salt preserved meat, flavored food, and was cheap enough that even poor ranches had plenty. Cowboys ate salt with everything, needed it to replace what they lost sweating despite the cold. Their bodies burned hot from shivering, from the constant work of staying warm, and salt was essential. The mental aspect of food during the storm was almost as important as the physical nutrition. Mealtimes provided structure to otherwise formless days. They were events to anticipate, rituals that reassured everyone that civilization persisted despite the chaos outside. Children needed this structure especially. The Ferguson children learned to recognize mealtimes by the smells from the fire, by their mother's movements, by the rattle of bowls and spoons. They'd gather without being called, eager not just for food, but for the routine. Martha would serve, each child personally, making a small ceremony of it. Sarah first, as the oldest, then Thomas, then James, then Emma. Each child received their portion with their name spoken, a moment of individual attention that said, "You are seen, you are valued, you matter." Then William, then finally herself, always last, always the smallest portion, though no one noticed because she was skilled at hiding it. They'd eat together, mostly in silence because food was serious business, but afterward there might be stories or songs. William would tell tales of his own childhood in Ohio, of winters there which had seemed hard at the time, but were nothing compared to this. Martha would sing in her soft voice, German lullabies or hymns. The children would listen and feel for a moment that everything might be all right. After eating came the work of making food last. Crumbs were gathered and saved for thickening, soup. Grease from cooking was poured into a jar and used again. Bones from salt pork were boiled to extract every bit of flavor and nutrition, then boiled again, then fed to the dog who lived outside the door in a snow shelter William had built. Nothing was wasted. Waste was sin in the arithmetic of survival. Every scrap had value, potential use, future purpose. Martha became a miser of food, hoarding and parceling it out with grim determination, knowing that running out meant death, and death was not an option while her children lived. The storm continued. January crawled past, each day a battle against cold and hunger and despair. Food supplies dwindled steadily. By the end of the month, the Ferguson household was eating 2 small meals per day instead of 3. The children's eyes developed the hollow look of inadequate nutrition. Martha's dresses hung loose where they'd once fit snugly. William's belt had to be tightened 2 notches, then 3, but they ate something every day, and they were all still alive. And the cow still gave milk, though less each week, and the fire still burned, and that was enough. It had to be enough, because spring would come eventually. It always came. The question was whether they'd survive long enough to see it, and whether there would be anything left of their lives when it finally arrived. Theodore Roosevelt was not in Dakota Territory when the blizzard struck. He was in New York, warm and comfortable in his sister's house, living the life of an Eastern gentleman which he'd tried so hard to leave behind. But his money was in Dakota. His dreams were in Dakota. And when the reports began filtering east about the catastrophic winter destroying the northern plains, Roosevelt's future was being written in frozen cattle and bankrupt dreams. He'd come to Dakota Territory in 1883, a wealthy young man fleeing personal tragedy. His mother and his wife had died on the same day, in the same house, within hours of each other. The grief had been unbearable, suffocating, And Roosevelt did what men of means often did when Eastern life became too painful. He went west. He invested heavily in cattle ranching, buying into two operations: the Maltese Cross Ranch and the Elkhorn Ranch, both along the Little Missouri River in what would become North Dakota. He'd thrown himself into the work with characteristic energy, trying to become a real Westerner, a real cattleman. He'd learned to ride, to rope, to shoot. He'd earned grudging respect from cowboys who initially mocked his Eastern accent and glasses. Roosevelt loved the West with the passion of a convert. He loved the vast emptiness, the physical challenges, the sense of building something in a hard land. He wrote about it constantly in letters and journals, painting romantic pictures of cowboy life that had more to do with his ideals than reality. His ranches ran cattle on the open range like everyone else. Thousands of head, bought with Eastern money, fattened on free grass, and expected to multiply into a fortune. His partners and employees assured him the investment was sound. Cattle prices were strong. The range could support far more animals than they were running. Winter mortality was minimal in recent years. Roosevelt believed them because he wanted to believe. He needed the West to work, needed it to be the place where he could reinvent himself from grieving widower into rugged frontiersman. The cattle were symbols as much as investments, proof that he belonged in this harsh landscape. When the winter of 1886 to 1887 arrived, Roosevelt was back east, attending to political matters and family obligations. He was aware of the early reports, of harsh weather, but not overly concerned. Winter was always hard in Dakota. His men were experienced. His cattle were hardy. Surely they'd manage as they had in previous years. The first letters from his ranch managers arrived in late January. They were careful, measured, not wanting to alarm their employer prematurely. The weather had been severe, yes. Cattle were, suffering, certainly. But it was too early to assess the full damage. They'd know more in spring when they could ride out and conduct a proper tally. Roosevelt wrote back with questions. How severe? How many cattle were in danger? What measures were being taken to protect the herds? The responses, when they came weeks later, letters delayed by closed roads and disrupted mail service, were progressively more concerning. His ranch, manager at the Maltese Cross, a practical man named Sylvain Ferris, tried to be honest without being devastating. The storms had been worse than anything he'd seen in 20 years on the plains. The cold had been extreme, sustained, deadly, many. Cattle were certainly lost. The exact number wouldn't be known until spring roundup. But Ferris estimated at least 30% mortality. Maybe more, 30%. Roosevelt did the math in his study in New York, sitting in a comfortable chair by a warm fire, trying to comprehend what those numbers meant. He owned roughly 5,000 head between his two ranches. 30% meant 1,500 dead cattle. At $40 a head, that was $60,000 lost, more than many men earned in a lifetime. But it was worse than the money. It was the failure of his Western dream. The revelation that the land he'd romanticized could be cruel, that nature didn't care about his needs or desires, that the West wasn't the frontier of opportunity he'd imagined, but a hard country that broke more men than it made. The letters continued through February and into March. Each one was grimmer than the last. 50% losses now estimated, maybe 60. Entire line camps reporting no surviving cattle at all. Fences lined with dead animals piled 3 deep. The Little Missouri River, when it thawed, clogged with carcasses that had to be dynamited free to restore flow. Roosevelt read these letters with growing horror and despair. He'd been so confident, so certain of success. He'd borrowed money, encouraged friends to invest, staked his reputation on the cattle business. And now it was all dying in a winter he wasn't even present to witness. In March, when travel became possible again, Roosevelt received a telegram from Ferris. Brief, direct, devastating. Come west, you need to see this. Roosevelt went. He took the train to Medora, the small town near his ranches, arriving in early April to a world transformed by death. The snow was melting, revealing what had been hidden. And what it revealed was carnage beyond anything he'd prepared himself for. He rode out with Ferris and other ranch hands to assess the damage. Everywhere they looked, cattle. Dead cattle. Frozen cattle. Cattle that had been dead so long the coyotes and wolves had already been at them. Cattle piled against fences. Cattle in ravines. Cattle scattered across the prairie like obscene statues. The smell was overwhelming. Thousands of rotting carcasses perfuming the air with decay. Roosevelt, who'd prided himself on his toughness, on his ability to handle frontier hardships, had to dismount and vomit. He wasn't alone. Even hardened cowboys were sickened by the scale of death. They rode for days, making tally, trying to determine what remained of the herds. Of Roosevelt's 5,000 head, fewer than 2,000 could be found alive. 60% losses. Some of those survivors were in such poor condition they'd likely die anyway. His investment, his dream, reduced by 2/3 in a single winter. The financial blow was severe. Roosevelt had invested approximately $80,000 in his cattle operations. He'd now lost at least $50,000. Maybe more when accounting for lost breeding potential, disrupted operations, and the collapse of cattle prices as the market flooded with emergency sales from desperate ranchers. But Roosevelt was wealthy by birth. His family money cushioned the financial loss. He could absorb $50,000 and remain solvent, which most ranchers could not. What he couldn't absorb as easily was the emotional and philosophical blow. He'd come west believing in self-reliance, in the nobility of honest labor, in the frontier as a proving ground for American character. The Great Die-Up revealed those beliefs as naive. Self-reliance meant nothing when nature decided to kill everything. Honest labor couldn't prevent disaster driven by forces beyond human control. The frontier proved nothing except that it could kill you regardless of your character. Roosevelt spent several weeks at his ranches that spring, helping with the cleanup, the salvage operations, the grim work of trying to build something from the ruins. He participated in roundups, searching for surviving cattle, trying to assess what could be rebuilt. At night, he slept in the cabin at the Maltese Cross Ranch, the same cabin where his cowboys had weathered the storm. The bunks were still there, the stove, the smoke-stained walls. He'd slept here before on previous visits, treating it as an adventure, roughing it among the men. Now he slept in those bunks, knowing what they'd endured, what this room had protected them from. The cabin was small, cramped, cold even in April. Roosevelt lay on a rope bunk under wool blankets that smelled of smoke and men, and tried to imagine what January had been like. The wind screaming outside, the cold pressing in from all sides, the sound of cattle dying in the darkness, the knowledge that your livelihood, your future, everything you'd worked for was ending, and there was nothing you could do. He couldn't fully imagine it. He'd missed the actual storm, been warm and safe in New York while his employees fought for survival. That distance, that absence, haunted him. He'd been the investor, the gentleman rancher playing at being a cowboy. When it mattered, when the real test came, he hadn't been there. This realization changed him. Not immediately, not in one dramatic moment, but gradually over the following months and years. The West was no longer a romantic escape. It was a hard place where hard things happened, where nature was indifferent to human suffering, where the rules that governed Eastern society didn't apply. This understanding would shape his later conservation work. As president, Roosevelt would set aside millions of acres as national forests and parks, would push for scientific management of natural resources, would argue that the West's resources weren't infinite and needed protection. The cattle disaster of 1887 was the seed of that understanding. But in the spring of 1887, Roosevelt was just a wealthy young man surveying the wreckage of his dreams. He walked among the dead cattle, rode across ranges that should have been covered with livestock but were eerily empty, and made calculations about what could be salvaged. His ranch managers were exhausted, traumatized by the winter they'd survived. Roosevelt listened to their stories with growing respect. These men had faced conditions he'd only read about and emerged alive, if not unscathed. Ferris told him about nights when they weren't sure the bunkhouse would stand, about mornings when they'd wake to find new snow drifted inside through the cracks, about the constant work of keeping fires burning, of rationing food, of listening to cattle die and being unable to help. Roosevelt paid his men bonuses, unexpected and generous, acknowledging what they'd endured. It was the least he could do, given that he'd been warm and safe while they'd nearly frozen. He also made a decision. He would not abandon his Dakota ranches entirely, but he would not rebuild to previous scale. The open range era was over. The land couldn't support the numbers they'd run. The climate was too unpredictable, the investment too risky. He kept the Elkhorn Ranch as a retreat, a place he could visit and remember why he'd come west in the first place. But the cattle operation was downsized dramatically. A few hundred head, manageable, with hay put up for winter feeding. A sensible operation rather than a grand adventure. The Maltese Cross was eventually sold. Too many bad memories. Too much money lost. Roosevelt needed to move forward, and that meant leaving behind the ranch that had represented such hope and ended in such disaster. In his autobiography, written years later, Roosevelt would describe the winter of 1886 to 1887 as a necessary education. The romantic had been burned away, leaving behind a more realistic understanding of nature and human limitations. The winter had killed his cattle and his illusions simultaneously, but he rarely spoke about what his employees endured. Their stories weren't his to tell, and he knew his own experience, arriving after the worst had passed, was nothing compared to theirs. He'd lost money. They'd nearly lost their lives. One story stayed with him, though, told by a cowboy at the Maltese Cross. During the worst of the storm, this cowboy had volunteered to check on a nearby line camp, worried about the two men stationed there. He'd ridden out with a rope tied around his waist, the other end tied to the bunkhouse, planning to follow the rope back if he got disoriented. The temperature was 50 below with howling wind. He'd made it half a mile before he couldn't feel his hands or feet, before the cold had penetrated so deeply he knew he was in danger of freezing. He'd turned back, following the rope, barely making it to the bunkhouse before collapsing. The two men at the line camp were found dead when spring came. They'd tried to wait out the storm, ran out of firewood, and froze in their bunks. The cowboy who'd tried to reach them carried guilt about that for the rest of his life, even though there was nothing he could have done. Roosevelt listened to this story and understood, perhaps for the first time, what winter on the frontier really meant. Sleep in Dakota, he realized, was a gift not to be taken for granted. Every night his men had survived was a victory against odds that should have killed them, and every morning they'd woken was a reminder that survival wasn't guaranteed, that warmth and shelter and life itself were temporary conditions that could end at any moment. Roosevelt returned east that spring, his Western adventure permanently altered. He would continue to love the West, would continue to visit and hunt and write about it. But he would never again be naive about its harshness. The winter of 1887 had taught him that nature didn't care about your dreams, your money, or your character. It simply existed, indifferent, and you survived or you didn't. His cattle were mostly dead. His investment was lost, but he was alive, and his employees were alive, and that had to be enough. January ended, but the storm did not. February arrived with no fanfare, no change, just another day of grey sky and screaming wind and cold that wouldn't break. People stopped marking days on calendars. Time lost meaning when every day was identical. An endless repetition of surviving until dark, surviving through dark, waking to survive again. The psychological weight of the storm's duration became as dangerous as the physical cold. Humans are resilient, but not infinitely so. We can endure terrible conditions if we believe they'll end. But when days stretch into weeks, weeks stretch toward months, and conditions remain unchanged, the mind begins to fracture in subtle ways. In the Ferguson household, the children grew quieter. They'd stopped asking when the storm would end. They'd stopped asking much of anything. They sat by the fire, conserving energy. their eyes following their mother's movements with an intensity that unnerved her. They were always hungry now, and the hunger made them old beyond their years. Martha found herself forgetting things. She'd go to the cold bedroom to fetch something and stand there, shivering, unable to remember what she'd come for. She'd start sentences and lose the thread midway, words dissolving like snow on her tongue. William said her name sometimes, and she wouldn't hear him, lost in thoughts that circled endlessly around food, fire, survival. William stopped shaving. There was no point. No one to see him except his family, and vanity seemed absurd when survival was uncertain. His beard grew thick and unkempt, ice forming in it every time he went outside to milk the cow or fetch wood. He'd come back in looking, like a wild man, and the children would stare at him until Martha made them look away. The cow's milk production had dropped to less than a quart per day. The animal was suffering from cold and inadequate feed, standing in the barn with her ribs visible through her hide. William knew they should slaughter her, use the meat, but the milk was too precious. As long as she gave any milk at all, he'd keep making that twice-daily journey to the barn. Sleep patterns disintegrated completely. There was no day or night anymore, just periods of lighter grey and darker grey outside the oiled paper window. People slept when exhaustion overwhelmed them, woke when cold or hunger or nightmares forced consciousness. The family's sleeping pile shifted constantly as people moved, trying to find warmth, trying to escape dreams. Martha's dreams were always about food, elaborate meals from her childhood in Wisconsin. Her mother's kitchen, warm and fragrant, tables loaded with roasted chicken and potatoes and fresh bread and butter. She'd wake with saliva flooding her mouth, stomach cramping with want. The disappointment of reality crushing. They had beans, always beans, the same beans cooked the same way, day after day, until the thought of eating another spoonful made her gag. William dreamed about summer, riding across green ranges, cattle fat and healthy, sun warm on his shoulders. He'd wake disoriented, expecting heat, finding only cold. The contrast between dream and reality was so sharp it hurt physically. His chest would ache, his throat would close. He'd lie there fighting tears while his family slept around him. The children's dreams were less specific, but more unsettling. They'd whimper in their sleep, reach out for comfort, wake crying without being able to say why. Emma, the youngest, stopped sleeping deeply at all. She'd doze in fits and starts, never truly relaxing, her small body tense even in sleep. The storm broke briefly in early February. For 3 days the wind dropped to a whisper, the snow stopped falling, and temperature rose to just below freezing. Clouds remained, but didn't seem as oppressive. The change felt miraculous after weeks of unrelenting assault. William ventured outside beyond the barn for the first time since January. The landscape was unrecognizable. Snow had sculpted itself into bizarre formations, drifts 20 feet high in some places, bare ground in others. The fence line he'd built 2 summers ago was completely buried. Only the tops of fence posts showed, wooden fingers pointing at the grey sky. He walked out across what had been their pasture, breaking through crusted snow with each step. The snow held his weight for a moment, then collapsed, dropping him thigh-deep into soft powder beneath. It was exhausting to move, each step a battle, but he kept going, desperate for space, for distance from the cabin that had become their prison. He found a dead cow half buried in a drift. One of their small herd, frozen solid, the hide pulled, tight over protruding bones. He stood looking at it for a long time, feeling nothing. He was too tired for grief. The cow was dead. More would be dead. Everything might be dead. These were just facts now, beyond emotion. When he returned to the cabin, Martha and the children were standing in the doorway, watching him. They looked like ghosts in the grey light, pale and thin and insubstantial. He realized he probably looked the same to them. That night the Chinook wind arrived, warm wind from the southwest, carrying temperature up 30 degrees in 2 hours. It felt like a gift from God, a promise that winter could end, that warmth still existed somewhere in the world. People opened doors and windows despite the waste, of heat from their fires, desperate for fresh air, for the feeling of movement, for anything different. The warm wind melted the top layer of snow. Water dripped from roofs, ran in small streams across frozen ground, pooled in low spots. For brief hours, it seemed like spring might actually come, that the nightmare might be ending, but the Chinook betrayed them. After 2 days of relative warmth, the wind shifted back to the north. Temperature plummeted. The water that had melted froze instantly, creating a thick crust of ice over everything. The snow that had softened turned to concrete, and when more snow fell on top of that ice, it created a prison for any surviving cattle. Before the Chinook, cattle could at least paw through snow to reach grass beneath. After the ice crust formed, this became impossible. Their hooves couldn't break through. They stood on top of their food, separated from it by inches of ice, and slowly starved, while the grass they needed lay tantalizingly close. Cowboys trapped in bunkhouses understood what this meant. Any cattle that had survived. January were now doomed. The Chinook hadn't been salvation. It had been a final cruelty, raising hope before delivering death more certainly than the cold alone could have. In the bunkhouses, men stopped talking about spring. They stopped talking much at all. Conversation required energy they didn't have. They lay in their bunks, wrapped in blankets, emerging only to eat the meager meals old Pete still managed to prepare, or to take their turns feeding the stove. The silence was worse than the earlier noise of men talking and joking and trying to maintain morale. Silence meant defeat. Silence meant they'd accepted that this was how things were now, that normal life was so far away it might as well not exist. Some men slept 20 hours a day. Their bodies had adapted to scarcity by shutting down, reducing all functions to bare minimum. They moved slowly when they moved at all, speaking in monosyllables, their eyes dull and unfocused. They weren't sick, exactly. They were hibernating, human versions of bears in dens, waiting for conditions to improve. Others couldn't sleep at all, too anxious, too frightened, too aware of their situation. They'd lie awake hour after hour, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind that never stopped. Their eyes developed a particular look, wide and staring, ringed with dark circles. Their hands shook constantly. They jumped at sudden sounds. Old Pete worried about these wakeful men more than the sleeping ones. The sleepers were conserving energy, doing what their bodies told them to do. But the wakeful men were burning through resources they couldn't afford to lose. Their minds were eating themselves from the inside, consuming sanity the way their bodies were consuming stored fat. He tried to help in small ways. Extra coffee for the wakeful ones, bitter and hot, and something to focus on besides fear. Stories told quietly in the dark, anything to distract. Sometimes just sitting with them, 2 men awake in a room full of sleeping men, sharing the burden of consciousness. The nights were hardest. 15, 16 hours of darkness in February's depth. The stove provided light as well as heat, flames visible through gaps in the iron, but it was barely enough to see by. Men moved through darkness, feeling their way, bumping into bunks and each other. Without clocks, without daylight, time became abstract. You'd wake, if you could call it waking when you'd only been half asleep, and have no idea if you'd been unconscious for 10 minutes or 10 hours. The disorientation was profound. Some men stopped trying to track time at all. They ate when food appeared, slept when they couldn't stay awake, existed in a perpetual present with no past or future. The concept of sleep itself changed. It wasn't restful anymore. You didn't sleep to feel refreshed. You slept because consciousness was too expensive to maintain. Sleep was a small death you practiced nightly, preparing for the real death that might come if the storm continued much longer. Dreams during this period took on a hallucinatory quality. Men dreamed they were awake, walking around the bunkhouse, having conversations with others, only to actually wake and realize none of it had been real. Or they'd dream they were outside in the storm, freezing, struggling towards shelter, and wake to find themselves wrapped in blankets by the stove. The boundary between sleeping and waking blurred. Some men experienced what would now be called dissociation. They'd observe themselves from outside their bodies, watching a stranger wear their clothes and speak with their voice. This disconnection was protective, a way the mind created distance from unbearable circumstances. But it was also terrifying to lose even the certainty of being yourself. In the ranch houses, children handled the extended ordeal better than adults in some ways. They adapted, accepting the new reality more easily than their parents who remembered how things should be. To the children, this was simply how life was now, cold, hungry, confined, but normal within its own context. But they also suffered in ways adults didn't. Their growing bodies needed more food than they were getting. Their development was being stunted by malnutrition. Sarah Ferguson, 11 years old, stopped growing taller. Her monthly bleeding, which had just started that fall, stopped entirely. Her body shut down non-essential functions to preserve life. Thomas developed a cough that wouldn't go away, a deep rattling in his chest that scared Martha. She'd give him extra portions of the thin soup she made, sacrificing from her own bowl, but it didn't help much. The cough persisted, worsening at night, keeping him and everyone else awake. James, 7 years old, stopped talking almost entirely. He'd answer questions with nods or shakes of his head, but volunteered nothing. He'd sit for hours staring at the fire, his face expressionless. Martha worried about him most of all, this strange, silent child who'd been so vibrant just months. Emma, the baby, clung to her mother constantly. She'd scream if Martha tried to put her down, terrified of separation. Martha learned to do everything one-handed, cooking, cleaning, even sleeping with the child attached to her like a growth. It was exhausting, but she understood. Emma was reverting to infancy, seeking the safety of the womb in a world that had become too frightening. February crawled past with the weight of years. Each day was a week long. Each week felt like a month. People stopped believing in spring. Spring was a myth, a story told by liars. There was only winter, eternal winter, and the question was no longer when it would end, but whether you'd survive it. And still the wind blew, and still the cold pressed in, and still people slept fitfully in their prisons of wood and hope, waiting for deliverance that seemed less likely with each passing day. Children experienced the great die-up through a lens of confusion and adaptation that was both heartbreaking and remarkable. They didn't fully understand what was happening or why, but they adjusted to impossibility with a flexibility adults had lost. To them, the storm wasn't an economic disaster or a failure of planning. It was simply the way the world had become, and they learned to live in it. Sarah Ferguson, at 11, was old enough to sense her parents' fear, even when they tried to hide it. She watched her mother's hands shake when portioning out food. She noticed her father's long silences, the way he'd stare at the fire without seeing it. She understood, in a way her younger siblings didn't, that something was terribly wrong. This knowledge was a burden. She couldn't share it with Thomas or James or Emma because they were too young to understand, and speaking it aloud would make it more real. So she carried it silently, trying to help without being asked, watching for ways to ease the tension that filled the cabin like smoke. She learned to anticipate her mother's needs. When Martha reached for the water bucket, Sarah was already moving, to refill it with snow. When the fire burned low, Sarah added wood before being told. She took charge of Emma when the toddler grew fussy, singing to her, telling her stories, anything to give Martha a few minutes of peace. At night, Sarah lay awake, listening to her siblings breathe, counting breaths, making sure everyone was still, alive. She'd developed an irrational fear that someone would simply stop breathing in the dark and no one would notice. So she stayed vigilant, even when her own body screamed for sleep. She dreamed about school, which seemed like something from another life. the one-room schoolhouse 3 miles from their ranch, where Miss Peterson taught reading and arithmetic to a dozen farm children. Sarah had loved school, loved learning, loved having somewhere to go that wasn't the ranch. The storm had started during Christmas break, and school hadn't reopened. Might never reopen if families didn't survive the winter. She wondered about her classmates. Were they trapped in their homes too? Were they hungry? Were they scared? Or had some of them already died, frozen in cabins that couldn't keep them warm, and she'd never know because news didn't travel through blizzards? These thoughts circled in her head at night, keeping her awake even when exhaustion made her bones ache. She was becoming an adult too quickly, forced to carry worries that children shouldn't have to carry. But she had no choice. The storm didn't care about childhood innocence. Thomas, at 9, dealt with the storm differently. He grew angry. Not explosive anger, not tantrums, but a cold, sullen fury that he directed at everything and nothing. He was angry at the wind for not stopping, angry at his father for not fixing things, angry at God for letting this happen, angry at himself for being trapped and helpless. He'd punch his thin straw mattress when no one was looking, imagining it was the storm, hitting it until his knuckles hurt. He'd kick at the wall, leaving small scuff marks that his mother saw but didn't comment on. He needed to fight something, but there was nothing to fight except weather, and weather was beyond fighting. At night, Thomas didn't sleep so much as surrender. He'd fight consciousness until his body simply shut down, crashing into sleep so deep it was almost like fainting. He'd wake suddenly, disoriented, not remembering where he was for terrifying seconds before memory returned and reality settled back into place. His dreams were violent. He fought bears, wolves, faceless men. He swung fists and weapons, defending his family against threats that dissolved when he tried to focus on them. He'd wake with his heart pounding, sweat soaking his collar despite the cold, and lie there, trying to calm down before he disturbed everyone else. He was hungry all the time, a gnawing, constant hunger that made him think about food obsessively. He'd remember meals from before the storm, special occasions when they'd had roasted chicken, or beef, or his mother's apple pie. The memories were so vivid he could taste them, and the disappointment when he opened his eyes to find only reality was crushing. His mother noticed his anger, but didn't know how to help. She'd try to hug him, and he'd tolerate it stiffly, uncomfortable, with comfort, needing to be tough. He was the man of the house when his father was outside. He had to be strong. He couldn't let himself be a child, even though he was desperately, urgently still a child who needed reassurance that everything would be all right. James, at 7, retreated into silence and fantasy. He created elaborate stories in his head, imagining himself as a hero who could control weather, who could make the sun come out and melt all the snow. In his fantasies, he'd save his family, save the cattle, save everyone. People would thank him. His father would be proud. These daydreams, occupied hours. He'd sit by the fire, face blank, living entirely in his imagination where he was powerful instead of helpless. His mother worried about his silence, not understanding it was protection. If he didn't talk, he didn't have to acknowledge reality. He could stay in his head where things made sense and he had control. At night, James slept deeply but unrestfully. He'd thrash and kick, fighting battles in his dreams, sometimes crying out words no one could understand. His siblings had learned to sleep away from his feet because he'd kick without waking. Martha would sometimes reach over and touch his forehead, checking for fever, but he was just hot from the exertion of his dreams. When he did talk, it was often about summer. He'd ask when they could go outside and play, when they could go fishing in the creek, when the cattle would come back. His questions broke Martha's heart because she had no answers. She'd deflect, saying soon, or when winter ends, knowing these were lies, but unable to tell a 7-year-old that winter might not end, that nothing might come back. Emma, just 3 years old, understood least and suffered most. in some ways. She knew something was wrong but couldn't articulate what. Her world had shrunk to one room, a fire, and the immediate presence of her family. She didn't remember clearly how things had been before the storm. This cold, confined existence was becoming her normal. She cried often, not from any specific pain, but from generalized distress. Hungry cries, cold cries, tired cries, scared cries. Her vocabulary wasn't sufficient to express what she felt, so she cried and clung to her mother and refused to be put down. Martha carried her constantly, the child's weight a familiar burden. Emma was getting lighter instead of heavier, losing weight she couldn't afford to lose. Her ribs showed through, her thin dress. Her eyes seemed too large for her face. She looked like children in pictures of famine, skeletal and haunted. At night, Emma slept fitfully, waking every few hours crying for her mother even though Martha was right there. She'd need to be held, rocked, soothed back to sleep, a process that took longer each time. Martha would hold her daughter and feel the tiny heart beating too fast, the small body too hot one moment and too cold the next, and wonder if Emma would survive even if the storm ended. Emma's dreams, when she could describe them in her limited vocabulary, were simple and sad. She dreamed of being warm, of having enough to eat, of going outside to play. She dreamed of summer in fragments, sensory impressions rather than coherent narratives. Sun on her face, grass under her feet, the feeling of running without being cold. The children had created small rituals to mark time and maintain some structure. Every morning, however they defined morning, Sarah would lead them in a counting game. They'd count to 100 together, which took Emma's entire concentration and distracted her from crying. Then they'd count by twos, by fives, by tens, math as comfort, numbers as proof that some things remained stable. In the afternoon, Thomas would tell stories. He'd inherited his father's storytelling ability and would spin tales about cowboys and cattle drives and adventures that took place in summer warmth. His siblings would listen, transported briefly to worlds where people weren't trapped and cold and hungry. Emma had a doll, a simple thing made from rags stuffed with more rags, with button eyes and yarn hair. She carried it everywhere, talking to it in her baby voice, explaining things. The doll was hungry. The doll was cold. The doll wanted Mama. Through the doll, Emma processed her own feelings, giving voice to fears she couldn't express directly, the EE. Children learn to read their parents' moods and adjust their behavior accordingly. When Martha looked particularly strained, they'd be quieter, more cooperative. When William came in from the barn looking defeated, they'd give him space, not asking for attention he couldn't provide. They became expert at making themselves small, at not adding to the household's burdens. But they were still children, and children need play. They'd create games from nothing, counting cracks in the ceiling, making shadow figures on the wall with their hands when the fire was bright enough, building towers from the few wooden blocks they owned, then knocking them down and building again. Sarah taught Emma songs, the same songs their mother had taught her. Simple rhymes about animals and weather and daily life. Emma's favorite was about a bird that flew south for winter, which seemed especially relevant. She'd sing it over and over, the words slurring together, while her siblings tried not to show their irritation. The children also absorbed lessons they shouldn't have needed to learn so young. That food was precious and must never be wasted. That fire was life and must be watched constantly. That cold could kill and must be respected. That sometimes adults didn't have answers, didn't know what to do, were as frightened and helpless as children, but had to pretend otherwise. They learned what their parents looked like when pretending to be brave, the slight tremor in their mother's voice when she said everything would be fine, the way their father's smile didn't reach his eyes. They learned to accept these performances without comment, understanding that challenging them would make things worse. In later years, the Ferguson children would remember the winter of 1887 as a blur. They'd recall specific images. The fire, always the fire, and their mother's face in its light. and the sound of wind that never stopped. But the timeline would be confused, events blending together because days had no distinct markers. Sarah would remember being hungry but never being fed. Thomas would remember being angry but not knowing why. James would remember his fantasy world more clearly than reality, which was probably for the best. Emma would remember almost nothing directly, just a vague sense of having been cold once, long ago, for longer than seemed possible. But they'd also remember warmth of a different kind. The feeling of sleeping piled together, siblings in a heap like puppies, their mother's songs in the dark, their father's hands, rough and gentle, checking them for frostbite. The way Sarah would hold Emma when Emma cried. The way Thomas would share his tiny portion of food, even though he was starving. The way James would tell stories that made them laugh despite everything. Children are resilient, but resilience has costs. The Ferguson children survived the winter, but they were changed. Sarah grew old before her time, burdened with worries she couldn't set down. Thomas's anger would last years, manifesting in ways that troubled his parents. James would remain in fantasy longer than he should, reluctant to engage with a world that had proven so harsh. Emma would be clingy and fearful, suffering from what we'd now call anxiety, though no one had that word then. But they survived. All 4 Ferguson children made it through the winter alive, which many children didn't. In the spring, when Sarah returned to school, half her classmates were missing, died in the storm, or their families had moved away, or they were too weak to attend. The teacher never spoke about them, and Sarah never asked, but she noticed the empty desks and understood what they meant. The children's winter was its own story within the larger tragedy. They experienced the same cold, the same hunger, the same confinement as adults, but they experienced it through the lens of childhood, with less understanding but also with adaptability adults couldn't match. They bent instead of breaking, or at least bent further before breaking, and some of them survived precisely because they were young enough to accept the impossible and adapt to it. March came quietly, without announcement or ceremony. The wind didn't stop all at once. The cold didn't break dramatically. But sometime in the first week of March, people noticed the light had changed. The grey wasn't quite as oppressive. The sun, invisible for months behind clouds, occasionally created a bright spot in the overcast sky, a suggestion that it still existed somewhere beyond the grey. The temperature rose first, not to warmth, not even close, but up from the deadly negatives, into the teens, then the 20s. At 20 degrees, after months of temperatures well below zero, it felt almost tropical. William Ferguson stepped outside without his heaviest coat for the first time since January and felt the difference immediately. Still cold, but survivable cold. Manageable cold. Human cold. The wind dropped next. Not gone, but diminished from its constant shriek to something closer to a whisper. You could hear other sounds again. Birds, tentatively returning. The creak of the barn, your own footsteps in the snow. After months of wind that drowned out everything, the relative silence was disorienting, and then finally the snow stopped falling. Days passed without new accumulation. The sky remained cloudy, but the clouds weren't releasing their burden anymore. What was on the ground would stay on the ground, but nothing new was coming. This realization spread through trapped households, like a physical wave. The storm was ending. Winter was releasing its grip. Spring, impossible spring, was actually going to come. But the thaw revealed horrors that had been hidden under snow. As temperatures rose above freezing and snow began to melt, the dead emerged. Cattle everywhere. More cattle than anyone had imagined possible. They lay along fence lines, stacked 3 and 4 deep, where they'd crowded against barriers trying to escape the wind. They filled ravines, hundreds in a single coulee, frozen together into a grotesque mass. They lined riverbanks, piled where they'd sought water, and found ice instead. William rode out in mid-March to assess their losses. The snow had melted enough to navigate, though the ground was a swamp of mud and standing water. He rode for hours, seeing nothing but dead cattle. Their small herd of 30 head was gone, all 30 dead. Some near the barn where they'd sought shelter. Others scattered across their range, frozen in place, some still standing. The smell was overwhelming. As the carcasses thawed, they began to rot. The air across the plains filled with the sweet, cloying stench of decay. You couldn't escape it. It permeated clothing, hair, got into your mouth and nose until you tasted it constantly. Cowboys tied, scarves soaked in vinegar over their faces, but it barely helped. The financial devastation was absolute. Ranches that had run thousands of head found hundreds alive, if that. The great cattle companies, backed by Eastern and European money, went bankrupt overnight. Investors who'd expected returns of 20–30% instead lost everything. The boom was over. The cattle kingdom had fallen. But more important than money, more immediate, was the human cost. As spring progressed and travel became possible again, stories emerged. A family in Wyoming had burned their furniture for fuel, then their floorboards, then had frozen to death anyway. A cowboy in Montana had tried to reach town for supplies, got lost in a storm, and was found frozen solid sitting upright on his horse, both man and animal dead. Children died quietly in their sleep, their small bodies unable to maintain heat. Old people died the same way, peaceful endings to hard lives. Young men died trying to help, venturing out into storms to check on neighbors or cattle, never making it back. Women died in childbirth in cabins where no help could reach them. Babies dying with their mothers. The death toll among cattle was calculable, measurable, shocking in its enormity. Estimates ranged from 60 to 90% mortality across the northern plains. Hundreds of thousands of animals dead. But the human toll was harder to count. People died alone in isolated cabins, their bodies not discovered until spring. Whole families vanished. Homesteads found empty when the snow cleared. No trace of where the occupants had gone, or whether they'd survived. Theodore Roosevelt returned to his ransacked ranches and surveyed the ruin of his Western dreams. Cowboys, who'd barely survived, told stories of unimaginable hardship. Ranchers calculated losses that dwarfed their ability to recover. And slowly, painfully, everyone who'd survived began the work of rebuilding. But they rebuilt differently. The open range was dead, killed as surely as the cattle that had grazed it. Ranchers who continued in the business built barns, stored hay, kept smaller herds they could actually feed through winter. They fenced pastures, rotating cattle seasonally rather than letting them roam year-round. The cowboy, as romantic figure, driving vast herds across unfenced prairie, became a relic of a past that had ended in ice and death. The survivors were changed. Martha Ferguson emerged from that winter 20 pounds lighter, her hair gone grey at 32. William's hands shook for months afterward, trauma expressing itself in tremors he couldn't control. The children carried scars that wouldn't show. For years, psychological wounds that would shape their entire lives, but they'd survived. All of them. The Ferguson family made it through intact, which was more than many could say. And as spring truly arrived, as green grass pushed up through mud and trees began to bud and the sun returned with actual warmth, they began to remember what life could be. The first night Martha slept without waking every few hours, checking on her children. She woke feeling guilty for having rested. The first morning, William went outside and wasn't hit by killing cold. He stood in the barn doorway and cried. The children, resilient as children are, adapted more quickly. They ran outside in bare feet, feeling grass beneath their toes, relearning, joy they'd almost forgotten. Sleep in spring was different from sleep in winter. The fear was gone, the vigilance unnecessary. People slept deeply for the first time in months, their bodies finally feeling safe enough to truly rest. They slept for 10 hours, 12 hours, catching up on sleep debt accumulated over winter. They woke refreshed, amazed at the feeling, remembering what normal had felt like. But the dreams remained. For years afterward, survivors would wake from nightmares about the winter of 1887. They'd dream of being trapped, of being cold, of hearing cattle die, and being unable to help. These dreams would fade over time, but never entirely disappear. The winter had carved itself into their psyches, a permanent scar. And now, dear traveller through this story, we've reached the end of our journey through the coldest winter in wild West history. We've walked with cowboys in their bunkhouses, huddled with families around failing fires, witnessed the death of cattle and dreams, and an entire way of life. The Great Die-Up of 1887 was catastrophic. It killed hundreds of thousands of animals, bankrupted fortunes, and ended the era of open-range ranching forever. But more than that, it tested human endurance in ways few events ever have. It asked people to survive the unsurvivable, to sleep, in conditions where sleep seemed impossible, to maintain hope when hope was absurd, and they did. Not all of them, not even most of them without terrible cost, but enough survived to tell the story, to rebuild, to ensure that the lessons learned would protect future generations. As you lie in your warm bed tonight, safe from cold and storm, let yourself feel the profound gift of that warmth. The pioneers of the Wild West would have considered your comfort miraculous, impossible luxury beyond imagining. Central heating, insulated walls, blankets made in factories rather than woven by hand. You live in the future they could only dream of, the safety they fought to reach. Their struggle made this possible. Every improvement in building techniques, every advance in weather prediction, every system we have now to survive winter grew from lessons learned in disasters like the Great Die-Up. They suffered so that eventually people wouldn't have to suffer, so that sleep could be restful rather than survival, so that winter could be endured without terror. Let their memory settle over you gently now. Let the wind that screamed across the Montana plains become the whisper of your fan. Let the cold that killed become the pleasant coolness of your air conditioning. Let the hunger that gnawed at them become the satisfaction of knowing you can eat when you wake. You are safe, you are warm, you are comfortable in ways they couldn't have imagined. And as you drift towards sleep, carry with you gratitude for that safety. Honor their endurance by appreciating what you have. Remember their suffering by cherishing your comfort. The winter of 1887 is over. It has been over for more than a century, but its story remains, a testament to human resilience and the terrible power of nature. The cowboys and ranchers and children who lived through it are long gone, but their experience echoes forward to us, teaching us about survival, about courage, about the precious gift of a warm place to sleep. So sleep now, deeply and peacefully. Let the weight of blankets comfort rather than burden you. Let the darkness be restful rather than fearful. Let your dreams be gentle rather than haunted. The storm has passed. Spring has come. The long winter night is over, and you, in your warm bed, in your safe room, can rest without fear, can close your eyes without vigilance, can surrender to sleep, knowing you'll wake to warmth and safety. The Great Die-Up claimed so much, so many cattle, so many dreams, so much hope. But it couldn't claim everything. It couldn't kill the human capacity to endure, to adapt, to survive impossible conditions, and emerge, if not unscathed, then at least alive. Still capable of love, still capable of rebuilding, still capable of hope. That resilience lives in you too. You carry it in your genes, inherited from ancestors who survived winters and storms and hardships we can barely imagine. Their strength is your strength. Their determination is your determination. Their ability to close their eyes in terrible circumstances and wait to face another day is yours as well. You don't need it tonight. Tonight, you can simply rest. Let the story of the Great Die-Up fade like snow melting in spring sun. Let the cold recede. Let warmth embrace you completely. Sleep well, knowing that winter always ends, that spring always comes, that the coldest night eventually gives way to dawn. The pioneers of 1887 learned this truth at terrible cost. But they learned it, and they survived. And because of them, you live in a world where winter is manageable, where cold is temporary, where sleep is safe. Close your eyes now. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of your body sink into your mattress, supported and comfortable. You've traveled a long way tonight, through a winter that ended before you were born. You've witnessed suffering and endurance and the slow arrival of relief. Now it's time to find your own relief, your own rest, your own peaceful surrender to sleep. The wind has stopped screaming. The cold has lost its teeth. The cattle are grazing on green grass in valleys where snow once piled 20 feet deep. And you are here, warm and safe, ready to sleep, ready to dream gentle dreams, ready to wake refreshed to a world where the great die-up is history, where winter is a season rather than a death sentence, where sleep is rest rather than survival. Good night, traveler. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the coldest winter in Wild West history. May your own sleep be everything those pioneers couldn't have. May you wake warm and safe, grateful for the comfort that cost them so much to achieve. The storm is over. Spring has come. Sleep well.
Good evening and welcome back, friends. Tonight, we are going to journey through the Great Famine Winter, when medieval Europe froze for 7 years. As always, let me know where in the world you are listening in from. Get cozy, settle in, and let's begin. In the spring of 1315, a mother in northern England made an unthinkable decision. She locked her children inside their cottage, walked into the frozen wasteland, and never returned. But she wasn't abandoning them. She was saving them. Was she? Knew what all of Europe would soon discover was that the world itself was dying. The rain wouldn't stop. The cold wouldn't break. And for the next 7 years, winter would reign supreme. Her name was Marjorie of Durham, and her neighbors found her children 3 days later, alive, huddled around the last embers of their fire. The eldest, a boy of 9, clutched a note his mother had left. The priest who recorded it wrote that his hands shook as he read her words aloud. My flesh will buy them grain. My absence will grant them mercy. Tell them I walk toward God, not away from them. You see, Marjorie had understood something terrible. Something that would take the rest of Europe months to grasp. This wasn't just another harsh spring. This was the beginning of an extinction. The marketplace where she'd traded her body for bread had made the calculation clear. A living mother meant 5 mouths to feed. A missing mother meant for orphans. The church had to shelter, and the church still had grain, still had walls, still had hope that this nightmare would end. But here's what makes Marjorie's story so haunting. She wasn't unique. Parish records from 1315 show hundreds of similar disappearances. Parents vanishing into blizzards, elderly grandparents wandering into forests, always leaving notes, always locking doors from the outside, always walking toward death like it was salvation. The chronicler Geoffrey Le Baker would later write about that spring with words that feel pulled from nightmares. Rains began on St. George's Day and fell like God had forgotten how to do anything else. Not the warm rains of April that wake sleeping seeds, but frozen needles that killed whatever they touched. Crops didn't fail, they drowned standing. Rivers didn't flood, they exploded from their banks like wounded animals. Think about that. For a moment, you're a medieval peasant. Your entire world is 3 miles wide. Everything you know about survival, every technique your father taught you, every prayer your mother whispered, assumes one simple truth that seasons follow patterns. Spring brings life, summer brings growth, autumn brings harvest, winter brings rest. But what happens when spring never comes? When winter refuses to die? When the very foundation of existence cracks beneath your feet? That's what began in 1315. Not a famine, not a crisis, but the complete collapse of natural order. And Marjorie of Durham, walking into that frozen dawn, leaving her children behind to live, was just the first character in a story that would consume 15 million souls. Before it ended. The question isn't how Europe survived, it's what Europe became to survive it. Picture yourself waking up on Easter morning, 1315, in a small village outside Paris. Your neighbor Johannes jokes about yesterday's rain ruining his seedlings. His wife laughs, saying one wet spring never hurt anyone. Within 6 months, Johannes will trade his youngest daughter for a bag of moldy grain. His wife will disappear one night, and the village will pretend not to notice the fresh meat at the butcher's stall. But this morning, they're still laughing. The peculiar thing about catastrophe is how quietly it arrives. No trumpets, no divine warnings, just rain. Endless, crushing, biblical rain that began falling across Europe in May 1315 and simply didn't stop. That Easter morning in Kratzy-le-Chapelle, 20 miles from Paris, felt like any other. The baker Michel had risen at cockscrow to fire his ovens. His wife Agnes counted their silver, planning to buy young pigs at the summer fair. Their son Pierre played with wooden knights, recreating battles he'd never fight because there wouldn't be a world left to fight for. The church bells summoned them to Mass. Father Bernard, still young enough to believe suffering had meaning, delivered a sermon about resurrection, about new life, about God's promise that seed time and harvest would never cease. The congregation nodded along, comfortable in their certainty. Why wouldn't they be? Their grandfathers had survived wars. Their fathers had survived plagues. Surely they could survive a little rain. But if you'd looked carefully that morning really, Latude have seen the signs. The sparrows that usually nested in the church eaves were gone. Not dead, gone. The cats had stopped hunting, instead huddling in doorways with their fur perpetually damp. And the old women, the ones who remembered the harsh winter of 1258, had started hoarding soldat. Johannes, the man who joked about his seedlings, was a cloth merchant. Successful enough to own 2 cows and rent 3 strips of land. His wife Marie had borne him 7 children, 4 still living, which made them lucky by medieval standards. Their youngest, Isabel, had just turned 6, hair like spun gold. Her father would say, worth its weight in gold, someone else would say 6 months later, weighing her against a sack of spoiled wheat. The rain that Easter was unusual only in its persistence. It had fallen for 3 days straight, turning the roads to mud, keeping the holiday merchants away. But rain in April wasn't catastrophe, it was inconvenience. The real terror wouldn't begin until May 15th, the feast of St. Dymphna, when the rain turned cold. Brother Francis of the Abbey St. Denis recorded it first. He'd been copying manuscripts when he noticed his breath misting in the scriptorium. In May, at midday, the ink froze on his quill. He thought perhaps illness had taken him. Fever turned backward into chills. Then he saw the other monks rubbing their hands, saw the frost forming on the inside of the windows. By June, That cold rain had become something medieval Europeans had no word for. We might call it freezing rain, but they called it devil spit. Water that fell as liquid but froze on contact. Entire fields became sheets of ice in summer. Roses bloomed and died in the same hour, encased in crystal tombs. The wheat, which should have been knee-high and green, stood stunted and yellow. The barley rotted in the earth before it could sprout. The rye grew, but wrong-twisted, black, infected with something that would later be recognized as ergot, the fungus that causes hallucinations and gangrene. Some villagers, desperate for any harvest, ate it anyway. They danced themselves to death in the streets, laughing as their fingers turned black and fell off. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's return to Johannes and his family, because their story is everyone's story. By late May, Johannes had stopped joking about anything. The constant rain had ruined the roads, making trade impossible. No merchants could travel, which meant no cloth could be sold, which meant no coins for bread. Not that there was bread to buy. The baker Michel had closed his ovens now. Grain meant no flour, meant no purpose to the fire. June brought the first death in Crassy-la-Chapelle. Not from starvation, not yet. Old Catherine, who'd survived 70 winters, simply gave up. She announced at Sunday Mass that God had abandoned them, walked home, lay down in her bed, and willed herself to die. The priest called it despair, a mortal sin. But privately, he envied her escape. The real horror began in July, when the rain briefly stopped. For 3 days, the sun appeared, weak and watery but present. The villagers rushed to salvage what they could, to plant anything that might grow before autumn. They worked day and night, hands bloody from tearing at the muddy earth, planting beans, turnips, anything fast-growing. On the 4th day, the hail began. Not regular hail. Chunks of ice the size of fists, driven sideways by winds that shouldn't exist in summer. They shattered shutters, killed chickens, knocked full-grown men unconscious. When it stopped, nothing remained of those desperate plantings. The fields looked like they'd been trampled by an army of giants. That's when Johannes made his first, unthinkable choice. He killed one of his cows, not for meat yet but for mercy. It was starving, crying constantly, too weak to stand. He told his children it had gotten sick, but Marie knew. She saw him save the blood in buckets, saw him portion it carefully with their dwindling barley. Blood pudding would keep them alive another week. Argus arrived wearing winter's clothes. Frost in the mornings, ice on the water buckets, breath misting even at noon. The second cow died on its own, and Johannes counted it lucky. They ate everything: the meat, the organs, the marrow from the bones. They boiled the hide for soup. They ground the bones for flour. Nothing was waste, because waste meant death. Brother Thomas of Westminster Abbey wrote something strange in his chronicle that summer. The heavens have forgotten how to cease their tears. At first, monks like Thomas saw it as God testing their faith. A brief punishment, maybe for the wars between England and Scotland, maybe for the French king arresting the Pope. Surely it would pass. But then came the letters from sister monasteries. From Cologne, our fields are lakes. From Florence, the Arno has swallowed 3 villages. From Krakow, the children ask what the sun looked like. What terrified Thomas? wasn't the rain itself, it was the temperature. In July, the height of summer, he could see his breath while saying morning prayers. Ice formed on the altar wine, and still the rain fell. The monastery's chronicle, which Thomas kept with meticulous care, tells us exactly when normal ended and nightmare began. June 23rd, the eve of St. John, traditionally celebrated with bonfires that burned until dawn. That year, no fire would stay lit. The rain fell horizontally, driven by winds that belonged to December, not midsummer. Thomas wrote, "The brothers attempted 7 times to light the sacred fire. Each time, the rain doused it before a single prayer could be spoken. Prior William declared it a sign of what he dared not say." Thomas had been corresponding with monasteries across Christendom for 20 years. His position as chronicler meant he received letters from abbeys in Scotland to Sicily, from Ireland to Poland. Usually, these letters discussed theological matters, requested copied manuscripts, or shared news of appointments and deaths. But starting in July 1315, every letter carried the same message, dressed in different words. Something was terribly wrong with God's creation. From Melrose Abbey in Scotland came a letter that made Thomas's hands shake. "Brother, we write to you from hell, frozen over. It is July, yet we break ice from our wells each morning. The barley stands drowned in fields that have become swamps. Yesterday, we found a shepherd frozen to death. In July, Brother Thomas. He was young, strong, only 20 summers. We found him standing upright, eyes open, still holding his crook. The sheep around him were ice statues. Have we entered the end times? The abbot of Cluny in France sent word that would have been dismissed as madness any other year. The vine withers as if cursed. The soil rejects all seed. We have consulted. Our oldest records nothing, speaks of summer frost, of hail in August, of rain that burns like ice. Our farmers weep in the fields, beating the mud with their fists, begging it to remember its purpose. From the German monasteries came increasingly frantic reports. The prior of Reichenau wrote, "Lake Constance rises daily. Entire villages now exist only as church bells tolling beneath the waves. We ring our own bells in answer, but God remains deaf. The rain tastes of sulphur. Birds fall from the sky mid-flight, frozen solid. What sin has mankind committed to earn such wrath?" But it was a letter from an Italian monastery that contained the most chilling observation. Brother Antonio of Monte Cassino, a learned man who'd studied both scripture and natural philosophy, wrote, "This is not divine punishment. Brother Thomas, I have read the ancient texts, Greek and Roman both. This happened before. They called it the years without summer. Crops failed, empires fell, and mankind retreated to caves. We are not being punished. We are being erased." Thomas himself had begun keeping detailed records of the weather, something unprecedented for the time. His entries from July 1315 read, "Like fever dreams. July 4th, Feast of St. Ulrich. Rain for 16 straight hours. Temperature cold enough that we wore winter robes to matins. 2 brothers collapsed during prayers, their lips blue. July 11th. The rain has not ceased for 40 hours. We cannot light fires. We eat cold porridge and pray with numb fingers. Brother Matthew suggests we are experiencing Noah's flood again. Prior William had him whipped for heresy. But privately, we all wonder. July 19th. Something impossible today. The rain froze as it fell, coating everything in ice. In July, the vegetable garden is destroyed. Every plant encased in crystal, beautiful and dead. We gathered to pray, but the words stuck in our throats. How do you pray when creation itself seems broken? The correspondence between monasteries became increasingly desperate as summer crawled toward autumn. They began sharing survival techniques rather than theological debates. How to keep manuscripts from molding in the constant damp. How to preserve food when nothing would dry. How to maintain faith when every prayer for sun was answered with more rain. From Prague came instructions for building underground storage that might resist the water. From Dublin came recipes for making bread from acorns and chestnuts. From Rome came silence. The Holy See had problems of its own, with the Tiber flooding the papal palace repeatedly. Thomas noted something else, something that wouldn't be fully understood for centuries. The rain wasn't uniform. It would pound. One region while barely touching another 20 miles away. But those dry spots weren't lucky, they were cursed differently. Without rain, but with temperatures below freezing in summer, crops still died. Wells still froze. People still starved. A letter from the Bishop of Bergen in Norway contained an observation that haunts historians today. The merchants from Iceland have not come. They were due in May, as always. It is now August. Ships sent to investigate found the sea routes blocked by mountains of ice that should not exist in summer, or perhaps should not exist at all. The sailors speak of icebergs, tall as cathedrals, moving south like an army of frozen giants. By late August, Thomas's own entries had taken on a tone of barely controlled panic. We have begun rationing in August. The harvest is already lost, and we must survive on stores meant for winter. But what winter awaits us if summer itself has become frozen? Prior William no longer speaks of God's tests. He speaks of God's absence. The most telling entry comes from September 3rd. Brother Francis asked me today why I still write these chronicles. Who will read them? Who will survive to care about the weather of a dead year? I had no answer. I write because the act of writing means I still believe in tomorrow. When I stop writing, I stop hoping. So I write of rain, of cold, of death creeping closer. I write because someone must witness the ending of the world. Imagine watching your entire years work everything you need to survive a rotting in the field before your eyes. Not failing to grow, not dying from drought, but literally dissolving into grey sludge. A French peasant named Guillaume left us. A rare written account dictated to a priest. The wheat stood tall and green in June, promising the best harvest in memory. By August, it was black soup. The smell, God forgive me, it smelled like death before death had even come. But here's where our story takes its first dark turn. The failed harvest of 1315 was just the opening act. Because while the peasants mourned their rotted grain, something else was happening. Something that would transform a bad harvest into an apocalypse. Guillaume of Soissons was not a typical peasant. He'd served in the king's army, learned his letters during a campaign, and returned home with enough silver to rent 5 strips of prime farmland. His account, preserved because the priest thought it might matter someday, gives us the only peasants. I view of the catastrophe unfolding in those fields. I have seen men die with their guts spilling onto French soil. Gideon told the priest. But watching my wheat die was worse. A man dies once. My wheat died every day for 60 days, and each morning I watched it die again. The process was unlike anything farmers had encountered. Usually, crop failure was quick frost, drought, or pests. You knew within days if you were ruined. But 1315 tortured them with hope. Gideon described walking his fields each dawn, and each dawn finding a new horror. First, the stalks grew too fast. In June, they shot up like they were racing toward heaven. We thought ourselves blessed. My wife danced between the rows, saying we'd have enough to sell, enough to buy that ox we'd dreamed of. The children planned what they'd eat at harvest feast: honey cakes, white bread, meat every Sunday until Christmas. But the unnatural growth was a warning, not a blessing. The constant rain and bizarre temperature swings had triggered something in the plantsa. Desperate attempt to reproduce before dying. The stalks grew tall but hollow. The kernels formed but never filled. By July, the color started changing. Not all at once. First, little spots like rust on a blade. We told ourselves it was nothing, just moisture. It would pass, but the spots spread. They merged, they consumed. A field that was green at sunrise would be brown by sunset. What Gideon was describing, though he couldn't know it, was a perfect storm of plant diseases. The cold, wet conditions had created ideal breeding grounds for multiple fungi. Stem rust, leaf blight, and ergot attacked simultaneously. But ergot was the cruelest. It didn't just destroy the grain, it transformed it into poison. The heads of wheat turned black and swollen, like fingers left too long in water. When you touched them, they burst, releasing clouds of black dust that made you cough blood. My neighbor Henry, trying to save something, anything, gathered these black kernels. His family ate bread made from them. Within 3 days, his children were screaming about devils in the walls. His wife's fingers turned black and fell off. Henry himself danced naked in the square until his heart burst. The aristocracy, watching from their castles, initially felt secure. They had stores from previous years, contracts with merchants, the ability to import grain. The Lord of Soissons, Robert de Courtenay, even rode through the failing fields in July, telling the peasants not to despair, that he would reduce their taxes, that no one would starve. But Lord Robert didn't understand what Gideon understood. This wasn't one bad harvest. This was the end of agriculture itself. The ground changed. Gillam explained. It wasn't soil anymore. The rain had been falling so long, so hard, that all the good earth washed away. What remained was grey clay. That wouldn't hold seed, wouldn't grow weeds, wouldn't even grow the grass. It was like God had salted the earth, but with water instead of salt. By August, desperation drove innovation. Farmers tried everything their ancestors had never dreamed of. They built fires in the fields, trying to dry the soil. They dug drainage ditches that filled faster than they could empty them. They brought their livestock to sleep among the crops, hoping animal warmth might save something. An educated monk observing these efforts wrote, "They perform rituals that border on paganism, dancing naked under the full moon, burying live cats at field corners, bleeding themselves onto the soil. They have forgotten Christ and remembered older, darker gods, yet still the crops fail." The nobility began to panic when they realized the Implications. No harvests meant no taxes. No taxes meant no armies. No armies meant no power. The entire feudal system depended on agricultural surplus. Without it, civilization itself would collapse. The Bishop of Reims recorded a meeting of local lords in August 1315. Lord Thibaut suggested we take what grain remains by force, store it in our castles, and let God sort the living from the dead. Lord Gautier proposed we sell our lands to Italian merchants who don't yet know of our catastrophe. Lord Felipe said nothing, just sharpened his sword throughout the meeting. We all knew what he was thinking. When the starving masses come, sharp steel might buy us more time than prayer. But it was Gwellem's final observation that proved most prophetic. The worst part wasn't the hunger we knew was coming. It was what hunger would make us become. I saw my neighbor Marcel looking at his plump daughter differently, not with father's love, with a butcher's calculation. I saw wives eyeing husbands who'd grown too weak to work. I saw children forming packs, like wolf cubs learning to hunt. The priest asks me what I think God wants from us. I tell him God is done wanting. Now he's taking, and he's going to keep taking until there's nothing left but rain and mud and sigh. And mud and sigh. The memory of what men used to be before they became animals again. The failed harvest of 1315 wasn't measured in bushels of lost grain. It was measured in the systematic destruction of hope. Every rural community in Europe had lived with the same rhythm for 1,000 years. Plant in spring, tend in summer, harvest in autumn, survive on stores through winter. That cycle was civilization. And in 1315, the cycle broke. By September, even the weeds had given up. Fields that should have been golden with wheat or barley were instead grey seas of mud, punctuated by the black skeletons of dead trees. The only things that grew were fungous, bulbous things that appeared overnight in colors nature had never intended. Purple, electric blue, sick yellow. Children who ate them died laughing. Adults who ate them died screaming. The recording priest added his own note to Gwillem's testimony. This man speaks truth. I have seen the fields myself. They look like God's own graveyard, waiting for the corpses that will soon fill them. We are not facing a famine. We are facing an extinction. May whoever finds this record pray for our souls, for by the time you read this, we will surely be past praying for ourselves. In September 1315, a strange sickness appeared among the cattle of Norfolk. Within days, it spread to sheep, then pigs, then horses. The animals didn't just die, they died screaming. A contemporary account describes cattle crying like humans. In their agony, their tongues swollen black, their eyes weeping blood. Modern historians call it marin, but medieval Europeans had another name for it. Devil's touch. Because healthy animals would drop dead mid-step. A cow giving milk at dawn would be a corpse by noon, and the speed of transmission defied Logicantia herds gone in hours. But I haven't told you the worst part yet. The animals that survived. They changed. Horses began eating meat. Pigs turned. Feral, forming packs that hunted. And the rats. The rats disappeared entirely. Where did they go? That mystery wouldn't be solved for another 30 years, when they returned, carrying something far worse than hunger. The first recorded death was a prize bull named Samson, owned by the Earl of Norwich, worth more than most villagers earned. In a year, Samson was protected like royalty-sheltered stable, imported feed, 3 stable boys attending him constantly. On September 8th, he was healthy enough to breed. By September 9th, he was dead, his massive body twisted in angles that bones shouldn't allow. Foam tinged pink with blood dried around his mouth. The Earl's stable master, a methodical man named Walter, documented what happened next with the precision of someone who knew he was witnessing something unprecedented. The sickness jumped from Samson to the cows without touch, without sharing water, without even sharing air. They were in separate barns, yet by sunset, 17 were dead. Their deaths were not peaceful. They bellowed with voices that sounded human. They thrashed until their bones broke through their hides. They died with their eyes open, staring at something we could not see. Within a week, every cow in Norfolk was either dead or dying. But the disease didn't respect species boundaries. Sheep began falling next, their wool turning grey overnight before they collapsed. Then pigs, usually hardy enough to survive anything, started dying in ways that defied nature. They'd squeal for hours, a sound witnesses compared to children, screaming before their hearts simply exploded. A traveling merchant named Otto from Flanders recorded what he saw on the roads. I have traveled these paths for 20 years. I know where every farm keeps its herds. Today, I counted 4,000 dead cattle between Lynn and Norwich. They lie where they fell in fields, on roads, some still standing upright, held by mud that is frozen around their legs. The smell reaches you a mile before you see them. Sweet rot mixed with something chemical, like copper left in vinegar. The speed of death was matched only by its strangeness. Animals died in patterns that suggested intelligent entire herds forming perfect circles before collapsing inward. Flocks of sheep arranging themselves in lines before dying in sequence, like dominoes. Witnesses spoke of animals appearing to communicate across species before death, horses whinnying to cows who lowed back, as if sharing some terrible knowledge. But then came the transformations among survivors, and this is where chronicle accounts become almost too bizarre to believe, except that multiple independent sources confirm the same phenomena. Sir William de Ross, a knight with lands across Yorkshire, wrote to the Archbishop of York, "Your Grace must believe what I write, though it sounds like madness. My destrier, Caesar, a warhorse I've ridden into 3 battles, has begun hunting. Not grazing, hunting. I watched him corner a rabbit, kill it with his hooves, and eat it. He tears flesh with teeth never meant for meat. Other horses flee from him now. He stands alone in his paddock, blood on his muzzle, waiting for something none of us understand. The pigs were worse. Those that survived the plague didn't return to their pens. They grouped together in the forests, moving in coordinated packs. A woodcutter named Thomas testified to the Bishop of Ely. 20 of them, maybe more, moving like wolves, but smarter than wolves. They set ambushes. They used one injured piglet as bait to draw a merchant from his cart. When he climbed down to help him, the others came from the trees. We found his bones 3 days later, picked clean, arranged in a pile like they were showing off. The transformation wasn't limited to behavior. Physical changes occurred that medieval veterinarians couldn't explain. Horses grew longer teeth, sharp enough to tear meat. Pigs developed thicker hides that arrows couldn't pierce. Chickens that survived grew black feathers, regardless of their original coloring, and their eggs when cracked, contained blood instead of yolk. A learned monk, Brother Adlard, who had studied Arabic texts on animal husbandry, proposed a theory. The beasts know something we do not. They sense the world itself is dying and are changing to survive in whatever hellscape follows. They are becoming what they need to be. The question is, what does that make us? Who cannot change? The economic implications were immediate and catastrophic. Medieval society ran on animal power. Oxen pulled plows. Horses carried knights. Sheep provided wool. Cattle gave milk and meat. Without them, agriculture collapsed entirely. You couldn't plant without oxen. You couldn't travel without horses. You couldn't stay warm without wool. The reeve of a manor in Lincolnshire left records showing the speed of collapse. September 1st, 200 cattle, 500 sheep, 60 pigs, 20 horses. October 1st, 3 cattle, 12 sheep, 0 pigs, 2 horses. The 2 horses that remain will not accept saddle or bridle. They watch us with eyes that show too much white. We dare not approach them. Desperate attempts at prevention failed spectacularly. Some communities tried isolating healthy animals, only to watch them die faster in confinement. Others attempted ancient remedies, hanging holly over stable doors, painting crosses in lamb's blood on barns, burying horse skulls at crossroads. The Bishop of Winchester ordered all animals blessed with holy water. They died mid-blessing, falling dead at the priest's feet. The most disturbing account comes from a monastery in Somerset, where Brother Francis observed something that shouldn't have been possible. The rats are gone. All of them. Not dead weave, found no bodies, simply vanished. The cats who hunted them sit in empty granaries, mewing at shadows. The barn owls have stopped hunting, stopped calling. Some have been found dead with full bellies, as if they ate something that killed them from within. But there are no rats. Where did they go? Into the walls, under the earth, or somewhere else entirely, somewhere they can wait out what's coming. This observation would prove prophetic. The rats had indeed gone somewhere deep into Eastern European forests, into cave systems, into places where they could breed and change and feast on the endless supply of corpses the famine would provide. When they returned in the 1340s, they brought the Black Death with them, as if they'd been preparing their revenge for 30 years. But in September 1315, all anyone knew was that the animals were dying or changing, and without them, human survival became nearly impossible. The social contract that had existed between human and beast for millennia, we feed you, you serve us, shattered completely. Nature itself had declared war on civilization, and the animals were its first casualties. In London, December 1315, something unprecedented happened. A wealthy merchant named Richard de Barkin tried to buy bread with a gold coin worth more than most people saw in a lifetime. The baker laughed in his face. "Can your gold fill my children's bellies? Can it bring back the grain?" This is the moment medieval Europe's entire economic system shattered. For the first time in recorded history, food became more valuable than gold. The price of wheat increased 800% in 6 months. But those are just numbers. Let me tell you what that really meant. Richard de Barkin wasn't just any merchant. He controlled the wine trade from Bordeaux to London, owned 3 ships, and held contracts with the royal household. His wealth was legendary. He'd once bought an entire street in London just to evict a rival. On that December morning, he walked into Thomas Baker's shop on Bread Street carrying a gold noble, a coin worth 80 silver pence, enough to buy a horse. Thomas Baker, his hands still dusted with the last of his flour, looked at the coin like it was a stone. "I have one loaf left," he said, "my last flour. When it's gone, I close my doors forever. That loaf goes to my children. Your gold cannot create grain from nothing." Richard, accustomed to gold opening every door, placed 2 more nobles on the counter. Thomas swept them onto the floor. "Take your metal to the Thames and see if the fish will trade bread for it. I'll keep my loaf." The story spread through London within hours, not because a rich man was refused bread, but because everyone suddenly understood. The fundamental assumption of civilization that money could buy necessities had died. The keeper of the Royal Exchange, Simon de Canterbury, recorded the complete collapse of monetary meaning. December 1st, 1 penny buys a loaf. December 15th, 1 shilling buys a loaf. December 30th, 1 pound buys a loaf. January 13, 16, no amount buys a loaf, for there are no loaves to buy. But the breakdown went deeper than inflation. The very concept of value imploded. A manuscript from Guildhall records an exchange that would have been incomprehensible months earlier. Margaret Carpenter traded her wedding ring, passed down 5 generations, for 2 turnips. John Smithson offered his house for a ham. The hams. Owner refused. The guild system, which had regulated trade for centuries, collapsed overnight. The worshipful company of bakers, once among London's most powerful guilds, disbanded when 8 of 12 members died trying to defend their shops from crowds. Their final record, dated January 3rd, 1316, states, "We dissolve this fellowship, as there is nothing left to fellow over. May God forgive what we have become." In Paris, the situation grew even more surreal. The provost of merchants, attempting to maintain order, issued daily price controls. Every morning, he'd announce the maximum legal price for bread. Every evening, bakers would ignore it entirely. One baker, hauled before the provost for charging 30 times the legal rate, responded, "Hang me if you wish. My corpse will bake no bread. Pay my price or starve legally, those are your choices." The relationship between social classes inverted overnight. A peasant with a hidden store of grain wielded more power than a duke with chests of gold. The Chronicle of St. Denis's records, the Count of Champagne, among the realm's richest men, was seen begging at a farmer's door. The farmer, who once would have been flogged for looking the Count in the eye, kept him waiting 3 hours before trading a sack of mouldy oats for the Count's sword, armor, and signet ring. Venice, Europe's commercial heart, tried to maintain normalcy through imports. The Doge sent ships to Egypt, to Constantinople, to anywhere grain might exist. Most never returned. Those that did brought news that shattered hope. The catastrophe wasn't regional. From Ireland to Poland, from Scotland to Sicily, the earth had stopped providing. A Venetian merchant's letter to his partner survives. "I have 40,000 ducats in gold. Yesterday, I tried to buy bread with it all. The baker said he'd rather throw his last loaf to the fish than trade it for coins. I offered him my palazzo. He laughed and said, 'Can I eat marble? Can I digest paintings? We have invented money, created banking, built commerce. None of it matters when there is nothing to buy.'" The church, traditionally the provider of last resort, faced impossible mathematics. The Abbey of Cluny's accounts show their dilemma starkly. We have grain for 300 souls for 6 months. 7,000 souls crowd our gates. If we feed all 4, compassion's sake, all die in 3 weeks. If we feed only our brothers, we survive but lose our purpose. Christ multiplied loaves in Phaedrus. We can only divide and subtract. Some monasteries chose martyrdom through generosity, opening their stores until empty, then dying with those they tried to save. Others became fortresses, monks armed with clubs, defending walls, while starving crowds pleaded outside. The abbot of Glastonbury wrote, "We have become what we swore never to be, choosers of who lives and who dies. Each grain of wheat is a decision, each meal is a judgment. We are not God, yet we play him daily." The collapse of money created new forms of trade that horrified contemporary observers. The Bishop of Lincoln recorded, "Women sell themselves, not for coin, but for bread. A loaf buys what gold cannot. Mothers auction their children to whoever can feed them. These are not choices. These are mathematics of survival." In Hamburg, they developed a grotesque solution: the flesh market. Not selling human flesh, not yet, but selling the promise of it. People would sign contracts pledging their bodies after death in exchange for food while living. A German merchant wrote, "The dying sell their future corpses for present bread. Buyers mark their purchases, waiting like vultures. When someone falls, arguments break out over whose property they've become." The English crown attempted to maintain control through force. Edward II issued proclamations making food hoarding punishable by death. The result: those with food hid it better. Royal agents searching for hidden grain often found families dead of starvation, sitting around empty tables, having hidden their food so well they couldn't find it themselves in their final delirium. A royal clerk named William de Dean recorded, "The futility. We hanged a man for hiding grain. The crowd watching the execution fought over his shoes before he stopped kicking. We cannot hang hunger. We cannot execute starvation. The king commands the rain to stop, the crops to grow, the natural order to restore itself. The rain continues. The king might as well command the dead to rise." By February 1316, even the concept of theft had changed. How could taking food be a crime when not taking it meant death? London's courts stopped prosecuting food theft after jurors refused to convict. One judge wrote, "A man stole bread from a child. The child's mother killed the thief with her bare hands. Who is the criminal? Who is the victim?" Our laws were written for a world where food existed. That world is gone. The most profound change was in how people understood wealth itself. For 1,000 years, wealth meant gold, land, titles, power. Now it meant calories. The Archbishop of Canterbury observed, "A beggar with a hidden turnip is richer than a lord with a castle." We spent centuries accumulating treasures that now mean nothing. We should have been stockpiling grain. But who could imagine a world where gold couldn't buy bread? Who could conceive of money itself becoming worthless? This economic collapse wasn't temporary. Even after the harvests eventually returned, the absolute faith in currency never fully recovered. People remembered when gold meant nothing, when coins were just metal, when the entire elaborate system of commerce crumbled before the simple reality of hunger. They remembered when the only currency that mattered was food, and the only exchange rate was survival. Agnes's Norwich recorded in her household accounts the progression of what her family ate as 1316 dawned. January, barley bread mixed with sawdust. February, acorn flour and ground bones. March, boiled leather and tree bark. April's entry is just one line. We no longer record what we eat. The creativity of starvation is horrifying. Pine needles ground into paste. Clay mixed with the last drops of milk to make it filling. Parents secretly bleeding themselves at night to mix blood into their children's gruel for protein. But in the city of Erfurt, they discovered something that would haunt Europe's collective memory forever. The local tanner, a man who had grown mysteriously fat while others starved, was found to have a peculiar source of leather. The city records state only, he was burned alive by common consent, and none would speak of what was found in his cellar. Agnes of Norwich was a merchant's widow who'd kept meticulous household accounts for 20 years. Her ledger, preserved in Norwich Cathedral, transforms from mundane records into a descent through hell. Her husband had died in late 1315, leaving her with 4 children and what seemed like adequate stores. She'd managed households through hard times before. But this was different. January 1316. Mix true barley with sawdust from Thomas Carpenter's shop. 1 part grain to 1 part wood. The children notice but do not complain. The sawdust fills their bellies even if it provides no sustenance. We tell ourselves it is fibre, like bran. We pretend not to see the splinters in their stall. The recipe sections of her ledger became increasingly elaborate as real ingredients vanished. Acorn bread. Gather acorns before the pigs find them. Boil. 7 times to remove bitterness, the water turns black as sign. Dry what remains. Grind with stone's mill wheels are too precious for such base material. Mix with water and anything that binds egg. If God provides, blood if he doesn't. Bake until it stops smelling of forest rot. By February, even her precise nature couldn't hide the desperation. Bone meal from the butcher, he claims it's sheep, but the fragments look human-sized. I do not ask. Mix with the last acorn flour. Add melted snow, clean snow from rooftops, not the ground where the dead have lain. The children eat, their teeth hurt from the grinding. Better tooth pain than belly pain. A travelling monk who sheltered with Agnes that February wrote his own account. The widow feeds her children soup that is merely hot water, with leather boiled until it releases some essence of the animal it once was. She watches them drink it, with such intensity as if her gaze could transform it into beef stew. The youngest boy asks what meat this is. She says it is shukau. He accepts this. The substitutions became a science. Flemish merchants developed detailed guides for extending food that read like alchemical texts. Pine needle tea provides the sensation of eating when boiled thick enough. Add chalk dust for substance. The stomach believes it is full for precious hours. Warning: more than 3 cups daily causes blood in the urine. In Paris, a baker named Henry Fouquet was arrested for his miracle bread that stayed fresh for weeks. Under torture, he revealed the secret. Ground bones mixed with plaster, baked with real flour, spread only on the outside. People see bread. Smell bread, initially tastes bread, he confessed. By the time they realize it's mostly limestone and corpse dust, they're too hungry to care. The Guild of Physicians in Montpellier documented the physical effects of these substitutions. Patients present with bellies swollen like pregnant women, yet they starve. Cut open after death, we find stomachs packed with clay, leather, wood, pulp, everything except food. They die full of nothing. Their bodies refuse to process tree bark into sustenance, no matter how finely ground, how carefully prepared. Children adapted faster than adults, developing tastes for the impossible. A priest in Reims wrote, "The young ones seek out specific trees, knowing which bark tastes less bitter. They have favorites: soak over ash, young wood over old. They teach each other which mushrooms cause the least pain, which grasses fill the belly longest." Children who should be learning Latin are instead becoming experts in eating the inedible. But March brought innovations that crossed into nightmare. Agnes's ledger, her handwriting now shaky. Martha Fisher says fresh blood from living animals goes further than from the dead. A cup drawn from a cow still walking provides more strength than meat from a week-old corpse. We take turns cutting our last goat, keeping it alive, taking just enough. It screams now when it sees us coming with the bowl. The monastery at Fulda recorded even darker adaptations. Brother Marcus suggests we bleed ourselves in rotation, each monk providing for others. The abbot forbids it, calling it cannibalism by degrees. But when the abbot falls ill, we find he's been secretly bleeding himself to feed the youngest novices. His arms are covered in cuts. He dies drained, literally and figuratively. In London, they discovered people grinding the mortar from between stones of ancient Roman walls. It contained traces of animal blood used in its mixing centuries ago. "They call it stone soup," wrote the sheriff. "They believe Roman blood maintains potency across 1,000 years. The city walls are disappearing as people eat our defenses." The absolute nadir came in Erfurt, where Hermann the tanner had maintained his weight while everyone else became skeletal. His neighbors noticed he always had meat, always had leather to work, even as all animals had died months ago. They noticed, too, that missing persons' clothes appeared in his shop, cleaned and folded. The investigation began when a mother recognized her missing daughter's distinctive birthmark on a piece of leather. The city records are deliberately vague. Found in his cellar, barrels of salt meat bearing no resemblance to any beast, skins hanging that showed tattoos and scars, bones too stray to be cattle, too thick to be pig. The mob didn't wait for trial. They sealed Hermann in his own tanning vat and boiled him alive. His screams lasted 3 hours. No one considered this excessive, but Hermann wasn't unique. Across Europe, the mathematics of survival created impossible choices. A Dutch merchant wrote, "In Amsterdam, we no longer ask what meat is served. We know, we all know, but we eat it and pretend it's pork. The alternative is death. God forgive us, but he's the one who sent this famine." Agnes of Norwich's final food relay entry, April 1316, is indeed just one line. We no longer record what we eat, but she continued writing other observations. May, my youngest son no longer asks for food. June, found Margaret's teeth in her bed. They fell out in the night. July, we have forgotten the taste of bread. August contains no words, just tally marks, possibly counting days, possibly counting deaths. The last entry, September 1316, in a different hand. Agnes died this morning. We found her in the garden, eating earth, smiling. She said it tasted like heaven. We buried her where she fell. The ground was already open from her feeding. We are what remains of her family. We have survived in what she taught us to eat. We have survived in what she refused to eat. Both lessons were love. The great substitution wasn't just about replacing food with non-food. It was about replacing civilization with survival, morality with mathematics, humanity with hunger. Every successful substitution, every recipe for bark bread, every method for making leather edible was both a triumph of human ingenuity and a step toward something inhuman. Here's a question that sounds simple until you're living it. If you have enough food for your family to survive 6 months, but your neighbor's children are dying today, what do? Share and all die in 3 months? Or bar your door and listen to them cry? A priest in Ghent documented these impossible choices. A mother of 4, calculating exactly how much food each child needed based on their chances of survival. The strongest got more, the weakest ... didn't. She loved them all, he wrote. That's why she chose. Father Benedict of Ghent had been a priest for 30 years when the famine came. His parish records, instead of births and deaths, became a chronicle of moral arithmetic that would haunt him until his own death. He wrote not in Latin, but in common Flemish, wanting everyone to understand what survival really cost. Elizabeth van Meer, mother of 4, widow, has grain hidden beneath her floor enough for 6 months if one person eats, 3 months if to eat, 6 weeks if all 5 eat. She came to confession not for absolution but for mathematics. Father, she said, tell me God's formula for choosing which children live. Elizabeth's children ranged from 14 to 3. The eldest, Jan, strong enough to work if work existed. The twins, Marie and Catherine, 9 years old, clever but frail. The youngest, Peter, barely walked but consumed as much as the others. Father Benedict recorded her terrible calculus. She weighs them each week on the merchant scale. Charts their decline. Jan loses weight, slowest his body large enough to consume itself gradually. Peter loses fastest, no reserves in that tiny frame. The twins fall between. She creates equations. If Jan gets double rations for 3 weeks, he might strong enough to steal food for the others. If Peter gets nothing for 3 days, his suffering ends and the others get 9 more days each. These are not thoughts, these are numbers. Cold, merciless numbers. The priest watched Elizabeth transform from mother to mathematician. She no longer sees children. She sees survival probabilities. Jan, 70% chance if fed properly. The twins, 40% each if maintained, but 60% for one if the other stops eating. Peter, 15% regardless. She doesn't cry when she does these calculations. Tears are water the body cannot spare. But Elizabeth wasn't unique. Across Europe, parents performed similar calculations. A merchant in Bruges is left a ledger that makes accountants weep. Assets, 3 children, 1 wife, self, liabilities, love, compassion, memory of better times. Formula for survival. Assets minus liabilities equals tomorrow. In London, a wealthy lawyer named Thomas Hardwick documented his family's rationing system with legal precision. Established a tribunal each morning. Each family member presents their case for food. Activities of previous day weighed against probable future utility. Wife sewing equals quarter ration. Son studying equals eighth ration. Knowledge feeds no one now. Daughter spinning equals half ration. Wool still has value. Baby crying equals no ration. Noise attracts hungry neighbors. The mathematics extended beyond families. Entire communities developed survival algorithms. The village of Wickham created what they called the life lottery. Every Sunday, families drew lots. Winners got the week's communal food. Losers got nothing. But here's the insane part. Families could trade lottery tickets. A mother with one child might sell her chance to a father with 4, calculating that certain death with payment beat probable death without. Father Benedict recorded a town meeting that descended into pure calculation. The baker proposed we stop feeding anyone over 50, they've lived their lives. The blacksmith countered, we stop feeding anyone under 5, they're too young to remember better times. Won't miss what they never knew. The mayor suggested we feed only those who can work. The priest asked who would bury the dead. The meeting ended with no decision. Mathematics cannot solve philosophy. The church itself wasn't immune to these calculations. The Bishop of Tonnerre issued guidelines that read like actuarial tables. Orphans under 7. Half rations. Orphans 7 to 12. Full rations if they work. Orphans over 12. No rations old enough to fend for themselves. Widows with children, proportional to number of surviving offspring. Widows without children, God will provide. A monastery in Liège developed even more complex formulas. Each monk assessed daily. Prayer hours multiplied by manual labor divided by food consumed. Those whose spiritual productivity falls below temporal consumption must fast until the equation balances. Brother Francis, young and strong, eats daily. Brother Augustine, old and weak, but whose prayers are powerful, eats thrice weekly. We have mathematized the soul. The most heartbreaking account comes from a school teacher in Cologne who tried to save her students. 23 children in my care. Food for 5. I create competitions. Best recitation gets bread. Fastest runner gets soup. But children understand. They know it's not about merit, but about choosing who dies educated. Little Wilhelm, bright as sunrise, asked me, Teacher, if I die today, can Thomas have tomorrow's lesson and my portion? He was 7. He understood the trade. Some communities tried to remove human choice from the equation entirely. In Basel, they built what they called the Wheel of Fortune, a great spinning disc with names. Each day, spin the wheel. Where it stops determines who eats. Pure chance. No favoritism, no guilt. The wheel chose who lived and died. Citizens preferred random cruelty to deliberate choice. A Venetian merchant named Carlo Dandolo wrote the most clinical assessment. Sentiment is luxury. Love is liability. Calculate thus. Calories needed per pound of human maintained. Work output possible per calorie invested. Return on investment measured in days survived. My eldest son provides best ratio, strong enough to forage, smart enough to steal. My youngest daughter provides worse, consumes without producing. The middle children are variables, depending on daily performance. I am not a monster, I am an equation. But perhaps the most disturbing mathematics came from those who calculated backwards, not from food to survival, but from death to food. How many must die for the rest to live? If the population halves, do rations double? These calculations appeared in secret documents, burned after reading. But Father Benedict saw enough to write. They draw circles on maps. This district has grain for 1,000. Population 3,000. Solution: ensure 2,000 die quickly. How? Bar thee. Gates: poison the wells. Spread disease. These are not plans of war. These are plans of peace. Peaceful elimination of excess population. The psychological toll of these calculations broke minds. Elizabeth Van Meer, the mother from the beginning, eventually snapped. Father Benedict found her one morning, feeding all her children equally, generously, using their entire store in one meal. She said, she solved the equation, he wrote. Everyone dies together, full, happy, as a family. No choosing. No survivors bearing guilt. Mathematical perfection. 0 equals 0. But she couldn't do it. At the last moment, she hid a portion, gave it to Jan, the eldest, and walked into the forest with the 3 younger children. They found her frozen arms around the little ones, all of them smiling. Jan survived, found by traders, raised by strangers. Years later, he became a mathematician, obsessed with solving unsolvable problems, never saying why. Father Benedict's final entry on the mathematics of survival: God gave us multiplication be fruitful and increase. The devil gave us division, choose who lives and dies. We have become expert in dark arithmetic, subtracting souls, dividing families, calculating the minimum viable population. We measure love in ounces of grain, weigh souls against bread. Calculate the exchange rate between mercy and survival. Every choice is an equation. Every equation is a condemnation. Every survivor is a mathematician who solved for x, where x equals continued existence and all other variables equals 0. The mathematics of survival reduced human society to its most basic algorithm. Who dies so others live? Every family, every community, every institution faced this equation. Some solved for maximum survival, others for minimum suffering. None solved for justice, because justice requires abundance. And abundance was memory. These calculations left scars that lasted generations. Survivors could never forget the arithmetic they'd performed, the variables they'd eliminated, the human constants they'd reduced to 0. They'd learned that civilization was just addition, add food, add comfort, add morality, and that survival, which is subtraction, subtract the weak, subtract the old, subtract love itself if necessary. In the end, the only sum that mattered was greater than 0. In the summer of 1316, something extraordinary happened. The rain stopped for 3 weeks, just long enough for desperate farmers to plant whatever seeds remained. The chroniclers called it God's mercy. Markets opened, people celebrated. A merchant in Bruges wrote to his partner, "The curse is lifted. Prepare the wagons." The crops grew with supernatural speed in the brief sunshine. Green shoots everywhere. Hope returned like a physical warmth. Families who had been preparing to separate to increase survival chances made plans to reunite. Then came August 10th, 1316, the day the hail began. Chunks of ice the size of goose eggs. For 3 hours, every single plant that had grown in those Precious 3 weeks was obliterated. Not damaged. Obliterated. Crushed into the mud so thoroughly that you couldn't tell fields from road. The Bruges. Merchant's next letter contained only one line. God has abandoned us entirely. But let me tell you how those 3 weeks unfolded, because understanding the height of hope makes the fall into despair that much more devastating. July 18th, 1316. Dawn came without rain for the first time in 14 months. Not drizzle, not mist, but actual absence of water from the sky. In Paris, people stood in the streets, faces upturned, confused by the sensation of dryness. Children who'd been born during the deluge touched sunlight for the first time and screamed they thought they were burning. Brother Michel of Cluny recorded the moment. The clouds parted like curtains drawn by God's own hand, light actual. Golden light poured onto the earth. Monks fell to their knees, not in prayer, but in disbelief. We had forgotten the sun could exist without water. Word spread faster than plague. Church bells rang continuously, not for death this time, but for resurrection. In every village, town, and city, people emerged from their homes like creatures crawling from caves. Pale, skeletal, blinking in brilliance they'd forgotten existed. The merchant Jacob van Bruges wrote to his partner Hans in Antwerp with trembling hand. The curse is lifted. God has remembered us. The rain has stopped. Prepare, the wagons will have grain to trade by autumn. Tell everyone survival is possible again. Markets that had been closed for months exploded back to life. Not with food, there was still no food, but with hope transformed into commerce. People traded promises, futures, possibilities. A farmer would pledge his upcoming harvest for tools. A baker would promise future bread for present shelter. The economy, dead for a year, gasped back to life on nothing but anticipated abundance. The seeds came from everywhere and nowhere, hidden in walls, buried in yards, hoarded in attics. Hoarded in attics, every kernel that had been saved, just in case, was brought into the light. Some families had protected seed grain while their children starved, betting everything on this exact moment. They'd been called monsters. Now they were visionaries. The planting was religious ecstasy mixed with desperate efficiency. In Normandy, the entire surviving population, nobles, merchants, priests, children, went into the fields. The Duke of Normandy himself, who hadn't touched soil in his lifetime, was seen on his knees, pressing seeds into earth with tears streaming down his face. A young girl named Marguerite wrote in her diary, "Papa says we're planting hope. Mama says we're planting survival. I think we're planting prayers and watching to see if God makes them grow." And grow they did. The crops erupted from the soil with impossible vigor. Wheat that should take weeks to sprout appeared in 3 days. Barley shot up overnight. Beans climbed their poles so fast you could watch them move. The chroniclers, usually skeptical men, wrote of agricultural miracle. It is as if the earth, starved for so long of its purpose, is making up for lost time, wrote the Bishop of Rouen. The crops grow with such speed that farmers sleep in their fields, afraid to miss the harvest moment. Green spreads across the land like God painting with life itself. The markets transformed overnight. The champagne fairs, dead for 2 years, announced their return. Merchants who'd hidden through the catastrophe emerged with old contracts, ready to trade. Ships that had rotted in harbors were hastily repaired. Trade routes, abandoned to bandits and nature, were cleared by communities working together for the first time in months. In Florence, they held an impromptu festival. Not planned, just spontaneous explosion of joy. Musicians who'd sold their instruments, played drums, made from barrels. Dancers who'd forgotten how to smile, laughed until they cried. Children who'd never known celebration invented it on the spot. An Italian chronicler wrote, "We feast on nothing but hope, and it fills us better than bread ever did." Families made reunion plans. Fathers who'd sent sons away to increase survival odds sent word to return. Mothers who'd placed daughters in convents prepared to bring them home. Communities that had fractured into hostile fragments began to speak of reconciliation. The 3 weeks of sun didn't just grow crops, they grew possibility. A priest in Ghent gave a sermon that captured the moment. "We have walked through the valley of death's shadow. But see, the shadow lifts. The valley blooms. We are Job, tested and found faithful. We are Noah, watching the waters recede. We are Lazarus, called from the tomb." Even the nobility, who'd maintained distance from their starving subjects, joined. The collective delusion. The Count of Flanders announced a harvest festival for September, promising wine from reserves nobody knew existed. The King of France declared that all debts incurred during the unfortunate rain would be forgiven once. The harvest was complete. The Pope issued a bull declaring the famine officially ended by divine intervention. The crops grew so fast that some whispered of dark magic. In Germany, rumors spread that the plants were unnatural, fed by the corpses of the million dead, growing on human fertilizer. But even these whispers were dismissed. Who cared if the wheat grew from graves? The living needed bread. By August 9th, the fields were green carpets of promise. The wheat stood tall, the barley swayed golden, the beans hung heavy on their vines. Another week, maybe 2, and harvest could begin. Calculations were made not of who would die, but of who would live. All of them. All would live. The night of August 9th, strange clouds gathered. Not rain clouds, something else. They glowed with an odd green light. Lightning without thunder. Wind without direction. Animals, the few that remained, became restless. Horses screamed. Dogs howled. Cats vanished entirely. August 10th, 1316. 2:47 in the afternoon. The exact time is known because the clock tower in Bruges stopped when the first hailstone hit it. They fell like God's own artillery. Ice chunks the size of goose eggs, driven by winds that shouldn't exist in August. But these weren't normal hailstones. Witnesses described them as sharp, angular, some shaped like pyramids, others like daggers. They didn't just fall, they attacked in. The fields of Flanders, farmers tried to shield their crops with their own bodies. The hail broke their backs, shattered their skulls, left them dead atop the plants they'd tried to protect. Children sent to bring in animals were found hours later, beaten to death by ice from the sky. But the crops suffered worse. The hail didn't just flatten them, pulverized them, drove them so deep into the mud that archaeologists still find compressed plant matter at that geological layer. 3 weeks of growth erased in 3 hours. Not damage deleted. The fields looked like they'd been scraped clean by God's own hand. When it stopped, silence fell across Europe. Not peaceful silence, the silence of complete despair. People stood in their obliterated fields, unable to speak, unable to cry, unable to comprehend. The hope hadn't been gradually eroded, had been murdered in a single afternoon. Jacob van Vey. Bruges, the merchant who'd written so joyfully to his partner, sent one final letter. Not even a letter, just 8 words on a torn piece of parchment. God has abandoned us entirely. Do not come. The suicides began that evening. Not the slow suicide of starvation, but immediate, decisive ending. Entire families walking hand in hand into rivers. Farmers hanging themselves from trees that overlooked their destroyed fields. Bakers closing themselves in their ovens. The Diocese of Reims recorded 300 suicides in 3 days. Those were just the ones found. A chronicler in Paris wrote, "The cruelty was not in taking the crops. It was in letting them grow first, in letting us believe, in letting us hope. This was not God testing faith. This was God showing us faith is mockery. We are not Job. Job was loved enough to be tested. We are nothing." The 3 weeks of sun had been crueler than 14 months of rain. The rain had killed slowly, allowing adjustment, acceptance. The false hope killed instantly, crushing spirits that had just dared to unfold. Those who'd shared their last seeds, believing in tomorrow, now faced starvation with nothing. Those who'd emerged from hiding, trusting in recovery, were now exposed with nowhere to return. The miracle markets closed forever. When archaeologists excavate medieval marketplaces, they find a distinct layer dated to August 13th. Coins, rotted wagon wheels, and human remains of those who simply laid down where they stood and never got up again. Hope, it turns out, is the cruelest killer of all. You might think the nobility weathered this better. They had stores, armies, stone walls. Let me tell you about the Count of Flanders' winter feast of 1317. 40 nobles gathered in his great hall, the last of the wine flowing, the final reserves of grain baked into bread. They ate, they danced, they pretended the world wasn't ending. By morning, 12 were dead, not from poison, from shock. Their bodies, weakened by months of subtle starvation, couldn't process the sudden richness. The Count himself survived. 3 more days, long enough to dictate his final words. "My castle is my coffin. Let none enter until the curse lifts." They found his body 4 years later. He had burned his furniture, his tapestries, even his books for warmth. The richest man in Flanders died, gnawing on leather straps. The feast itself had been an act of delusion, dressed as defiance. Count Louis of Nevers had sent invitations in December 1316, written on vellum worth more than food. Let us gather as nobility ought, to demonstrate that breeding conquers nature. The guests who arrived on January 6th, the feast of the Epiphany, looked like spectres playing at being lords. The Duchess of Brabant arrived in a carriage pulled by servants her horses had been eaten months ago. The Duke of Luxembourg wore armor that hung loose on his shrunken frame, clanking with every movement like bones in a box. The Bishop of Liege blessed the meal with hands that shook from more than cold, his episcopal ring sliding off fingers made skeletal by hunger. But they maintained the facade. They spoke of hunting parties that would never happen, of spring tournaments already impossible, of marriages between children who were likely dead. The Count's chamberlain, Robert de Bethune, later wrote in his secret diary, We dressed corpses in silk and made them dance. We were already dead. The feast was merely our funeral performed by the deceased. The meal itself was madness. After months of eating ground acorns and boiled leather, they faced actual bread, real meat, wine that wasn't mixed with water and prayers. The Count had emptied his entire reserve, deciding either everyone would survive together or die with dignity. He chose wrong. They died with neither survival nor dignity. The Countess of Hainault was the first to fall, her stomach rupturing from the sudden expansion. She died vomiting blood onto her ermine cloak, apologizing for the mess. The young Baron of Chimay collapsed with wine running from his nose, his body unable to remember how to process alcohol. One by one, they fell like dominoes, their starved systems overwhelmed by abundance. The survivors watched their friends die from eating. The cruelest irony in a world already drowning in cruel ironies. The Count himself ate carefully, sparingly, but even he couldn't escape. His physician, one of 3 nobles who survived the night, recorded, his lordship's body shook as if possessed. He sweated ice in January. His eyes bled. He knew death was coming and used his remaining strength to bar the castle doors from inside, condemning himself to die alone rather than risk others entering for the remaining food. Across Europe, similar scenes played out in every castle. These fortresses, built to withstand armies, couldn't withstand hunger. Stone walls kept enemies out, but kept starvation in. Moats that protected against invasion became barriers preventing. Foraging, height advantage, meant nothing when there was nothing below worth taking. The Duke of Burgundy's castle at Dijon became infamous for what chroniclers called the vertical graveyard. As servants and knights died, they were stacked in the towers, frozen by winter, preserved in their positions of death. By spring 1317, visitors could climb the tower stairs and pass through layers of the dead, each floor representing a different week of mortality. The Duke himself was found at the top, seated on his throne, frozen mid-gesture, as if still issuing commands to the dead below. In England, the situation was equally dire. Edward II's own court at Westminster ran out of food in February 1317. The King of England, ruler of territories from Scotland to Gascony, was reduced to sending knights to rob his own subjects' gardens for turnips. A chronicle records, His Majesty was seen gnawing a candle made of tallow, declaring it tasted better than nothing, which was the alternative. The nobility suffering was different from the peasants, not worse, but uniquely horrible. They had never learned to survive without excess. A peasant knew how to stretch grain, how to forage, how to make something from nothing. Nobles knew only how to command others to provide. When there were no others left, or nothing to provide, they were helpless. Lady Margaret de Clare, one of England's wealthiest women, left a diary that captures this helplessness. I own 17 manors, but cannot eat earth. I have chests of gold, but gold provides no sustenance. I have titles and right and privileges, all worthless as the parchment they're written on. My servants are dead or fled. I, who never dressed myself, now cannot light a fire. I will die, not from hunger, but from ignorance of survival. The castle hierarchies collapsed in ways that would have been unthinkable before. The Earl of Warwick's chronicle describes finding his cook a commoner sitting in the Earl's chair, eating the last food while the Earl's children begged for scraps. When confronted, The cook simply said, "I know how to prepare food. You know how to eat it. Which skill matters now?" The Earl had no answer. Some nobles attempted to maintain order through increasingly desperate measures. The Count of Toulouse issued edicts from his castle requiring peasants to deliver food that didn't exist. When they didn't comply, he sent knights to punish them. The knights found empty villages, just wind and bones. They returned to find the Count dead, his final edict still clutched in his hand. Let them eat loyalty. The collapse of noble authority was physical as well as social. Castles required constant maintenance, roofs needed patching, walls needed pointing, fires needed feeding. Without servants, these monuments to power became tombs of privilege. Rain poured through unrepaired roofs. Frost cracked unmaintained walls. The magnificence became the miserable. Baron Heinrich von Steinberg in Bavaria documented his castle's decay. January, the Great Hall's roof collapses. February, ice forms inside, creating frozen waterfalls from ceiling to floor. March, we burn the banquet table for warmth. April, we burn the portraits of our ancestors. May, we burn the chapel pews, begging God's forgiveness. June, we burn the doors, accepting that we're already in hell. The psychological toll on nobility was particularly severe because they had no framework for understanding poverty. A peasant expected hardship, it was life. A noble experienced hardship as cosmic betrayal. God had ordained their superiority. This suffering suggested God had changed his mind. The abbess of Fantevrolt, herself, noble-born, wrote, "They come to me, these duchesses and countesses, asking why God has abandoned them. I tell them God hasn't abandoned them, he's simply treating them like everyone else. They find this more terrifying than abandonment. Some nobles attempted escape through marriage, not for alliance, but for food. The Count of Champagne offered his daughter to anyone who could provide a year's grain. A wealthy merchant accepted, then discovered the Count had already eaten the grain before the wedding. The merger of nobility and merchant class, which would normally take centuries, happened in months, paid for in bread. Others chose more extreme exits. The Duke of Austria held what he called the final tournament nobles, jousting not for honor, but for the right to eat the loser's horses. The Duke himself participated and lost, whether deliberately or through weakness, unknown. His horse fed 12 people for 3 days. The Duke's body fed the crows. By the winter of 1318, castle after castle stood empty, not conquered, abandoned. The noble families that survived did so by abandoning everything that made them noble. They fled to cities, to monasteries, to anywhere that might have food. Princes became beggars. Duchesses became servants. The feudal order didn't fall, it starved to death. The Count of Flanders' castle stood sealed for 4 years before anyone dared enter. When they finally broke down the doors in 1321, they found a scene from nightmare. The Count's body sat at his desk, quill in hand, having documented his own death. Day 1, alone with enough food for months if careful. Day 15, ate the cats. Day 30, ate the leather from books. Day 45, discovered one can chew tapestries for the illusion of eating. Day 60, weakness makes writing difficult. Day 71, God is silence. Day 80, I understand now, this castle was always my tomb. I just lived in it before dying in it. His final entry, barely legible: nobility means nothing to hunger. Hunger recognizes no titles, no bloodlines, no divine right. We built these castles to protect us from enemies. We never imagined the enemy would be emptiness itself. Stone walls cannot keep out starvation. Golden crowns provide no nourishment. We ruled by God's grace. We die by God's indifference. Let whoever finds this know, we were not better, we were just better fed, until we weren't. In the midst of this frozen hell, something strange began happening. Groups of people started walking naked through the snow, whipping themselves, claiming the cold couldn't touch true believers. They called themselves the Brethren of the Cross. But locals had another name: Ice Apostles. Their leader, a former monk named Heinrich, preached that the famine wasn't God's punishment, it was God's gift. He freezes the world to preserve the faithful for paradise, Heinrich declared. His followers would stand naked in blizzards until they collapsed, believing hypothermia was religious ecstasy. But here's what the chroniclers don't usually mention. In villages where the ice apostle was passed through, the death rate dropped. Not from miracles, from mathematics. Every follower who froze to death meant more food for those who remained. Heinrich of Cologne had been a respectable Dominican monk until the winter of 1316. He'd studied theology in Paris, could read Greek and Hebrew, and was known for his reasoned sermons on divine mercy. Then something broke in him. Maybe it was finding his entire monastery frozen to death during morning prayers. Maybe it was the child who died in his arms asking why God made her hungry. Whatever the cause, Heinrich emerged from that winter transformed. His first sermon as leader of the Ice Apostles was delivered naked in a blizzard outside Mainz Cathedral. You cling to warmth as if warmth is life. You fear cold as if cold is death. But I tell you, the cold is God's own embrace. The frozen are the chosen. This ice age is not ending, but beginning. God is freezing the world to preserve his faithful like saints, relics preserved in crystal. The theology was insane, but internally consistent. Heinrich taught that the great famine was actually the beginning of paradise. The cold was purifying the world. The hunger was freeing souls from flesh. Death by freezing was not death, but transformation, the body becoming one with God's frozen perfection. His followers didn't die. They crystallized into eternal forms. The Bishop of Cologne wrote in horror, Heinrich strips his followers naked, men, women, children, and leads them in procession through the snow. They sing hymns while their flesh turns blue, then black. They call frostbite gods kisses when toes fall off from freezing. They celebrate the shedding of earthly weight. They stand in frozen rivers until they cannot stand, then lay down, to complete their transformation. But Heinrich was clever in his madness. He didn't demand immediate death. The transformation was gradual. First, initiates gave up cloaks, then shoes, then undergarments. Each stage brought them closer to divine coldness. This gradual exposure meant some survived long enough to spread the movement. Others died at precisely calculated intervals, creating a steady stream of martyrs without eliminating the entire group at once. The rituals were elaborate and horrifying. The baptism of ice involved breaking through frozen rivers and submerging converts until they stopped shivering. Heinrich claimed this was the moment the soul accepted divine cold. The communion of snow had followers eating only snow for days, claiming it was bread from heaven, already blessed by God's frozen touch. A merchant from Nuremberg witnessed their evening prayers. Hundreds of naked bodies kneeling in snow, their skins so blue it looked painted. They whipped themselves. With branches frozen into ice clubs, each strike shattering skin like broken pottery. Blood froze before it could flow. They called it red ice prayer beads. Children among them, babies even, held up by dying mothers, all singing about the warmth of freezing. The movement spread with terrifying speed. By spring 1317, ice apostle groups appeared from Poland to England. Each had their own variation of Heinrich's teachings, but all shared the core belief. The cold was sacred, survival was sin, and freezing to death was the highest form of worship. In France, they called themselves Les Gelées Saints, the frozen saints. They would stand motionless in town squares during blizzards, human statues gradually covered in snow until they died standing. Townspeople would find them in the morning, frozen mid-prayer, and debate whether to move bodies that looked more like ice sculptures than corpses. The English variant. The Frost Brothers added self-cannibalism to their practices. As members froze to death, others would eat their frozen flesh, claiming it was purified by God's cold, and therefore not cannibalism but communion. The Archbishop of Canterbury banned the movement, but enforcement was impossible for authorities who tried to arrest Frost. Brothers found only frozen corpses arranged in disturbing tableaus. But here's what made the ice apostles truly insidious. They targeted the most vulnerable. Heinrich actively recruited the elderly, the sick, the starving, those already near death. He offered them meaning for their suffering. Instead of dying forgotten in some hovel, they could die as martyrs in public spectacles. A widow named Agnes wrote before joining them, "My children are dead. My husband is dead. I will die within days regardless. Heinrich offers me the choice to die for something instead of from something. Is joining madness worse than dying sane but meaningless?" The mathematics of their deaths were coldly practical. A village of 100 people with food for 50 had a problem. If 30 ice apostles achieved transformation, suddenly there was enough for the remaining 70. The movement solved starvation through voluntary mass suicide disguised as religious ecstasy. Some villagers actively encouraged the ice apostles. The mayor of Strasbourg secretly provided Heinrich with lists of the dying poor, suggesting them as ready for transformation. The town council of Basel offered the ice apostles free passage but required them to perform their freezing rituals outside town walls. They wanted the benefits of fewer mouths without the spectacle of public death. Heinrich himself seemed aware of this dynamic. In a letter to a former colleague, he wrote, "They think I'm mad. Perhaps, but my madness feeds their children. Every follower who freezes is one less competitor for grain. We are solving the famine through faith. Is it not better to die believing you're achieving paradise than to die knowing you're just starving?" The church struggled to respond. Declaring the movement heretical was easy. Stopping it was impossible. How do you prevent people from freezing themselves to death when they're going to freeze to death anyway? The Pope issued bulls condemning the ice apostles. But papal authority meant little to people who believed the Pope himself was too warm to understand God's frozen truth. Some priests tried infiltrating the movement to redirect it. Father Johannes of Worms joined a group, gradually convincing them that true freezing required surviving winter to freeze again next year. He saved dozens through this theological manipulation. But Heinrich heard of this and declared that any ice apostle who survived winter had failed their transformation and must try harder next time. The movement produced disturbing art. Ice. Apostles would arrange dying members into religious scenes, frozen nativity displays using real dying people, crucifixion tableaus with followers frozen to wooden crosses, recreations of the Last Supper with participants dying at table. These displays would remain until spring thaw revealed the horror underneath the snow. Children raised in the movement knew no other reality. A boy named Wilhelm, rescued at age 7, couldn't understand warmth. He would scream when brought near. Fires, tear off clothes, stand outside during blizzards, begging to return to God's cold. He never recovered, spending his adult life sleeping on stone floors, eating snow when available, eternally seeking the frozen paradise of his youth. The end of the ice apostles came not from suppression, but from success. By 1318, most vulnerable, populations who might join had already transformed. Heinrich himself disappeared during the winter of 1318 to 1319. Some say he finally achieved his own transformation, freezing solid while preaching. Others claim he was seen years later in Spain, warm and well-fed, having abandoned the movement once it served its purpose. A final account from a survivor provides the most chilling perspective. Maria of Augsburg, who left the movement days before. Her planned transformation wrote, "We knew we were committing suicide." Heinrich knew. Everyone knew. But we dressed it in ritual and meaning because meaningless death was unbearable. The ice apostles didn't worship cold, we worshipped having a choice in how we died. In a world where death was certain, choosing. Its form felt like freedom. The demographic impact was significant. Historians estimate the ice apostles removed between 50,000 and 100,000 people from the population, voluntary deaths that paradoxically helped others survive. Villages that hosted ice apostles had marginally better survival rates than those that didn't. The movement was simultaneously mass murder and mass mercy, but the psychological impact lasted generations. The idea that death could be repackaged as victory, that suffering could be transformed through rhetoric into triumph, became embedded in European consciousness. Future apocalyptic movements would use Heinrich's template: take the inevitable, declare it divine, and lead the desperate into believing their destruction is actually their deliverance. The ice apostles left no churches, no holy books, no official record. Only frozen bodies in strange positions, mass graves of the willingly dead, and the disturbing realization that when survival becomes impossible, humans will invent religions that make death a sacrament. They proved that in extreme conditions. The line between martyrdom and mass suicide disappears, and that sometimes, perhaps most terrifyingly, they serve the same mathematical function: fewer mouths to feed in a world that has forgotten how to provide food. By 1318, the concept of nations began to dissolve. The King of England couldn't feed his army. The French crown controlled only Paris. The Holy Roman Emperor ruled nothing but his own hunger. But local warlords thrived. A minor knight with a sword. Grain supplies suddenly commanded more power than dukes. These frost lords, as they were called, built tiny kingdoms that lasted weeks or months. Their reigns ended predictably. When the food ran out, their followers ate them. The Bishop of Strasbourg recorded one such ending. Lord Wilhelm's men roasted him over his own hearth. They claimed he had grown fat on their suffering, so it was only just. His screams echoed across the frozen Rhine. When questioned, his captain said simply, "He tasted of betrayal." The traditional structure of medieval war for kings commanding. Lords commanding knights, commanding soldiers collapsed when soldiers realized their commanders had no food to offer. A knight's oath of fealty meant nothing to an empty stomach. By early 1318, Europe had fractured into thousands of micro-kingdoms, each centered around whoever controlled food. Sir Roderick of Ghent, a minor knight with no title beyond his sword, became more powerful than the Duke of Burgundy simply because he had discovered a monastery's hidden grain store. With 40 bushels of wheat, he recruited an army of 300 starving men. They called him the Wheat King, and for 6 weeks, he ruled a territory spanning 3 villages. His reign followed a pattern that would become horrifyingly common. Week 1. Triumphant distribution of food to followers. Week 2. Strict rationing. As reality set in. Week 3. Increasingly desperate raids on neighboring territories. Week 4. Internal conflicts over dwindling supplies. Week 5. The mathematics becoming clear. Week 6. The inevitable conclusion. A surviving member of Roderick's band, Thomas the Miller, testified, "We knew by week 5 that the grain would run out." Roderick knew too. He stopped eating, said he was fasting for victory. Really, he was trying to stretch supplies. But you can't lead starving men if you look fed. When the last grain was gone, we looked at him still healthier than us, despite his fasting, and made the only logical decision. He'd fed us for 6 weeks with wheat. He'd fed us for 3 more days with himself. These frost lords emerged everywhere, their tiny kingdoms rising and falling like waves. A tax collector with a hidden cache became Lord of Calais for 11 days. A merchant who'd hoarded salt pork ruled Antwerp for a month. A priest who'd discovered Roman-era grain stores in ancient ruins declared himself Pope King of Regensburg and lasted 2 months before his congregation ate him during what they called the True Communion. The Bishop of Strasbourg's account of Lord Wilhelm provides the most detailed description of how these micro-kingdoms operated. Wilhelm had been nobody, a 3rd son of a minor lord, trained for priesthood but turned soldier. When the famine began, he was guarding a river crossing that nobody used anymore. But beneath that crossing, in caves known only to smugglers, lay tons of preserved food from decades of illegal trade. Wilhelm emerged from obscurity like a demon from ice, the bishop wrote. One day unknown, the next commanding 500. Men who called him Caesar. He built a frozen empire on dried fish and pickled cabbage, demanding absolute obedience in exchange for daily rations. He held court on a throne made from frozen corpses, dispensing justice measured in mouthfuls of food. Wilhelm's system was sophisticated for a frost lord. He created a complex hierarchy based on usefulness. Soldiers who brought back food from raids received double rations. Craftsmen who could maintain weapons got standard portions. The elderly and weak got quarter rations, enough to keep them alive as emergency food supplies, though this was never stated explicitly. He even minted his own currency, wooden tokens stamped with a wheat symbol. 1 token, 1 meal. The tokens became more valuable than gold in his territory. People murdered for them. Families sold children for them. The tokens were power crystallized into wood. But Wilhelm made the classic Frostlord mistake, he believed. His own mythology. He started eating more, justifying it as maintaining strength for leadership. He took multiple women as wives, claiming he was breeding a new nobility for the post-famine world. He built a palace from commandeered timber, while his followers sheltered in ruins. He grew fat while they grew thinner. The end came in March 1318. His captain, Hans Württemberg, later testified to church authorities. We could see his belly growing while ours shrank. He wore furs while we froze. He spoke of the kingdom we were building while we died building it. When the last preserved meat was distributed, none to us, all to his wives, we knew what had to be done. They didn't just kill Wilhelm, they ritualized it. They held a mock trial where he was accused of hoarding flesh while others had none. They sentenced him to share his flesh as he should have shared his food. They cooked him slowly, keeping him alive as long as possible, making him watch as they ate pieces of him. His screams, the bishop recorded, could be heard in Strasbourg, across the frozen Rhine. The French crown attempted to reassert control, but found their armies dissolving. Upon contact with frost lords, royal soldiers would desert en masse when offered food by local warlords. The Constable of France reported to King Philip V, "I departed Paris with 2,000 men. I arrived at Orleans with 200. The rest did not desert. They simply found new masters who could feed them. A kingdom cannot compete with a kitchen." The Holy Roman Emperor faced even worse. His imperial army, once the terror of Europe, simply ceased to exist. The Chronicle of Augsburg records, "The emperor sent orders to mobilize his forces. The messengers returned with laughter." What forces? His generals had become frost lords. His soldiers had become bandits. His authority extended exactly as far as his personal guards could walk before collapsing from hunger. England's Edward II tried a different approach, officially recognizing frost lords as legitimate authorities if they swore fealty. The result was chaos. Hundreds of petty warlords claimed royal sanction while fighting each other. The Earl of Lancaster wrote, "The king has legitimized anarchy. Every man with a barn full of turnips now styles himself Lord Protector of something. Some frost lords created elaborate justifications for their rule. Baron Friedrich the Mad claimed God spoke to him through the patterns of frost on windows, dictating who should eat and who should fast. Lord Jacques of Normandy insisted he was the reincarnation of Charlemagne, returned to lead France through darkness. Count Stanislaus of Mazovia declared himself the Emperor of Winter and demanded tribute in the form of human flesh, claiming it was the only meat that wouldn't spoil. The battles between frost lords were unlike traditional warfare. They fought not for territory but for carries. Sieges were impossible. The besiegers would starve before the besieged. Cavalry charges were fantaside, the horses had been eaten. Battles were brief, vicious affairs where starving men fought over rumors of food. A typical battle might involve 100 men fighting to the death over a storehouse. That turned out to contain only rotted turnips. The Chronicle of Cologne describes one such conflict. Lord Henrik's men met Lord Dietrich's at the frozen mill. They fought for 6 hours in the snow, men dying from cold as much as combat. The winners found 3 sacks of mouldy barely enough to feed them for the march home. 43 died for perhaps 43 meals. This is the mathematics of the winter wars. Naval warfare ceased entirely. Ships required crews, crews required food, and any ship with food became a target for its own sailors. The entire English fleet in Portsmouth was found in spring 1318 with the officers eaten and the common sailors gone, having sailed to wherever they imagined food might exist. Most likely, they ate each other at sea. The mercenary companies that had plagued Europe for decades transformed into something worse. No longer fighting for pay, they fought for food itself. The Free Company of the Wolf, led by a former priest called Father Fang, became notorious for their practice of recruitment. They would attack villages, eat the weak, and force the strong to join them. Their ranks swelled with the desperate and depleted with the digested. The most successful Frost Lord was arguably Margaret the Terrible, a former abbess who controlled grain stores across 3 monasteries. She ruled for 8 months in eternity in Frost Lord terms by being utterly ruthless. She fed her followers just enough to keep them loyal, but not enough to make them strong. She rotated guards constantly so none could organize rebellion. She had tasters for her food, but the tasters were different each meal. Chosen by lottery, her end came not from rebellion, but from mathematics. She calculated she could survive another month on remaining stores. Her followers calculated she was the only remaining store. They didn't kill her quickly like Wilhelm. They kept her alive, locked in her own granary, taking small pieces when needed. She lived for 3 weeks as a conscious larder, her brilliant mind intact enough to appreciate the irony. By summer 1318, most Frost Lords were dead. They're tiny. Kingdoms dissolved into memory and meat, but they had served a horrific purpose. They had organized the chaos of starvation into structured systems of consumption. They had turned random death into regulated death. They had made the unbearable bearable by giving it hierarchy and meaning. A surviving chronicle summarizes the winter wars perfectly. Nations require shared purpose. Kingdoms need common cause. But in the frozen years, the only shared purpose was survival. The only common cause was calories. Every man became his own nation, every grain store its own kingdom. We didn't have wars between countries, we had wars between kitchens. And in the end, every king became a meal. But nothing compares to what happened in the winter of 1319. In villages across Germany, something unprecedented occurred. The children left, not taken, not sold. They simply walked away into the snow, hundreds of them, following. A 12-year-old girl named Margareta, who claimed she knew where summer was hiding. Parents were too weak to stop them. Some say too relieved. The children marched south, singing hymns, leaving tiny, frozen footprints. They believed if they could reach Rome, they could convince God to bring back the sun. A merchant traveling to Venice reported seeing them, a line of small shadows against the white, moving like sleepwalkers. I offered them bread. They refused. The girl at the front said they were already full of winter and kept walking. They never reached Rome. A woodcutter found them in an alpine pass the following spring. Hundreds of small bodies perfectly preserved in ice, still holding hands. Still walking formation. Still heading south toward a summer that would never come. Margareta of Hamelin. Was nobody special before the winter of 1319? The baker's daughter, middle child of 7, known only for her strange habit of speaking to sparrows that no longer existed. But in January 1319, something changed. She began telling other children about dreams where summer lived in a golden palace beyond the mountains, imprisoned by winter demons, waiting for children pure enough to free it. The priest of Hamelin, Father Ernst, recorded the beginning. The Girl stands in the square each dawn, speaking of summer as if it were a person. She describes the taste of strawberries to children who have never seen fruit. She tells them about flowers, what colors they were, how they smelled. Children who were born during the famine, who know only grey and white and cold, listen to her like she's describing paradise. At first, adults dismissed it as childhood fantasy, a coping mechanism for horror. Let the children dream of summer while they starved in winter. But Margaretta's stories grew more elaborate, more specific. She claims summer sent her messages through ice patterns on windows. She said she could hear summer crying, trapped behind the wall of winter, begging to be freed. Summer is not gone. She preached to growing crowds of children. Summer is captured. The adults are too heavy with sin to rescue it. But we, children, light with innocence, can slip through winter's fingers and bring summer home. The theology was childish but compelling. Adults had caused the famine through their wars, their greed, their sins. Children were innocent victims. Therefore, children could be innocent saviors. The logic of a 12-year-old mind, but to other 12-year-olds it was revelation. By February, Margaretta had hundreds of followers, all children between the ages of 4 and 14. They met in secret, practicing for their journey. They would walk to Rome, she said, where God's representative lived. They would demand, not ask, demand that the Pope release summer from its prison. If he refused, they would find summer themselves. The preparation was heartbreaking in its innocence. Children stole their parents' shoes, too large for tiny feet, stuffing them with straw. They made summer cloaks from stolen blankets, decorated with charcoal drawings of flowers they'd never seen. They practiced walking in formation, the older children carrying the younger, believing that unity would protect them from winter's grasp. Hans Müller, a traveling merchant, encountered them preparing. They train like an army of ghosts. 8-year-olds teaching 4-year-olds how to walk through snow. They share imaginary food, practicing for when they'll have real food again. The girl Margaretta watches them with eyes too old for her face. She knows, I think. She knows where this leads. But she continues anyway. Parents were paralyzed by impossible mathematics. Stop your children from leaving and watch them starve slowly at home. Let them leave and maybe, possibly, they find food elsewhere. Or at least they die with hope instead of despair. The mayor of Hamelin wrote, "We cannot feed them. We cannot save them. If they wish to walk to their deaths, is that worse than sitting to their deaths? At least walking gives the illusion of agency." Some parents actively encouraged their children to join. Widow Brown pushed her 3 sons toward Margaretta, saying, "Follow her to summer or heaven, whichever comes first." Johann the Smith told his daughter, "Better to die seeking warmth than to freeze knowing warmth will never come." On February 28, 1319, they left. 312 children walked out of Hamelin at dawn, singing a hymn Margaretta had taught. Them, summer sleeps beyond the mountain, dreams of green in halls of white. We shall wake it with our walking, turn the darkness into light. They were joined by children from every village they passed. Rothenburg added 50. Wurzburg contributed 70. Nuremberg, despite the mayor's attempts to stop them, lost nearly 200 children in a single night. By the time they reached Augsburg, the procession numbered over 1,000. The Bishop of Augsburg tried to stop them, blocking the road with armed guards. Margareta walked up to him, this 12-year-old girl facing the church's authority, and said, "You can kill us. Here or let us die seeking salvation. Either way, our blood is on your hands. But if we die seeking, at least we die with purpose." The bishop, shamed by a child, let them pass. He later wrote, "I should have stopped them, but stopping them would have meant admitting there was nothing to seek, no hope to find, no summer waiting anywhere. I let them pass because their delusion was kinder than my truth." The procession grew stranger as it moved south. Children who could no longer walk were pulled on makeshift sleds. Those who died were not left behind. The others carried frozen corpses, believing they would revive when summer was found. They ate snow exclusively, claiming Margareta had blessed it to sustain them. Many believed they were already dead, that this was their soul's journey to paradise. A monk traveling north met them near Innsbruck. They moved like a river of small ghosts, their singing echoing off mountain walls. The girl at the front no longer walks, she floats, carried by older children who believe touching the ground would break the spell. I offered them shelter in our monastery. They refused, saying walls would trap them in winter forever. The merchant, Giuseppe Di Marco, returning to Venice from Germany, provided the last confirmed sighting, a line of shadows against the alpine snow. Still walking, still singing, though the song now sounds like wind through empty houses. The leader, a girl, her lips blue with cold, but still moving in prayer or madness. I offered bread, real bread, not imagination. She looked at me with eyes already seeing another world, and said, "We are already full of winter. We need no earthly food." They walked past me into the mounting storm, and I swear before God they seemed to fade rather than depart, becoming one with the blizzard itself. They never emerged from the Alps. Search parties sent when spring finally Cain found them in a high pass, preserved perfectly in ice. They had died walking, still in formation, still holding hands. The smaller children carried by the larger, all facing south toward an Italy they would never see, a Rome they would never reach, a summer that had never been imprisoned except in the desperate imagination of a 12-year-old girl. Margareta was found at the front, her face turned skyward, arms outstretched as if embracing something invisible. In her frozen hand, a piece of parchment with a single line. Summer was inside us all along, but winter was stronger. The bodies were left where they lay. The Archbishop of Salzburg declared the site sacred ground, saying, "They died as pilgrims, seeking God's warmth. Let them remain as monuments to faith or folly, no longer know the difference." But the story doesn't end with their deaths. When spring finally came in 1322, when the famine finally broke, wildflowers grew in unusual abundance along the route the children had walked. Skeptics said it was from the organic matter their bodies had left. Believers said it was summer finally answering their call, 3 years too late. Parents who had let their children go lived with mathematical grief. They had solved the equation of survival by subtracting their offspring. Most went mad. The baker of Hamelin, Margaret's father, spent his remaining years making bread he would leave outside his shop each dawn for when the children returned from summer. He died calling Margareta's name, swearing he could hear her singing. The children's crusade of frost became mythology before the last body was found. Some claimed the children had found summer and stayed there, unable to return. Others said they had become the spirits of winter, doomed to walk the Alps forever, searching for warmth that doesn't exist. A few insisted they had seen the children in dreams, playing in fields of grain, finally warm, finally fed, finally free. A chronicler in Vienna wrote the definitive epitaph. They were children who had never known spring, following a child who dreamed of summer, seeking a warmth that had died before they were born. They walked to their deaths with more purpose than most live their lives. They failed to find summer, but they succeeded in escaping winter, which may have been the only success possible. The children's crusade of frost represents the absolute, nadir of the great famine, not the death of hope, but hope itself becoming death's agent. When children abandon their parents to seek impossible dreams, when parents let them go knowing the truth, when entire societies watch their future walk away into frozen oblivion and do nothing because nothing can be done, that is when civilization doesn't just collapse but voluntarily dissolves. Yet there's something else in this story, something that explains why it haunted Europe for generations. Those children, doomed and deluded, chose their fate. In a world where death was certain, they chose to die seeking rather than waiting. They wrote their own ending rather than having it written for them. They failed, but they failed attempting the impossible, which is perhaps the most human thing one can do. The last word belongs to a nameless child, one of hundreds found in that alpine pass, who had carved into a frozen tree trunk. We came to find summer. We found each other. That is enough. By 1320, something unprecedented was happening across Europe. Entire villages were disappearing, not dying, disappearing. A tax collector would arrive to find homes standing empty, fires still warm, food still on tables, but not a soul in sight. Bishop of Lincoln investigated 17 such villages. His report contains a chilling observation. In each dwelling we found the same thing, a single word carved into the main beam. Forgiven. We know not if they sought forgiveness or granted it. Modern archaeologists have found evidence these villagers walked en masse into forests, bogs, or the sea. Mass suicide? Mass migration to nowhere? We'll never know. But the pattern was always identical. They left everything behind except their children. The children, it seems, they took with them to whatever end they chose. The first documented vanishing was Thornwick, a village of 200 souls in Yorkshire. The king's tax collector, William de Vere, arrived on March 15, 1320, to find smoke still rising from chimneys, but no one to tend the fires. His report to the crown reads like a ghost story. The village stands as if frozen in a moment, bread half-eaten on tables, needlework abandoned mid-stitch, a pot of porridge still warm over dying embers, but of people nothing, not even bodies. They have vanished as completely as if God himself erased them from existence. But they hadn't been erased. They had chosen erasure. In every house, carved deep into the main support beam, that single word, forgiven. Some carved carefully, with time and purpose. Others scratched hastily, as if in final moments before departure. All in different hands, but all the same word. The Bishop of Lincoln. Thomas Beckhampton was sent to investigate when 7 more villagers in his diocese reported similar vanishings. His investigation team included scribes, soldiers, and physicians. What they found challenged their understanding of human behavior. We tracked them, the bishop wrote. 200 people cannot vanish without trace. We found footprints leading from the village, all together, walking in the same direction. Men, women, children, elderly, every soul that could walk had walked. Those who couldn't walk had been carried. The tracks led to Sherwood Forest and then ... stopped. Not scattered, not turned back, simply stopped, as if they had stepped off the earth itself. Deeper investigation revealed planning. These weren't spontaneous disappearances, but coordinated evacuations. In Thornwick, they found evidence of a final feast. Everyone had eaten together one last time, using the last of their stores. In Grimsby, they discovered that villagers had released all livestock, opened all gates, freed all caged birds. They had systematically undone civilization before walking away from it. The physician, Master Hugh of Salerno, noted something disturbing. No signs of violence, no evidence of force. These people chose to leave. More troubling, they chose together. What conversation, what collective decision leads an entire community to abandon existence itself? The pattern spread across Europe like a plague of absence. In Bavaria, the village of Klinwald vanished, leaving behind a communal letter. We go to find what God has hidden from us. We go together because alone we are nothing. We take our children because they deserve better than this slow death. We leave our homes because homes without hope are merely tombs with windows. Seek us not. We are already farther than you can follow. The French village of Moulambus left more disturbing evidence. Every adult had written their name on the church wall, followed by their sins: murder, theft, adultery, cannibalism. The last entry in the priest's hand: we have all sinned beyond redemption. We go to place ourselves before God's judgment directly, rather than wait for him to find us here. But it was the German village of Hofnungslos that provided the most complete picture. They had left a chronicle, written collectively, each family, contributing a passage. We have eaten our horses. We have eaten our dogs. We have eaten our leather. We have eaten our dead. We have eaten hope itself. What remains is not life, but the mockery of life. We choose to end this mockery on our own terms. The Muller family counts 5 souls still breathing. We have survived by unspeakable acts. Our youngest no longer speaks. Our eldest no longer sleeps. We are alive, but not living. Tomorrow we walk toward whatever judgment awaits. I am Klaus the smith. I have beaten plowshares into weapons, weapons into tools, tools into nothing. My hammer has nothing left to strike. My forge has nothing left to burn. I have nothing left to be. We go to become nothing together. The entries. Continued 4 pages. Each family's testament to horror endured and horror committed. The final entry, unsigned. We forgive each other because no one else will. We forgive ourselves because we must. We forgive God because he knows not what he does. The children were always taken. This detail haunted investigators. In villages where adults were found dead from starvation, disease, violence, children's bodies were often present. But in the vanished villages, no children remained. Whatever dark pilgrimage these communities undertook, they brought their young. A woodcutter named Franz claimed to have seen one such procession near the Black Forest. 300 shadows walking into the trees at dusk. No talking, no crying. Even the babes silent in their mother's arms. They walked like they were already dead, just looking for a place to lie down. I called out, but none turned. They walked into the forest, and the forest swallowed them. The church struggled to explain the vanishings. Suicide was mortal sin, but was this suicide? The Archbishop of Canterbury wrote, "If a man throws himself from a cliff, it is suicide. If a village walks into the sea, what is it? Mass suicide? Or something else? A collective return to the nothing from which we came." In Paris, 1321, while peasants gnawed bark, the nobility held what historians call the most disturbing party in medieval history, the Feast of Fools. Organized by Count Robert of Artois, it was meant as defiance against death. Here's what happened. Nobles dressed as peasants, peasants dressed as nobles. They served courses of elaborately prepared nothing, empty plates dressed with garnishes of straw. They held mock executions where the condemned gave recipes for cooking leather. They crowned a skeleton as May Queen, but the climax was the last. Supper 13 nobles drew lots. The one who drew the black stone would provide the feast. Count Robert drew it himself. He laughed, opened his veins into wine cups, and served his blood to his guests while making toasts. He bled to death. Standing, cup raised, still smiling. The chronicle states, none stopped drinking until the cup was empty. The invitation had arrived on vellum worth more than most Parisians would see in a lifetime, written in gold ink that could have been traded for bread. Count Robert of Artois requests your presence at the Feast of Fools, where we shall dine. On reality and drink deep of truth. Come as you are not. Leave as you never were. April 1st, year of our absent Lord 1321. Count Robert had survived the famine through typical noble privileged hoarded grain, fortified walls, the ability to take from those who couldn't resist. But something had broken in him when his youngest daughter died not from starvation, but from abundance. She'd found his hidden honey store, eaten herself to rupture, died vomiting sweetness while Paris starved. He'd laughed when they found her body, and hadn't stopped laughing since. The feast's preparation was elaborate insanity. Robert spent the last of his wealth on decorations for serving nothing. He commissioned golden plates for emptiness, silver, chalices for air, elaborate centerpieces celebrating absence. The great hall of his chateau was transformed into what witnesses called a cathedral of mockery. Lady Isabelle de Valois, who survived the feast, left the most complete account. We arrived to find reality inverted. Servants sat at the high tableware in our clothes rob had demanded we exchange garments at the door. We nobles served them, dressed in rags that stank of death. But the servants were more disturbed than we. They knew this game could only end badly for them. First course was soup of memories. Empty bowls filled only with steam from heated stones. Guests were required to describe what they tasted. Duke Philippe claimed he tasted his mother's fish stew. Countess Marie swore she could taste strawberries. Baron Henry said he tasted his own death and was asked to be more specific about the flavoring. Robert presided over this madness dressed as Death himself, black robes, skull mask, scythe resting against his chair. But he'd modified the costume. Death wore a crown of bread loaves, molded and painted gold, technically edible but deliberately withheld. Death is the only one eating well these days, he announced, so I dressed appropriately. The second course was meat of mathematics, elaborately garnished platters containing nothing but written equations. If one person eats for 3 days, 3 people eat for 1 day, or 9 people eat for 4 hours. Solve for X, where X equals survival. Guests were required to eat the paper, chewing their calculations, swallowing their arithmetic. The Duke of Orleans choked on a particularly complex formula involving compound interest in human flesh. Between courses, entertainment, a troupe of starving actors performed the tragedy of abundance, a play where King Midas starved surrounded by golden food. Halfway through, one actor actually collapsed mid-soliloquy. The audience applauded, thinking it was part of the performance. When they realized he was truly dead, they applauded louder. The third course, fish of philosophy. Servants brought paintings of fish, beautifully rendered, while Count Robert delivered a lecture on the nature of reality. Is a painting of a fish less real than a fish? Can you eat either in these times? At least the painting doesn't rot. Art has become more substantial than substance. Then came the mock trials. Guests took turns being executed for the crime of survival. Each condemned had to share their worst act, their method of staying alive. The Duchess of Berry admitted to eating her own stillborn infant. The Count of Nevers confessed to walling up servants with grain stores so he wouldn't be tempted to share. The Bishop of Parisiaz, a bishop attended, revealed he'd been giving last rites with unconsecrated hosts because he'd eaten all the blessed ones. Each confession was met with mock judgment. Guilty of humanity, Robert would declare. Sentenced to continued existence. The crowd would laugh, but it was laughter like screaming, laughter like sobbing. Laughter because the alternative was acknowledging what they'd all become. The fourth course was vegetables of vanity, sculptures made from human hair and nail. Clippings arranged to look like salads. We consume ourselves, Robert explained. We always have. The famine just made it literal. Guests were required to eat these two. The Marquis de Toulouse vomited immediately. He was forced to eat that as well. Nothing wasted, Robert insisted. That's the new nobility. The entertainment grew darker. A puppet show where marionettes made from human bones performed a harvest dance. A choir of orphans singing recipes for preparing leather. A juggler tossing skulls who revealed, mid-performance, that they were his own children's skulls. The audience couldn't tell what was performance and what was confession. The fifth course, bread of betrayal. Actual bread appeared, one small loaf. The room went silent. Real food, after hours of elaborate nothing. Roberts explained the game. Tell us who you killed for food. The best story wins the bread. What followed was an auction of atrocity. The Baron of Anjou describes smothering his elderly mother to inherit her hidden grain. The Countess of Blois explained how she'd poisoned her husband when she discovered he'd been secretly eating while she starved. The Duke of Normandy won with his tale of hosting a dinner party, serving his guests, his own son, then revealing the truth after they'd eaten. He took one bite of the bread and vomited blood. The bread was made from sawdust and painted to look real. The sixth course, wine of wisdom. Empty goblets that guests had to fill with their own fluid stares, saliva, blood, whatever they could produce. We toast to truth, Robert declared. The truth that we are bags of liquid pretending to have purpose. They drank their own essences while Robert laughed and laughed and laughed. Then came the moment that would define the feast in history. Robert announced the Last Supper, 13 volunteers to recreate Christ's final meal. but with a twist. They would draw lots. 12 would feast. 1 would be the feast. The volunteers came forward, 12 nobles, so broken by horror they'd embrace any ending. Robert himself was the 13th. They drew carved bones from a jeweled box. Robert palmed the black bone, ensuring he drew it. Everyone knew. No one spoke. "I am the feast," he announced with genuine joy. "I am bread and wine. I am flesh and blood. I am the only honest noble lefty. Give myself to be consumed." He opened his veins with ceremonial precision, not to die quickly, but to fill 13 cups. He made toasts as his blood flowed, to abundance. Nervous laughter to the feast that never ends. Desperate drinking to the truth that we're all already dead. Silence, except for swallowing. He conducted himself like a summer lay describing vintages. Note the iron undertones, the hint of despair, the full body of wasted life. He grew paler with each toast, but never stopped smiling. Drink deep, friends. I'm a vintage that won't be repeated. The guests drank because stopping would mean acknowledging what they were doing. They drank because Robert was watching, still standing, still bleeding, still insisting this was all a grand joke. They drank because his blood was warm and they'd forgotten warmth. They drank because it was that or scream. Robert's final toast, as his knees began to buckle, to the feast of fools, where fools feast on fools, where wisdom is folly and folly is survival. To the nobility that dies with nobility, leaving only animals wearing crowns. To the joke that God played on us, and the joke we play back. To the end that never ends, and the ending that never he fell forward. Cup still raised, smile still, fixed. Dead before he hit the ground, but somehow still laughing. The guests sat with empty cups, full stomachs, and the knowledge that they'd literally drunk noble blood while dressed as peasants in a world where symbolism had become sustenance. The aftermath was swift and terrible. The servants, Forster, watch nobles drink noble blood, revolted, not politically aside. They stripped off the noble clothes, fled the chateau, most walking directly into the Seine to drown. The nobles, trapped in servant rags, covered in Robert's blood, stumbled into Paris streets where they were attacked by mobs who didn't recognize them or didn't care. Of the 100 guests at the Feast of Fools, 13 survived to Easter. Most died by suicide, unable to process what they'd participated in. Lady Isabel, who recorded the events, ended her account. "We went to mock death and became death's mockery. We tried to feast on nothing and discovered we were nothing. Count Robert won his game. He died laughing at a joke only he understood, leaving us to live with the punchline." The Feast of Fools wasn't just noble decadence, it was aristocracy's suicide note written in performance art, when the highest class of society serves nothing on golden plates. Crowns, corpses, and drinks human blood as entertainment, the social. Order hasn't just collapsed, has performed its own autopsy while still breathing. The king, upon hearing of the feast, reportedly said, "Count Robert has shown us our future elaborate rituals around nothing, performances of power without power. Substance, consumption of ourselves disguised as celebration." He then ordered all records of the feast destroyed. They survived because Lady Isabel hid her account inside a Bible, writing, "Let future generations know that when the world ended, the nobility threw a party. We dressed our doom in silk and served our destruction on silver platters. We made horror into art because art was all we had left. And when the last toast was raised, it was to our own annihilation, delivered with perfect etiquette. Let me share numbers that medieval minds couldn't comprehend. In 1310, Europe's population was roughly 75 million. By 1322, it was 60 million. 15 million people gone. Not from plague, not from war, from cold and hunger, but statistics hide. Individual horror. In the town of Ypres, they kept exact records. Population 1315, 10,400. Population 1,322, 2,100. But here's the detail that haunts. Of those 2,100 survivors, only 300 were the original residents. The others, they came from elsewhere, drawn by rumors of food, only to find more death. The prior of Ypres wrote, "We no longer bury the dead. We stack them like cordwood, waiting for spring. But spring never comes warm enough to dig. The numbers tell a story that words cannot." The Abbey of Saint-Denis kept meticulous death records, originally for prayers for the departed. By 1318, they'd stopped recording names, just tally marks. 5 marks crossed through. 5 marks crossed through. Pages and pages of groups of 5, like a child learning to count, except each mark was a human soul. Brother Felipe, the abbey's mathematician, calculated the rate of death. In 1315, we lost 1 soul per week. By 1316, 1 per day. By 1317, 1 per hour. By 1318, we stopped counting because the living were too few to count the dead. Mathematics itself collapsed when the numbers exceeded comprehension. The Italian city-states, with their banking traditions, kept the most precise records. Florence's census of 1310 recorded 120,000 souls. The census of 1322 recorded 45,000. But hidden in those numbers was darker arithmetic. Of the 45,000 survivors, 30,000 had arrived during the famine, refugees from the countryside. The original Florentine population had dropped from 120,000 to 15,000. 7 of every 8 natives had perished. Venice's records reveal the geographic mathematics of death. The city's famous districts died at different rates. San Marco, where the wealthy lived, lost 40% of its population. Castello, where the poor, crowded, lost 85%. But here's the cruel irony: the wealthy districts died faster in the final years. Once money meant nothing, poverty became an advantage. The poor knew how to starve. The rich only knew how to eat. In England, the Domesday Book had recorded settlements since 1086. By comparing tax records from 1310 to 1322, we can track village-level devastation. In Norfolk, 40% of villages recorded in 1310 no longer existed. By 1322, not depopulated, erased. The land itself forgot humans had ever lived there. But let's look deeper at Ypres, because their obsessive record-keeping reveals the true mathematics of societal collapse. The town's cloth guild recorded not just deaths, but causes. 1,315. 500 deaths to 400 starvation. 100 disease 1316. 1,200 deaths to 900 starvation. 200 disease. 100 violence 1317. 2,100. deaths to 1,000 starvation, 500 disease, 400 violence, 200 voluntary, 13, 18, 2,500 deaths to 800 starvation, 600 disease, 700 violence, 400 voluntary, 13, 19, 1,800 deaths to 300 starvation, 400 disease, 500 violence, 600 voluntary, 1,320, 900 deaths minus 100 starvation, 200 disease, 200 violence, 400 voluntary. See the pattern. As starvation deaths decreased because the weakest had already died, violence and suicide increased. The mathematics of survival had shifted from competing for food to eliminating competitors. The demographic breakdown is equally telling. By age, infants 0 to 2, 95% mortality children 3 to 12, 80% mortality young adults 13 to 25, 60% mortality adults 26 to 45, 70% mortality elderly 46 plus, 90%. Mortality, the young adults survive best old enough to fight, young enough to endure. Children and elderly died first, too weak to compete. But adults in their prime died at higher rates than young adults. Why? They had families. They gave their food to their children, starved themselves for others. Love was mathematically lethal. The gender mathematics were brutal. In 1315, Ypres had roughly equal numbers of men and women. By 1322, there were 3 men for every woman. Not because women were weaker, because women fed their children first, their husbands second, themselves last. Maternal sacrifice showed clearly in the survival statistics. The social class mathematics defied expectations. Nobility, 60% mortality clergy, 50% mortality merchants, 70% mortality craftsmen, 75% mortality peasants, 80% mortality beggars, 40% mortality beggars. Survived best. They already knew how to live on nothing. The nobility, despite their resources, died from inability to adapt. Merchants died because their profession became meaningless. But beggars, they thrived in a world that had become universal beggary. The geographic distribution created what scholars called death shadows. Cities drew refugees from the countryside, creating rings of escalating mortality. Paris, with a 1310 population of 200,000, had 80,000 survivors in 1322. But the villagers within a day's walk of Paris, complete annihilation. They'd all walked to the city seeking food, died in the streets, their homes becoming ghost towns. The monastery of Cluny mapped deaths across their network of abbeys. They discovered death followed trade routes not because trade spread disease, but because rumors of food traveled along merchant paths. Entire populations would migrate toward imagined abundance, creating waves of mobile starvation that crashed against city walls. The seasonal mathematics were predictable yet horrifying. Spring, highest death rates, bodies hidden by snow revealed. Last stores exhausted summer, moderate deaths, some forage available. But disease spread autumn. Lowest deaths, whatever harvest existed, plus weakest already dead winter. Rising deaths, cold, multiplying hungers, lethality, but within those seasons. Specific dates showed spikes. Christmas saw mass suicides. The contrast between religious celebration and reality broke minds. Easter saw violence spiked, the promise of resurrection mocked by death's omnipresence. Harvest festivals became killing fields as communities fought over failed crops. The birth rate mathematics were perhaps most tragic. In 1310, Ypres recorded 400 births. In 1316 to 200 births. In 1318, 50 births. In 1320, 12 births. By 1321, 0. Not 0, recorded 0, occurred. Women stopped conceiving, bodies too starved to support pregnancy. Those who did conceive miscarried, or gave birth to stillborn children. An entire generation unborn. The marriage mathematics inverted. In 1310, Ypres recorded 200 marriages. In 1320, they recorded 400. Why the increase during horror? Survival partnerships. Widows with food marrying widowers with shelter. Children married to combine family resources. Marriage became merger. Love replaced by mathematics. The death-to-burial ratio reveals societal collapses. Progression to 1,315. One death equals one burial, 1316. Two deaths equals one burial, 1317. 5 deaths equals one burial, 1318. 10 deaths equals one burial, 1319. 20 deaths equals one burial, 1320. Burial ceased. Bodies stacked or burned. The prior of Ypres wrote, "We have built pyramids of the dead, frozen corpses stacked like masonry, mortared with ice. Come spring, they will thaw and collapse, but by then, who will remain to care?" The economic mathematics were absurd. The price of wheat increased 2,000% between 1315 and 1320, but expressing it as percentage obscures the reality. In 1315, a penny bought a loaf. In 1320, a year's wages couldn't buy a crumb. Money became meaningless. The only currency was calories. Distance mathematics changed. In 1310, a healthy person could walk 20 miles per day. By 1320, survivors could manage perhaps 2 miles. The world shrank as human capability decreased. Villages 10 miles apart became unreachable foreign lands. Geography expanded as humans contracted. The theft mathematics reveal moral collapse. 1,315. 100 thefts. Mostly grain, 1316. 500 thefts. Anything. Edible, 1317. 1,000 thefts. Including clothing and fuel, 1318. 2,000 thefts. Including children, 1319. Theft became meaningless. Nothing left to steal. The murder mathematics followed similar patterns, but with a crucial difference. Murders peaked in 1318, then declined not from returning morality, but from lack of strength. By 1319, people were too weak to kill. Violence required carries nobody could spare. The migration mathematics created empty zones and death clusters. Rural areas emptied as survivors walked to cities. Cities became graveyards as refugees died in streets. The population didn't just decline, it concentrated, then collapsed. Like a star becoming a black hole, the linguistic mathematics were subtle but telling. The Ypres records showed declining vocabulary over time. 1315 records use varied, complex language. By 1320, the same. Scribes used perhaps 200 words repeatedly. Hunger had literally reduced their ability to think in complex terms. Survival required all cognitive resources. The time mathematics warped reality. Survivors reported years feeling like decades, days feeling like minutes. The prior wrote, "We have lived 7 years that feel like 70. I am 40 but feel 400. Time itself has starved, moving slowly like everything else dying." The children's mathematics were most heartbreaking. In 1315, Ypres had 3,000 children under 12. By 1322, 45. Of those 45, only 3 were from Ypres. The others were orphans who'd wandered in from elsewhere. Their origins unknown, their parents dead, their futures non-existent. An entire generation deleted. Here's the mathematical truth medieval minds couldn't grasp. Exponential death. When food production drops 50%, population doesn't drop 50%, drops 80%. Because that 50% reduction creates competition, disease, violence, and suicide that multiply mortality beyond the initial cause. Famine doesn't just kill through starvation, kills through the mathematics of social collapse. The final statistic, the one that captures the true horror of the 15 million who died. Historians estimate only 5 million died directly from starvation. The other 10 million died from what starvation created: disease, violence, suicide, exposure, accidents caused by weakness, childbirth without resources, infections without medicine. 2/3 of deaths weren't from famine, but from famine's mathematics. The prior of Ypres' final entry, dated March 1322. I have kept these records for 7 years. I have reduced human souls to marks on parchment, lives to numbers, horror to mathematics. But mathematics cannot capture the sound of children crying for food that doesn't exist. Cannot calculate the weight of watching your family die by degrees. Cannot solve for why God allows such equations. The numbers say 2,100 remain from 10,400. But numbers lie. None remain. We 2,100 are not survivors, we are the not yet dead. Walking statistics waiting for our final tally. Mathematics has proven that hell is not fire and brimstone. Hell is subtraction without end, division without remainder, the null set of human hope. In 1321, as the worst seemed to be passing, something strange happened. The rats returned, but they were different, larger, bolder, moving in coordinated swarms. A chronicler in Milan wrote, "They fear neither cat nor dog nor man. They walk in daylight like they own the earth." Where had they been for 7 years? Some scholars believe they survived in the vast granaries of Eastern Europe, growing fat while the West starved. Others think they evolved, adapted to the cold. But everyone agrees on one thing. They brought something back with them. A Venetian merchant noted, "The rats are sick. They dance in circles before dying, black swellings on their necks." Those swellings would have a name soon enough. But in 1321, as Europe began to believe, the worst was over. Nobody knew they were witnessing the overture to the Black Death. The first documented sighting was in Prague, March 1321. A baker named Joseph, one of the few whose ovens still functioned, reported to the city guard. They came at dawn, hundreds of them, moving like water through the streets. But wrong. Rats don't move together like soldiers. These did. They ignored the few cats left alive. The cats ran from them. Within days, similar reports flooded in from across Europe. But these weren't the timid creatures that had vanished in 1315. The merchant Giovanni di Marco, traveling from Venice to Vienna, documented what he saw. Rats the size of rabbits, some larger, grey-black fur so thick arrows bounce off, eyes that reflect light like demons. They don't scatter when approached. They stand their ground, studying you, calculating. The Archbishop of Mainz received disturbing reports from his parishes. The rats show intelligence beyond nature. They work in teams, some distract while others steal. They've learned to open larches, untie knots, even use simple tools. A priest in Worms saw one using a stick to knock bread from a high shelf. This is not natural. This is diabolic. But where had they been? The 7-year absence created wild theories, but one Benedictine scholar, Brother Antonius of Regensburg, proposed something chillingly plausible. The rats didn't vanish, they migrated east, following ancient Roman grain routes to the steppes. Beyond Hungary, there, in the vast underground granaries, built by emperors and forgotten by time, they found paradise. Infinite grain, no predators, perfect breeding conditions, 7 years of unlimited food and reproduction. They've returned not as the same species, but as something evolved. The physical changes were documented obsessively. A physician in Paris dissected several specimens, twice the size of pre-famine rats. Muscle density increased by half. Teeth lengthened and serrated, capable of chewing through wood, even soft metals. Most disturbing, enlarged brains. The cranial capacity has increased by 1/3. These are not the rats that left. These are their descendants, shaped by 7 years of plenty while we endured 7 years of want. The behavioral changes were even more unsettling. The rats showed coordination that defied explanation. A witness in Cologne described an attack on a grain warehouse. They moved in waves. First wave gnawed the doors, while others waited. When guards appeared, they retreated. In perfect synchronization, they returned at night with more numbers, attacking from multiple points simultaneously. They knew we were watching. They waited until we were exhausted. They had lost all fear of humans. Previous generations of rats fled from people, lived in shadows, scavenged secretly. These new rats walked openly through marketplaces, entered homes while families ate, stared directly at humans with what witnesses described as calculating intelligence. A child in Nuremberg reported rats watching her family eat dinner through the window. "Counting us," she said. "The cats, those few that survived the famine, refused to hunt them." A chronicler in line observed. "Our best Mauser, who survived 7 years of horror by hunting, now cowers when rats pass. He recognizes something we don't. The predator-prey relationship is inverted. The cats know they're now the prey. Dogs fared no better. Hunting hounds trained to kill wolves ran from rat. Swarms, a pack of street dogs in Milan, hardened by years of surviving on corpses, was found torn apart. Witnesses said the rats had hunted them like wolves hunt deer, driving them into a corner, exhausting them, then moving in for the kill. But it was the rats' relationship with the dead that proved most disturbing. During the famine, corpses had accumulated faster than burial. Mass graves, body piles, frozen pyramids of the dead, all untouched for years. The returned rats showed intense interest in these sites. Not to feed, they seemed well fed, but to investigate, a gravedigger in Bordeaux reported. They dig into the mass graves, not eating, just ... examining. They spend hours among the bones, touching them with their paws, almost like they're reading something. Then they emerge and dance, spinning, leaping, falling over, getting up, spinning again, like they're drunk or mad. The dancing disease appeared first in the rats, then in the animals they bit, finally in humans. But in 1321, people thought it was just strange behavior. They didn't connect it to disease. Why would they? The rats looked healthy, even robust. Larger, stronger, more vital than any rats in memory. An Italian merchant named Carlo Benedetti made the crucial observation that historians would later recognize as prophetic. The rats congregate at trade routes, ports, and crossroads. There, not seeking food exists everywhere now that so few remain to eat it. They're positioning themselves along human movement patterns, waiting, but for what? The rats showed particular interest in the remaining churches and monasteries. Brother Francis of Assisi documented their behavior. They enter during services, completely unafraid of the congregation. They sit in neat rows as if listening to the sermon. When we sing hymns, they sway. When we pray, they bow their heads. Mockery, mimicry, or something else. They seem to be waiting for something, some signal we cannot perceive. The first human deaths directly attributable to the returned. Rats came in summer 1321, not from attack from disease. A family in Bruges who'd been bitten while defending their grain store fell ill within days. The symptoms were unlike anything seen during the famine. High fever, delirium, and most distinctively, black swellings in the neck, armpits and groin. The family died within a week, but not before describing their hallucinations. The rats speak to us in dreams. They show us cities of the dead, kingdoms built in grave earth, empires of bone and plague. They promise us citizenship and then Acropolis if we stop fighting and accept the gift they bring. Medical professionals were baffled. A physician in Prague wrote, "The disease is nothing like the starvation, sickness, or winter plague. It burns through bodies like fire through dry wood. The black swellings appear where the body fights hardest, lymph nodes swelling with failed resistance. But, strangest of all, the victims dance before they die, just like the rats." The dancing sickness spread from the bitten to their families, from families to neighborhoods, from neighborhoods to districts. But in 1321, it was still contained, still rare. Most who died that year still died from famine's lingering effects. The new plague was just beginning its incubation, both in human bodies and human societies. The rats' intelligence manifested in increasingly complex ways. They learned to avoid traditional traps, poison, and hunting methods. They developed new social structures: scout rats who tested food for danger, guard rats who watched for threats, even what appeared to be leader rats who directed group movements through series of squeaks and gestures. A scholar in Vienna documented their learning capabilities. We captured one, intending study. Its companions spent 3 nights trying to free it, using increasingly sophisticated methods: leverage, distraction, even attempting to pick the lock with twisted metal. When they failed, they sat outside the cage in vigil until the captured rat died. Then they left. But the next night, our laboratory burned. The fire started in 3 places simultaneously. Draw your own conclusions. The church struggled to explain the rats' return. Were they demons? Punishments? Tests? The Bishop of Cologne preached. For 7 years they abandoned us to our suffering. Now they return in our moment of hope, stronger for their absence. They are either God's final curse or Satan's opening move in some greater game. Either way, they herald something worse than what we've endured. Popular folklore developed quickly. Rats were secret rulers of the underworld who'd retreated to plan humanity's destruction. They would transform human souls, twisted by starvation, into animal form. They were advanced scouts for an invasion from hell itself. Each theory was more fantastic than the last, but none were as terrible as the truth. The truth was biological, not theological. The rats had spent 7 years in isolated populations, breeding rapidly in the eastern granaries. Diseases that would normally kill them had instead created resistant populations. The Black Death bacterium, Yersinia pestis, had found perfect incubation conditions, countless hosts, rapid reproduction, isolation from human interference. The rats weren't evil. They were evolution's answer to abundance. After scarcity, by autumn. 1321, the dancing sickness had spread to every major city. Still not epidemic, still not recognized as connected to the rats, but growing. The correlation between rat populations and disease was noticed by a few. An Italian doctor wrote, "Where rats congregate, sickness follows. Where rats dance, humans die. Where rats thrive, plague arrives." But Europe, exhausted from 7 years of famine, couldn't process another catastrophe. The return of the rats was seen as disgusting but manageable. The dancing sickness was concerning but limited. Nobody connected the dots that would seem obvious in hindsight, that the rats weren't just returning from exile. They were bringing hell with them. The final observation of 1321 came from a child in Marseille, a girl who'd survived the famine by eating rats when they were still scarce. She told her priest, "The old rats tasted of hunger and fear. These new rats taste of death and patience. They're not afraid of us because they know something we don't. They're waiting for us to realize we're already dead." Within 20 years, her words would prove prophetic. The Black Death would kill 1/3 of Europe's remaining population. But in 1321, as people celebrated the famine's end, as they counted their dead and rebuilt their lives, the rats just watched, and waited, and danced their strange dances in the moonlight, practicing for the grand performance yet to come. On March 15th, 1322, something miraculous happened. The sun broke through clouds that had shrouded Europe for 7 years. Real warmth, real light. In London, people fell to their knees in the streets, weeping. Church bells rang for 3 straight days. A young monk in Canterbury wrote, "We had forgotten the sun could hurt your eyes." Children who had never seen their own shadows screamed in terror at the dark shapes that followed them. But the thaw revealed horrors frozen in time. Bodies emerged from snowdrifts, perfectly preserved. Entire families found seated at tables. Frozen mid-meal. Armies discovered standing in formation, weapons raised, ice statues of a war that winter had won. The warmth came suddenly, without warning. Dawn broke grey as it had for 7 years. But by noon, actual golden light pierced. Through, not the weak, watery light that occasionally appeared, but real sunshine, hot, bright, alive. In Paris, people stumbled from their homes, shielding their eyes, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Marie de Champagne, age 7, born during the famine, experienced sunshine for the first time. Mother fell to her knees and pulled me down, saying we must pray. I asked what the burning light was. She said God's eye has opened. I was terrified. I thought God was going to see what we'd done to survive. The ice began to melt with alarming speed. Winter's archives, 7 years of frozen death, began to reveal themselves. In Cologne, the Rhine's thaw exposed a grotesque gallery, hundreds of bodies that had fallen through ice over the years, preserved perfectly, now floating downstream like a parade of the damned. Citizens lined the banks, searching for relatives lost years ago, finding them looking exactly as they had at death. Brother Thomas of Westminster, who'd chronicled the disaster from beginning, wrote with shaking hand, "The earth gives up its dead, but not for resurrection. They return only to show us what we've done." A mother and child, frozen in embrace, so perfectly preserved I could count the tears frozen on their cheeks. Soldiers who died defending grain stores, still standing at their posts, ice guardians of nothing. God has kept perfect record of our failures, but with the thaw came something worse than revealed corpse, truth-field truth. The ice had hidden the full scope of devastation. Entire districts thought to be empty were found to contain hundreds of frozen dead. Mass graves, hastily covered with snow, began to melt and shift, creating mudslides of human remains. The spring of 1322 didn't bring renewal. It brought archaeology of horror in the Alps. The thaw revealed the children's crusade of frost, perfectly preserved. A merchant reported, "They stand like an army of small angels, ice blue and beautiful. In their death, still holding hands, still facing south, still seeking summer that has finally come too late. Pilgrims are already calling it holy ground. I call it the world's guilt made manifest. Europe that emerged from the Great Famine was unrecognizable. Languages had changed, words for hunger had multiplied, while words for joy had been forgotten. Children born during the 7 years were stunted, marked forever by starvation. They would be called the famine generation, shorter, weaker, but survivors of the impossible. The social order had shattered. Peasants who survived owned land, for the first time inherited from the dead. The church's authority collapsed. Where was God during the freeze? And most critically, the population drop created labor shortages that would, within a generation, end feudalism itself. The Great Famine didn't just kill millions, it killed the medieval world. The linguistic changes were documented by scholars, attempting to translate pre-famine texts. The Abbot of Cluny wrote, "We have 23 new words for different types of hunger, but have lost the words for feast, abundance, and satisfaction. Children learning to speak, use, eat, as past tense only, they cannot conceive of eating as a present or future action. We've developed exact terms for the taste of leather, bark, clay, but forgotten words for flavors of meat. The famine generation bore physical marks that would last lifetimes. Stunted growth, adults reaching barely 5 feet, bone deformities from childhood rickets, teeth destroyed from eating stones and wood, but worse were the invisible scars. They hoarded food obsessively, even in plenty. They ate alone in darkness, unable to share meals. They counted every grain, weighed every crumb. A physician in Paris noted, they survived famine but remain imprisoned by it. Their bodies live in 1322, but their minds remain in 1318. The social revolution was immediate and irreversible. A third of Europe's nobility had perished, entire bloodlines extinct. Peasants squatted in abandoned castles, worked lordless lands, claimed ownership through occupation. The survivorship created overnight social mobility, a serf who'd hidden. Grain became a merchant. A baker's assistant who'd outlived his master became a guild leader. A prostitute who'd hoarded food became a property owner. The church's authority evaporated like morning frost. 7 years of unanswered prayers had broken faith's monopoly. New sects emerged, some worshipping nature, others embracing nihilism. The Pope's call for renewed devotion was met with laughter. A graffiti in Rome read, "God starved. We survived. Who then is stronger?" Priests found congregations unwilling to tithe, unable to trust divine providence that had provided only suffering. But most revolutionary was the labor shortage. With 15 million dead, every survivor became valuable. Peasants demanded wages. Instead of feudal obligations, serfs simply walked away from their lords, knowing they'd find better conditions elsewhere. The statute of laborers, attempting to freeze wages at pre-famine levels, was universally ignored. A blacksmith could demand noble prices. A farmer could negotiate like a merchant. The medieval world built on hierarchy. Faith and agricultural abundance had been murdered by weather. What emerged was proto-modern, mobile, skeptical, calculating. The Great Famine didn't just kill people. It killed the very idea of divinely ordered society. The survivors knew now that God could forget them, that nobles could starve, that civilization was only 3 meals deep. Europe would rebuild, but never recover. The medieval dream was frozen in those 7 years, preserved like the corpses in ice, beautiful and dead forever. In 1323, an anonymous scribe in Bavaria wrote what might be the most important document of the entire famine. Not a chronicle of events, but a warning. To those who come after, know this. We thought ourselves masters of the earth. We built castles against enemies, churches against damnation, walls against nature itself. But when the sky turned against us, when the very air became our enemy, we learned that civilization is only 3 meals deep. Beneath that lies the animal, and beneath that ... lies something worse, something that would eat its own shadow if it could provide sustenance. We survived. That is not the same as living. Some costs can never be repaid. Some hungers never leave you, no matter how much you eat. We measured time in deaths. We measured love in shared suffering. We measured God in his absence. If the cold comes again, and it will come again, remember that the greatest danger is not the freeze. It's what the freeze reveals about your neighbor, about your family, about yourself. May you never be warm enough to forget what we learned in the cold. The document was found hidden in a monastery wall, wrapped in waxed cloth, deliberately preserved. The scribe continued, I write this with fingers that consumed my own flesh. I write with eyes that watched my children choose which sibling would eat. I write with a soul that has been to hell and discovered hell is not fire. Hell is ice and the mathematics of survival. We who survived are not heroes. We are the ones who did what heroes couldn't. We chose ourselves over others. We calculated love against calories and chose calories. We learned that honor digests poorly, that mercy is a luxury of the fed, that civilization is just an agreement between people who aren't hungry yet. The sun has returned. The crops grow again. Markets open, bells ring. Children are born who will never know the taste of bark bread. They will call us the generation who endured. But endurance is just a prettier word for betrayal. Betrayal of everything we once believed. Made us human. When abundance returns, you will forget. You will must forget to stay sane. But someone should remember. Someone should know that we measured children's worth in weeks of food, that we drew lots for who would walk into winter, that we learned to distinguish the taste of different mortar. From ancient walls, so I leave this testament, not of what happened chronicles will tell that story, but of what we became. We became arithmetic. We became efficiency. We became the truth that underneath every prayer, every law, every noble sentiment, lies the animal that will eat its own tail if the circle of consumption demands it. Remember us accurately, not as victims of weather, but as humans revealed. The cold didn't change us, it showed us, and what it showed can never be fully hidden again. The thaw has come. Summer returns. But we who survived carry winter inside us forever, a frozen seed that whispers, "This is what you really are. Everything. Else is just the dream of well-fed men." In the spring of 1315, a mother in northern England made an unthinkable decision. She locked her children inside their cottage, walked into the frozen wasteland, and never returned. But she wasn't abandoning them. She was saving them. What, she knew what all of Europe would soon discover was that the world itself was dying. The rain wouldn't stop. The cold wouldn't break. And for the next 7 years, winter would reign supreme. Her name was Marjorie of Dereham, and her neighbors found her children 3 days later, alive, huddled around the last embers of their fire. The eldest, a boy of 9, clutched a note his mother had left. The priest who recorded it wrote that his hands shook as he read her words aloud. "My flesh will buy them grain. My absence will grant them mercy. Tell them I walk toward God, not away from them." You see, Marjorie had understood something terrible. Something that would take the rest of Europe months to grasp. This wasn't just another harsh spring. This was the beginning of an extinction. The marketplace where she'd traded her body for bread had made the calculation clear. A living mother meant 5 mouths to feed. A missing mother meant 4 orphans the church had to shelter, and the church still had grain, still had walls, still had hope that this nightmare would end. But here's what makes Marjorie's story so haunting. She wasn't unique. Parish records from 1315 show hundreds of similar disappearances. Parents vanishing into blizzards, elderly grandparents wandering into forests, always leaving notes, always locking doors from the outside, always walking toward death like it was salvation. The chronicler Geoffrey Le Baker would later write about that spring with words that feel pulled from nightmares. The rains began on St. George's Day and fell like God had forgotten how to do anything else. Not the warm rains of April that wake sleeping seeds, but frozen needles that killed whatever they touched. Crops didn't fail, they drowned standing. Rivers didn't flood, they exploded from their banks like wounded animals. Think about that. For a moment, you're a medieval peasant. Your entire world is 3 miles wide. Everything you know about survival, every technique your father taught you, every prayer your mother whispered, assumes one simple truth, that seasons follow patterns. Spring brings life. Summer brings growth. Autumn brings harvest. Winter brings rest. But what happens when spring never comes? When winter refuses to die? When the very foundation of existence cracks beneath your feet? That's what began in 1315. Not a famine, not a crisis, but the complete collapse of natural order. And Marjorie of Durham, walking into that frozen dawn, leaving her children behind to live, was just the first character in a story that would consume 15 million souls. Before it ended, the question isn't how Europe survived, it's what Europe became to survive it. Good evening and welcome back, friends. Tonight, we are going to journey through the winter that never ended, America's forgotten ice years. As always, let me know where in the world you are listening in from. Get cozy, settle in, and let's begin. She stood at the frost-covered window. Her breath formed clouds in the June air. Outside, snow fell on what should have been green cornfields. Her children huddled by the dying fire. They wrapped themselves in every blanket the family owned. She whispered a prayer, the same prayer she had whispered every morning for weeks. She asked God when spring would finally come. She did not know this was only the beginning. Picture thousands of similar scenes across the American frontier. Thousands of windows, thousands of prayers whispered into the impossible cold. What happened in 1816 was merely a prelude, a warning that no one heeded. 20 years later, something far worse came to the American interior. This time it would last not 1 year, but 3 brutal winters. They bled into each other without mercy, without explanation, without end. Between 1836 and 1838, a climate catastrophe struck North America. It has been nearly erased from popular memory. Historians debate the causes today. Solar minimums, volcanic eruptions half a world away, or a deadly combination of forces beyond human understanding. The pioneers who lived through it had no such explanations. They had only survival. They had only the next day, and the day after that, if they were lucky enough to see it. This is their story. The story that America chose to forget. What you are about to hear challenges everything you thought you knew about westward expansion. Textbooks celebrate the march of civilization across the continent. They praise the brave pioneers, claiming their piece of the American dream. But they rarely mention the winters that nearly ended it all. They do not talk about the settlements that simply vanished. They do not discuss the mass graves discovered decades later, or the journals hidden in attics, journals filled with words that survivors could not bear to speak aloud. This is the story of the winter that never ended, and the people who somehow lived to see spring again. Late 1835. The American frontier hummed with optimism. The economy was booming. Land was cheap. Opportunity seemed limitless. Thousands of families poured westward into territories that promised fertile soil and new beginnings. Michigan Territory, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. These were the lands of promise. These were the places where a man could build something from nothing. A young couple in their early 20s had just claimed 160 acres in Michigan Territory. They were newlyweds. She was pregnant with their first child. He had spent the summer building a one-room cabin with his own hands. The logs were chinked with mud and moss. The roof was solid. The door hung true. They planned their first full harvest together. She planted a small garden near the cabin. Carrots, potatoes, beans. He cleared 3 acres for corn. At night they sat by the fire and talked about the future, about the children they would have, about the farm they would build, about growing. Old together on this land, an older family arrived in Illinois in the autumn of 1835. They had come from Pennsylvania, a mother and father with 3 children under 10 years old. They had sold everything they owned for this chance. The wagon journey had taken 6 weeks. The children were tired but excited. The father staked his claim near a creek. Good water, timber nearby, rich black soil that crumbled in his hands. He told his wife this was it. This was where they would prosper. She believed him. They all did dot in Ohio. A widower worked a small farm with his 2 teenage daughters. His wife had died of fever the previous summer. The grief was still raw, but he had responsibilities. Daughters to feed, a farm to maintain, a future to secure. For them, the older girl was 16, capable, strong. She helped with everything. The younger was 14, still learning, still growing. Together the 3 of them made it work. They honored the memory of the wife and mother they had lost by surviving, by building, by moving forward. This was frontier life in late 1835. Hard but hopeful. Isolated but connected through shared struggle. Communities were small but tight-knit. Neighbors helped neighbors. Barn raisings brought everyone together. Churches served as social centers. Sunday services were as much about community as worship. People traded labor, traded goods, traded gossip and news from back east. The isolation was real. Some homesteads were miles from the nearest neighbor, but people found ways to stay connected, to remain human in the wilderness. Daily routines followed the sun. Wake before dawn, tend the livestock, milk the cows, feed the chickens, collect eggs. Breakfast was simple. Cornmeal mush, salt pork if you had it. Then the work began. Men cleared land, ploughed fields, mended fences, chopped endless cords of firewood. Women tended gardens, preserved food, made soap, sewed clothes, raised children. Everyone worked. Even the smallest children had chores, gathering kindling, feeding chickens, watching younger siblings. There was no such thing as idle time on the frontier. As autumn 1835 arrived, families began their winter preparations. These were routines they knew well. They had survived winters before. They salted meat, packed pork and beef in barrels with salt and brine. The meat would keep all winter this way. They filled root cellars with potatoes, turnips, carrots, squash, onions. They dried beans, preserved fruits, made apple butter, rendered lard. Every scrap of food was precious. Nothing was wasted. Firewood was crucial. Men spent weeks cutting and stacking wood, cord after cord after cord. A family could burn through several cords in a hard winter. The stacks grew higher, oak for long burning, maple for cooking, pine for quick heat. The wood had to dry, green. Would wood smoke and not burn hot? So they cut wood a season ahead when they could. The wood piles near cabins stood taller than a man. They looked like enough. They always had been enough before. The young couple in Michigan worked together on their preparations. He hunted, brought home deer and wild turkey. She preserved the meat. They worked side by side. Her belly grew with the pregnancy. He worried about her working too hard. She laughed and told him women had been having babies since the beginning of time. She would be fine. The baby would come in May, spring, when everything was green and growing. It seemed perfect. The family in Illinois worked frantically to prepare. They had arrived late in the season. They had less time. The father pushed himself. Hard. Too hard. His wife worried. But they got it done. Meat preserved, vegetables stored, firewood stacked. The cabin was small but well built. They had purchased it from a family moving back east. The previous owners had said they missed civilization, missed family. The father thought they were foolish. This land was too good to abandon. His wife was not so sure, but she kept her doubts to herself. The widower and his daughters prepared. Methodically, they had done this before. Last year they had done it without a wife and mother. This year was easier in some ways. The grief was less sharp. The routines were established. The older daughter had learned her mother's preservation techniques. The younger helped without complaint. They worked together in comfortable silence, the kind of silence that comes from shared loss and shared survival. They would make it through another winter. They had to. December 1835 arrived cold and early. The first snows came before Thanksgiving, heavier than usual. The temperatures dropped fast. Old-timers mentioned it reminded them of 1816, the year without a summer. But the younger settlers dismissed the comparison. Every old-timer thought their memories were the worst. This was just a hard winter, nothing more. They had food, they had shelter, they had firewood. They would be fine. By January 1836, something felt different. The cold had a quality that went beyond mere temperature. It was bone-penetrating, relentless, aggressive, the kind of cold that found every crack in a cabin wall, every gap around a door, every weakness in your clothing. People wore layers, wool on wool on wool. They stayed close to fires. They moved less, conserved energy, conserved heat, conserved everything. Animals behaved strangely. Livestock refused to leave their barns. Horses stood in corners, unmoving. Even when offered food, cows produced less milk. Chickens stopped laying. The wildlife disappeared. Deer vanished from the forests. Rabbits seemed to evaporate. Tracks in the snow became rare, then non-existent. Hunters returned empty-handed day after day. Where had everything gone? The young man in Michigan noticed the silence first. The forest was always noisy. Birds, squirrels, the rustle of small animals, whined through leaves. But now there was nothing. just silence and wind. The wind never stopped. It howled around the cabin at night. His wife pressed close to him for warmth, for comfort. She was 7 months pregnant now. He felt the baby kick against his back sometimes when they slept. He wondered what kind of world this child would be born into. In Illinois, the children asked their father why it was so cold. He told them God was testing them, testing their faith, their strength, their family. The mother said nothing. She watched. Their food stores. She calculated in her head. If winter ended in March like it should, they would be fine. But something in her gut told her March might not bring spring this year. The widower in Ohio kept a journal. He had started it after his wife died, a way to process grief, to feel less alone. In late January 1836, he wrote an entry that he would later try to burn. He wrote that the cold felt wrong, not natural, that he had a feeling of dread he could not shake, that his daughters felt it too, though they did not speak of it. He wrote that he was afraid, not of dying, but of failing to protect his girls, of not being enough. February arrived. It should have shown signs of weakening. Winter, longer days, occasional thaws, the promise of spring lurking beneath the cold. But February 1836 brought none of these things. It brought deeper cold, more snow, storms that lasted days. The sun appeared rarely. When it did, it seemed weak, pale, unable to warm anything. People began to worry, really worry. This was beyond a normal hard winter. Food stores were being depleted. Faster than expected. You burned more firewood in extreme cold. You ate more to maintain body heat. The calculations that had seemed conservative in November now seemed optimistic. Families began to ration. Smaller portions, fewer meals. Make it stretch. Make it last. Spring would come. It had to come. But as February turned to March, and March brought no relief, only more snow and more cold, a new emotion crept into Frontier. Cavern's fear, real fear, the kind that sits in your stomach and grows, the kind that wakes you at night, the kind that makes you count your remaining potatoes and feel panic rising in your chest, because spring should be here, and it was not. Coming, March 1836. The month that should bring thaw and birdsong and the first signs of life returning. Instead, it brought blizzards, heavy wet snow that collapsed roofs, winds that tore at cabin walls, temperatures that dropped so low that water froze solid inside homes, despite the fires burning constantly. People began to understand. This was not a normal winter. This was something else entirely. The young wife in Michigan went into labor on March 15th, 3 weeks early. Her husband rode through a blizzard to fetch the nearest midwife. She lived 4 miles away. He almost did not make it. The horse struggled through chest-deep drifts. The wind cut through every layer he wore. He found the midwife. She came. They rode back together. The journey that should have taken an hour took 3. The baby came that night. A girl, small but healthy, she cried strong. The mother wept with relief and exhaustion and fear. The midwife stayed 2 days until the storm broke. When she left, she told them the baby would need extra warmth, extra care. The mother already knew. She held the infant against her skin constantly, shared her body heat, prayed the cold would break before her milk ran thin. In Illinois, the family made a decision. They would send the eldest boy to the nearest town, 12 miles south, to buy supplies, if any could be had, extra flour, salt, anything. The boy was 8 years old, small for his age, but tough. His father gave him careful instructions. Follow the creek, stay near cover. If a storm comes, find shelter and wait it out. The mother packed him food for 2 days. She kissed his forehead, told him to be safe. He left before dawn. He returned 4 days later, frostbitten, exhausted, empty-handed. The town had nothing to sell. Their stores were depleted too. Everyone was rationing. Everyone was afraid. He had slept in a barn the first night, a chicken coop the second. A family had taken him in on the third night, fed him soup, let him warm by their fire. They had children his age, thin children with hollow eyes. He came home and told his parents what he had seen. His father nodded, said nothing. His mother turned away so the children would not see her cry. The widower in Ohio made an inventory in mid-March. He wrote down every item of food they had left. 2 bushels of potatoes, some sprouting, half a barrel of salt pork, 1 small sack of cornmeal, dried beans, maybe 20 pounds, some preserved apples, not many, he calculated. If they were very careful, if they ate little, if spring came in April, they might make it. Might, he gathered his daughters, sat them down, told them the truth. They were running low on food. They would need to ration carefully. The older daughter asked if they would starve. He could not lie to her. He said he did not know, but they would do everything possible to survive. They would hunt, they would trap, they would make every scrap. Count, she nodded. The younger daughter started to cry. The older put her arm around her sister, told her they would be all right. The widower was not sure which of them she was trying to convince. April came. April that should burst with life and warmth and renewal. April that should mean planting time and spring rain and hope. This April brought none of those things. The ground remained frozen solid, 18 inches deep, 2 feet in some places. No plough could break it. No seed could be planted. Even if they tried, nothing would grow in this cold. Families faced a terrible realization. Even if spring came tomorrow, the growing season was too short now. Crops planted in late April might not mature before full frost. And full frost in this new reality might come in August, or July, or never. Leave it all? The cycle of farming that had sustained human civilization for thousands of years was broken, and no one knew how to fix it. The young couple in Michigan began hunting for any food source. The man set snares for rabbits. The traps stayed empty. He tried fishing through the ice. Nothing. Not even the fish were biting. He ranged farther from the cabin, looking for any game, any sign of life. His wife worried when he was gone. She sat by the window with the baby, watched for his return. Sometimes he was gone for 2 days. When he came back with nothing, they did not speak of it. They simply held each other and their daughter and tried not to think about tomorrow. Neighbors began to disappear. The family 2 miles east was there. One day, gone the next. Their cabin door stood open, their belongings left behind. Only the food was gone, and their wagon, and their animals. They had fled south, or tried to. No one knew if they made it. More families followed. Every week someone else left. The community that had been tight-knit was fraying, unraveling. People made choices for their own survival now. There was no room for collective thinking anymore. Some tried to help each other still. Families with slightly more food shared with those who had less. But even generosity has limits when your own children are starving. A man in Indiana gave his last potatoes to a neighbor. His own family went without for a week. When his wife confronted him, he said it was the Christian thing to do. She said Christian charity would not save their sons. They argued. It was the first real argument of their marriage. There would be many more before spring finally came. Churches held special services, prayer meetings, asking God for deliverance, for spring, for mercy. Attendance was sparse. Travel was too dangerous. Faith was wavering. A preacher in Illinois gave a sermon about Job, about suffering that tests faith, about endurance through trial. 3 families walked out. One man stood and shouted that God had abandoned them. The preacher had no answer, because maybe he had. By late April 1836, reality had set in. This was not going to end. Not soon. Maybe not ever. People stopped saying spring would come. They stopped making plans. They focused only on surviving the day in front. Of then, nothing more. The future was too uncertain, too terrifying. Better not to think beyond the next meal, the next night, the next morning if you were lucky enough to see it. The psychological toll was as brutal as the physical. People began to break under the strain. A woman in Wisconsin stopped speaking entirely, just sat by her fire, staring. Her husband tried everything. She would not respond. Their children were terrified. Eventually the husband took the children and left. He could not stay with a woman who had stopped being present. Some said he was cruel. Others said he did what he had to do. There was no right answer anymore. Marriages strained. Parents fought. Children grew silent and withdrawn. The pressure of constant survival wore away at human connections, at love, at compassion, at everything that made life worth living. People became hollow, going through motions, existing but not living, waiting for an end they could not see, and still the cold did not break. May arrive, May that should be warm and green, May that should mean gardens growing and livestock grazing. This May was grey and frozen. Snow fell on the 10th, again on the 18th, again on the 23rd. People stopped being surprised. They just accepted. This was the world now. Cold and dead and endless. But something else was coming. Something worse. Because as terrible as this first winter had been, it was only a prelude. The summer of 1836 would bring brief hope. Just enough to make people believe the worst was over. Just enough to make them vulnerable. And then winter would return. Colder, longer, more deadly. Wait until you hear what happens next. Spring refused to come. That is the simplest way to describe what happened in 1836. Spring simply refused to arrive. March became April. April became May, and still the ground stayed frozen. Still the snow fell. Still the temperatures remained far below what any living person had. Experienced Dot, the young mother in Michigan Territory, held her baby and watched the window. Every day she looked for signs. A bird, a patch of bare ground, anything that suggested winter was weakening. She saw nothing but white, endless white. Her husband ventured out less now. The cold was too dangerous. The exertion burned calories. They could not afford to lose. He sat by the fire and stared at the walls. She knew what he was thinking. The same thing she was thinking. How long can we last? Their food stores had dwindled to almost nothing. The potatoes were gone. The preserved meat was gone. They had cornmeal, perhaps enough for 2 more weeks if they were careful, if they made it thin, if they did not mind the constant gnawing hunger. The baby nursed, but the mother's milk was weak. She could feel it. Not enough fat, not enough nutrition. The baby cried more now. A thin, desperate sound that cut through the cabin's silence like a knife. In Illinois, the family faced their own crisis. They had 5 mouths to feed, 3 children, 2 adults. The mathematics were brutal. They cut their portions again. And again. The children stopped asking for more. They understood somehow, even the youngest. She was only 4, but she had learned not to complain, learned that complaining changed nothing. The mother watched her children grow thinner. Their faces became angular, their eyes too large, their movements slower. She wanted to scream, to rage against the unfairness, but rage would not bring spring. So she stayed silent and counted the days. The father went hunting every few days. He never found anything, but he went anyway, because sitting in the cabin watching his family starve was worse than freezing in the forest. At least in the forest he was trying. At least he was doing something. He set traps. He checked them religiously. They stayed empty. He tried fishing through ice on the creek. Nothing. The fish had gone dormant or died. He did not know which. He returned empty-handed every time. His wife would look at him. He would shake his head. No words necessary. They both knew. The widower in Ohio and his daughters had become experts at survival. They burned furniture for warmth when the firewood ran out. A chair 1 week, a table the next. They ate 1 meal a day. Soup stretched so thin it was barely more than hot water. They trapped a squirrel once. 1 squirrel for 3 people. They made it last 2 days. They boiled the bones for broth, sucked the marrow, used every part. Nothing was wasted. Nothing could be wasted. The older daughter took on more responsibility. She was 17 now, though she looked younger. Malnutrition had stunted her growth, hollowed her cheeks, but her mind was sharp. She kept track of their supplies, rationed, carefully, made decisions about what to eat and when. Her father let her. He trusted her judgment. She had her mother's practical nature, her mother's strength. Sometimes he looked at her and saw his dead wife. It was comforting and heartbreaking in equal measure. The younger daughter was 15. She spoke less than before. The cold and hunger had made her withdrawn. She did her chores without complaint, helped where she could. But there was a distance. In her eyes, a remove. Her father worried about her, about what this experience was doing to her mind. To her spirit, He tried to engage her in conversation. She would answer in single words. Yes, no, maybe, then return to silence. He did not know how to reach her anymore. Communities that had held together through the winter began to fracture. Trust eroded. A family in Michigan discovered their hidden food cache had been raided. Someone had broken in while they slept, taken half their remaining supplies. They suspected a neighbor, a man they had helped the previous autumn, but they could not prove it, and confrontation seemed pointless. Everyone was desperate. Everyone was capable of terrible things when survival was at stake. Theft became common. People took what they needed to live. A chicken here, a bag of grain there, tools, blankets, firewood, anything that might help them survive another day. Some felt guilt, others felt nothing. Morality becomes flexible when you are watching your children starve. The social contract that held frontier communities together was dissolving, replaced by something more primal, more brutal. Every family for themselves. Churches tried to maintain order, to provide spiritual comfort, but attendance dropped. People could not afford the calories to walk to services, could not spare the time away from survival, could not reconcile a loving God with this endless cold. A preacher in Indiana Territory gave his final sermon in April. He told his sparse congregation that God worked in mysterious ways, that suffering brought them closer to heaven, that this was a test of faith. A farmer stood up, said his 3-year-old daughter had died 2 nights before, asked what she was being tested for. The preacher had no answer. The church never held another service. Parents made impossible choices. A couple in Illinois debated whether to eat their last seed corn. It was meant for planting, for the future, for hope. But their son was dying, 6 years old and dying of starvation. They could see it, his body consuming itself, his ribs visible through his shirt, his eyes sunken. They ground the seed corn into meal, made bread, fed him. He ate slowly. His stomach had shrunk. He could not eat much, but it was something. They had chosen survival today over the possibility of food tomorrow. They would live with that choice for the rest of their lives. Livestock died. Cattle froze in their barns. Horses became too weak to stand. Pigs huddled together for warmth, but still succumbed to the cold. Chickens stopped laying entirely. People slaughtered their animals, not according to any plan, just when they became desperate enough. Each slaughter was a small tragedy. That cow represented future milk, future. Calves, future security. But future meant nothing when you might not survive the week. So they killed and ate and tried not to think about tomorrow. The meat from livestock helped, but it went fast. A family could butcher a pig and eat well for a few days. Then the meat was gone, and they were back where they started. Hungry, desperate, counting down to nothing. Some families tried to preserve the meat, to make it last, but without sufficient salt. Without proper cold storage that did not involve simply leaving it outside where wolves might take it, the meat spoiled, or got stolen, or disappeared in the night. May arrived with no warmth, no green, no life. May there should be planting season brought instead more snow, more cold, more death. People stopped keeping track of dates. What was the point? Time had lost meaning. There was only day and night, hunger and cold, survival and death. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else existed. The young man in Michigan made a decision. They had to leave, had to try to reach his brother's farm in southern Ohio. It was 200 miles, through frozen wilderness, with a 4-month-old baby. His wife thought he was insane, said they would die on the road. He said they would die here. At least moving gave them a chance. They argued, quietly, so as not to wake the baby. He wanted to leave immediately. She wanted to wait for weather to break. He said the weather was not going to break. She knew he was right. But she also knew their chances of surviving a 200-mile winter journey were close to zero. They compromised. They would wait 1 more week. If the weather did not improve, they would go. They both knew it would not improve. But the compromise gave them something. A deadline, a decision point, a plan. Even a futile plan was better than sitting and waiting. To die. They spent the week preparing. He made a sled from cabin boards. She sewed carrying sacks. They packed their few remaining possessions, some clothes, a pot, a knife, a blanket, and the baby. Always the baby. In Illinois, the father watched his children and made calculations. They had food for perhaps 10 more days. After that, nothing. He had no plan for day 11. No ideas, no options. He had exhausted every possibility, every resource, every connection. They were alone, isolated, and running out of time. He told his wife they might need to consider sending the children too. Town, to find families who could take them in. She refused, said they would stay together. Whatever happened, they would face as a family. He did not argue. He understood. But he also knew that keeping the family together might mean watching all of them die. The widower in Ohio faced a different calculation. His daughters were old enough to understand, old enough to participate in decisions. He sat them both down, told them they had food for maybe 2 weeks, asked them what they thought they should do. The older daughter said they should stay, that leaving was more dangerous than staying. The younger said nothing, just stared at the floor. The widower agreed with his older daughter. They would stay. They would make what they had last as long as possible. They would hope for spring, even though hope felt like a luxury they could not afford. June finally brought a change, not spring. Exactly, but less cold. Temperatures rose above freezing during the day. Snow began to melt. Patches of bare ground appeared. People emerged from their cabins, blinking, disoriented, like animals coming out of hibernation. They looked at their neighbors, saw the same hollow faces, the same haunted eyes, the same question. Did we really survive? But the relief was short. Lived. Because even with warmer weather, it was too late for a normal growing season. Crops planted in June would not mature before fall. And who knew what fall would bring? Who knew if this was really over, or just a brief respite before more? Cold. People planted anyway, because what else could they do? They put precious seeds into still, cold ground, prayed for growth, for warmth, for time. The young couple in Michigan decided to stay. The brief warmth had changed their calculations. They planted a small garden. Corn, beans, squash. The baby was stronger now. The mother's milk had improved slightly with less stress. They felt cautiously optimistic. Maybe the worst was over. Maybe they had survived. They tried not to think about all the families who had not, about the empty cabins they had passed, about the graves marked with simple wooden crosses. They focused on their own survival, on the tiny shoots of green emerging from the soil, on small reasons to hope. In Illinois, the family planted everything they had, every remaining seed. It was a gamble. If the crops failed, they would have nothing. No seeds. For next year, no backup plan. But they could not eat seeds, and they could not wait another year. So they planted and prayed and watched the sky nervously, expecting frost, expecting snow, expecting disappointment, because this year had taught them to expect nothing good. The widower and his daughters planted a small plot, just enough for the three of them. They had learned efficiency through necessity, no wasted space, no wasted effort, every action calculated for maximum return. They planted fast-growing crops, radishes, lettuce, things that might mature in the shortened season. They avoided crops that needed long growing periods, corn, squash, melons. There was no time. They needed food now, or as close to now as nature. Allowed. July brought warmth, real warmth. For the first time in what felt like forever, people were too hot instead of too cold. It felt miraculous. Children played outside. Women hung laundry to dry in actual sunshine. Men worked their fields in just shirts. No coats, no layers. It felt like a different world. A world they had almost forgotten existed. Some people wept, just from feeling warm sun on their faces, from remembering what it felt like to be comfortable. The gardens grew, slowly at first. The soil was poor after 2 years of cold. The plants were struggling, but they grew. Green shoots became leaves. Leaves became stalks. Stalks became the promise of food. People watched their gardens obsessively, checked them multiple times a day, measured growth, celebrated every new leaf. These plants represented survival, represented hope, represented the possibility of making it through another winter. But nature was not finished with them. On July 18th, it snowed. Not much, just flurries, but enough. Enough to kill the tender plants, enough to destroy weeks of growth, enough to crush newly formed hope. People walked out to their gardens that morning, saw the white dusting, saw the blackened leaves, saw their food supply dying in front of them. Some fell to their knees, some cursed God, some simply turned around and walked back inside. There was nothing to say, nothing to do. It was happening again. The killing frost was not universal. Some areas escaped, some gardens survived, but many did not. Families who had planted everything watched everything die. They had gambled on summer. Summer had betrayed them. Now they faced another winter with even less than before. The mathematics were impossible. They could not survive another winter like the last one. They simply could not. August brought more temperature swings, warm days, cold nights. Plants that survived the July frost struggled to grow. The growing season was too short, too unstable. Crops that should take 90 days to mature needed 120 now. because cold nights slowed growth, because the plants were stressed, because nothing was normal anymore. People harvested what they could: small potatoes, stunted corn, vegetables that in normal times they would have discarded. But these were not normal times. They harvested everything, used everything, wasted nothing. The young couple in Michigan harvested a small crop, not enough to last a winter, but something. They dried corn, made it last. Dug potatoes. Tiny potatoes the size of walnuts, but potatoes nonetheless. They counted their stores, made calculations, decided they needed to supplement with hunting, with trapping, with anything they could find. The man began ranging farther again, looking for game. The game was returning. Slowly, deer appeared in the forests, rabbits in the fields. He killed a deer in late August, his first successful hunt in months. They celebrated, ate fresh meat, felt strong for the first time in forever. In Illinois, the family harvested almost nothing. Their garden had been hit hardest by the frost. Only a few plants survived. They gathered what they could: a handful of beans, some small squash. It was not enough, not even close. The father knew they could not stay, could not survive another winter here. He told his family they would leave before the snow came, go south, find warmer land, find food, find a way to survive. His wife agreed. The children said nothing. They had learned not to question adult decisions, learned that arguing changed nothing. The widower and his daughters harvested a better crop. Their fast-growing vegetables had matured before the frost. They had radishes, lettuce, some early peas. It was not much, but combined with careful rationing, it might be enough. Might. The older daughter did the calculations, told her father. They would need to find additional food. He nodded, said he would try. She knew what that meant: hunting, trapping, foraging, taking risks. She did not argue. They needed food. Risk was unavoidable. September arrived cold. Too cold for September. People looked at each other with understanding. It was starting again. The brief summer was over. Winter was returning. And this time they knew what to expect. This time there would be no surprise, no shock. Only grim preparation. Only the knowledge that they had barely survived the first time. And now they had to do it again, with less food, less strength, less hope. The psychology of facing a second winter was different from the first. The first winter had carried shock, disbelief, the constant expectation that surely this would end soon. The second winter carried no such illusions. People knew what was coming. They remembered the hunger, the cold, the fear, the losses, and they knew they were weaker now, less prepared, more vulnerable. The knowledge sat heavy on everyone who remained. Many families chose to leave before winter set in. Migration south became a steady stream. Wagons loaded with whatever possessions people could carry. Children wrapped in blankets. Livestock trailing behind. They abandoned cabins. Abandoned land claims. Abandoned dreams. Survival mattered more than property now. More than pride. More than the promise of the frontier. They headed toward Kentucky, Tennessee, places where winter might be survivable. The young couple in Michigan debated leaving daily. Every conversation came back to it. Should they go? Should they stay? He wanted to try one more winter. They had more food this time, more experience, more knowledge of what to expect. She was not convinced. The baby was only 6 months old. Traveling with an infant in winter was suicide. But staying might be too. They went in circles, never deciding, paralyzed by impossible choices. A neighbor stopped by in mid-September, an older man who had lived in Michigan Territory for 10 years. He told them he was leaving, heading to his sister's farm in Kentucky. He offered to take them with him. Safety in numbers, shared resources, shared risk. The young man looked at his wife. She looked at the baby. The neighbor said he was leaving in 3 days, with or without them. Think about it. He left. They thought about it. They thought about nothing else. In the end, they decided to stay. The risks of travel seemed greater than the risks of staying. They had a cabin, firewood, some food, a chance. The journey was hundreds of miles through increasingly hostile weather with a baby. The math did not work, so they stayed. They watched their neighbor's wagon disappear down the trail, wondered if they had made the right choice, knew they would never know until it was too late to change their minds. In Illinois, the family prepared to leave. They sold what they could, traded the rest, packed a wagon with essentials. They left in late September, before the first snow. The father took one last look at their cabin, at the land he had dreamed would make his fortune. His wife put a hand on his arm, told him they would come back someday. He nodded but did not believe her. Neither did she. They climbed onto the wagon. The children huddled in the back. They started south, toward an uncertain future. But at least it was movement. At least it was trying. The journey south was hard. The roads were poor. Mud, ruts, fallen trees. The wagon broke an axle on the 3rd day. The father spent half a day repairing it. They pushed on. Other families traveled the same roads. Sometimes they camped together, shared fires, shared stories. Everyone had the same tale. Cold, hunger, loss, death. The stories became repetitive, became numbing. After a while, people stopped sharing, just nodded at each other, understanding without words. They reached southern Illinois after 2 weeks. The father inquired about land. Prices had dropped. So many people fleeing south had flooded the market. He found a small farm, 40 acres. The previous owner had died. His widow was selling. The father offered what he had. It was not much. She accepted anyway. She just wanted to go back east, back to family, back to safety. The Illinois family had a new home, farther south, maybe far enough. The widower and his daughters stayed in Ohio. They had discussed leaving, but decided against it. The older daughter argued they knew this land, knew where to hunt, where to trap, where to find water. Starting over somewhere new meant learning everything again, meant being vulnerable in unfamiliar territory. Better to face the devil you know. Her father agreed. The younger daughter said nothing. She rarely spoke anymore, just existed. Moving through routines mechanically, October brought the first hard freeze, earlier than normal, earlier than even last year. People who had hoped for a longer autumn were disappointed. Winter was not waiting, was not merciful. It arrived with force and fury. Temperatures dropped below zero. Snow fell heavy and steady. Within 2 weeks, the world was white again, frozen again, dead again. The young couple in Michigan settled into survival mode. They knew the rhythms now, knew how to ration, how to stay warm, how to maintain hope when everything felt hopeless. The man hunted when weather permitted. He had learned to read the cold, to know when going out was risk versus suicide. He caught rabbits occasionally. Small game, it helped. Not enough, but something. The woman focused on the baby, keeping her warm, keeping her fed, keeping her alive. The baby was their reason to continue. Without her, they might have given up, might have laid down and waited for the end, but she needed them, depended on them, so they kept going, kept trying, kept fighting, even when they were exhausted, even when they wanted to quit. They looked at her face and found strength they did not know they had. Communities that had not already dissolved finished dissolving. People stopped visiting, stopped checking on neighbors. The isolation became total. Each family alone in their cabin, alone in their struggle, alone in the dark. The only sounds were wind and cold and occasionally wolves. The wolves had returned, hungry, desperate, like everyone else. They came close to cabins at night, howling, looking for weakness, looking for opportunity. A family 3 miles from the young couple disappeared in November. The husband went to check on them after not seeing smoke from their chimney for several days. He found the cabin empty, the door hanging open. Snow drifted inside. No signs of struggle, no blood, no bodies, just absence. They had left, or something had taken them. Or they had died and been buried or dragged off. He did not know, would never know. He went home, told his wife. They barred their door that night, and every night after, death became common. Expected. A family in Indiana lost their youngest child, a boy of 3. He simply did not wake up one. Mourning, malnutrition, cold, pneumonia. Probably all 3. They buried him in snow because the ground was frozen, marked the spot with stones, planned to give him a proper burial in spring. If spring came, if they survived to see it. The mother stopped speaking after that, just rocked in her chair, staring at nothing. The father tried to reach her, could not. Eventually he stopped trying. Illness spread through weakened populations. People with no reserves, no immunity, no strength to fight. Pneumonia, influenza, infections from minor cuts that would normally heal. Bodies shutting down under relentless stress. Some families lost multiple members, a father and 2 sons in 1 week, a mother and infant daughter, entire families, sometimes. Cabins found empty in spring, everyone gone, questions no one wanted to answer. The widower in Ohio kept his family isolated. He had learned from the first winter, contact with others meant risk of illness. They stayed home, stayed separate, stayed alive. The older daughter maintained their routines, rationed food precisely, kept the fire going, kept spirits up as much as possible. The younger daughter helped when asked, but remained distant, locked, inside her own mind, traumatized by 18 months of horror. The widower worried about her, but keeping everyone alive took precedence over mental health. Survival first, healing later. If there was a later, December arrived. The darkest month. Short days. Long nights. Endless darkness, both literal and metaphorical. People sat by fires and tried not to think, tried not to calculate, tried not to realize how bad things were, because thinking made it worse. Awareness made it unbearable. Better to exist moment to a moment, not looking forward, not looking back, just being, just surviving. Christmas came and went unmarked. No celebrations, no gifts, no joy. Some families tried to acknowledge it, a special meal, a prayer, but mostly it passed like any other day. Cold, dark, hungry. Religion felt hollow to many now. Hard to believe in divine providence when children starved. Hard to have faith when prayers went unanswered year after year. Some held on to belief, others let it go, released it like one more thing they could not afford to carry. The young man in Michigan carved a small wooden toy for his daughter, a doll. Simple but carefully made. He gave it to her on Christmas morning. She was too young to understand, but his wife cried, not from sadness, from gratitude, that he still tried, still found ways to create beauty, still believed in something beyond mere survival. She held him, told him she loved him. They stayed like that for a long time, drawing strength from each other, from their small family, from the choice to keep going. January 1837 arrived, the coldest month of the coldest winter in memory. Temperatures that made the previous year seem mild, winds that cut through any barrier, cold that penetrated everything. People wore every piece of clothing they owned, layered until they could barely move, and still the cold found them. Still it reached through to skin and bone and soul. Food was running critically low for most families. The math was becoming impossible. Even with strict rationing, supplies would not last until spring. Families faced starvation, real starvation. Not just hunger, but the final stages of the body consuming itself. People grew skeletal, moved slowly, spoke rarely, conserved every calorie, every bit of energy. Some no longer had the strength to gather firewood. They burned furniture, burned cabin walls, anything that would produce heat. The young couple ate. One meal every 2 days. They gave most of their food to keep the wife's milk flowing for the baby. The man was wasting away, his ribs visible, his face gaunt, his eyes sunken. But he never complained, never suggested changing the arrangement. His daughter would eat, would survive, even if he did not. The wife saw what he was doing, begged him to eat more. He refused, said she needed strength for the baby. She did not argue further, because he was right, and because arguing took energy. They did not have. February brought no relief, just more cold, more snow, more death. The widower in Ohio made a final inventory. They had perhaps 3 weeks of food left. After that, nothing. He gathered his daughters, told them the truth. They would need to start hunting more aggressively, taking more risks. It was dangerous, but necessary. The older daughter nodded, said she would help. She had learned to trap, to track, to skin small game, skills her mother never imagined she would need. The younger daughter looked up briefly, then back down. The widower wondered what she was thinking, if she was thinking, or if she had retreated so far inside herself that she was unreachable. But then something changed. Late February brought a warm spell. Temperatures above freezing for 3 consecutive days. Snow melted. The sun appeared, bright, almost cheerful. People emerged from cabins, looked around, dared to hope. Maybe this was it. Maybe winter was breaking. Maybe they had made it through. The warmth lasted a week, then ended abruptly. Temperatures plunged again. Snow returned. But something was different. The cold was less aggressive, less absolute. Spring was not here, but it was coming. Finally, actually coming. People could feel it, could sense it. The rhythm of seasons reasserting itself. Nature remembering how things were supposed. To work Marsh brought increasing warmth. Real thaw, ice melting on rivers, snow receding from fields, mud appearing, glorious mud. People celebrated mud like it was gold, because mud meant earth, meant ground, meant the possibility of planting, of growing, of food. The young couple in Michigan stood at their window and watched snow melt, watched brown earth emerge. The wife cried. The husband held her. They had survived. Somehow, against all odds, they had survived. Wait until you hear how much worse it gets. The relief of March 1837 was short-lived. Spring arrived tentatively, weakly, like it was unsure of its own existence. Temperatures rose, but not enough, not consistently. Warm days followed by cold nights. Progress followed by setbacks. Nature could not decide what season it wanted to be. People planted anyway, because what choice did they have? They put seeds in cold ground and prayed. The young couple in Michigan planted their entire plot. Every seed they had saved, every seed they had traded for, everything. It was all or nothing now. They could not hold anything back, could not plan for next year. Next year was too far away. Too uncertain. They needed food this year, this growing season, or they would not see another. The man worked the field slowly, his body weakened from months of starvation. His wife helped when she could, the baby strapped to her back, growing, thriving somehow despite everything. In their new home in southern Illinois, the family that had fled hoped for better conditions, warmer weather, longer growing season, better chances. The father plowed fields, planted corn, beans, squash. The soil was good, better than what they had left behind. But the weather was still wrong, still cold, still unpredictable, he realized. with growing horror that they had not escaped, had only delayed the inevitable. The cold had followed them south, or perhaps it was everywhere. Perhaps there was no escape. The widower in Ohio planted with his daughters. They worked together in silence. The older daughter had become the de facto head of household. She made decisions, organized work, kept them functioning. Her father followed her lead, grateful for her strength. The younger daughter worked mechanically, planting seeds, covering them with soil, watering. Her face remained blank, empty. The widower had accepted that she might never fully return, that the person she had been before the cold was gone, replaced by this hollow version. He mourned her even though she still lived at. April brought frost, killing frost. Not as severe as the previous year, but enough to damage crops, to set back growth, to remind everyone that nature was still hostile, still unpredictable, still deadly. People watched their seedlings blacken and die, watched weeks of work destroyed overnight. Some replanted, others gave up, decided to focus on foraging, on hunting, on finding food rather than growing it. Trust in agriculture had eroded. The contract between farmer and earth felt broken. Communities were shadows of what they had been. So many had left. So many had died. The ones who remained were changed, hardened, suspicious. The social bonds that had held frontier life together were gone, replaced by wariness, by self-interest, by the understanding that in crisis every person was ultimately alone. Neighbors who had once helped each other now avoided contact, feared obligation, feared the weakness that came from caring about others. A woman in Michigan Territory knocked on the young couple's door in late April. She was gaunt, desperate. Her husband had died in February. She had 3 children, no food, no options. She begged for help, anything they could spare. The young man looked at his wife. They had so little themselves, barely enough for their own family. His wife went inside, came back with a small sack of cornmeal, perhaps 2 pounds. It was a significant portion of their stores. The woman wept, thanked them, left. The young man and his wife never discussed it, never questioned the decision, but they both knew what that cornmeal might cost them later. May brought better weather, warmer, more stable. The crops that survived April began to grow, slowly, struggling, but growing. People tended their gardens obsessively, pulled every weed, watered carefully, talked to the plants, begged them to thrive. These gardens represented everything: hope, survival, future. Without them there was nothing, just slow starvation through another winter. And no one could survive another winter like the last 2. The young couple's garden showed promise. The corn was growing, short stalks, but growing. The beans were climbing, the squash spreading. They allowed themselves to hope, to plan, to imagine a harvest that would see them through. The man hunted regularly now. The game had returned. Deer, rabbits, turkey. He was successful more often, building their stores. They smoked meat, preserved it, prepared for the worst while hoping for better. In southern Illinois, the family's crops grew better. The warmer climate helped. Their corn reached knee-high by late May. The father felt vindicated. They had made the right choice to move. His wife was less certain. She had learned not to trust good fortune, not to believe in progress until it was secured. She watched the sky constantly, waited for the next disaster, for the frost or hail or plague of insects that would destroy everything. Optimism felt dangerous, felt like tempting fate. The widower's garden grew adequately, not abundant but adequate. The older daughter managed it efficiently. She had learned to maximize every inch of soil, every drop of water, every moment of sunlight. She was 17 now, an adult in all. But names she had lost her youth to these winters, lost her innocence, lost a chance to be young and carefree. She did not mourn these losses. There was no time, no space, no energy. She simply existed in the present, did what needed doing, survived. June arrived warm. Summer finally asserting itself. People shed layers, felt sun on skin, remembered what warmth felt like. Children played outside, really played. Not just huddled for warmth, but ran and laughed, and acted like children. Parents watched them with complicated emotions. Joy at seeing childhood return, sorrow for all the childhood lost, fear that this reprieve was temporary, that winter would return too soon. The young couple's baby took her first steps in June, on grass, in sunshine. Her mother cried watching her. This tiny person who had known only cold and hunger and fear was walking, growing, living. It felt miraculous. The man picked up his daughter, spun her in the air. She laughed. The sound was pure joy, untainted by the suffering around her. Too young to understand, too young to remember. They both hoped she would never remember these years, never carry the scars they carried. July was hot, genuinely hot. People complained about heat, then laughed at themselves for complaining. Heat was blessing. Heat was life. Heat meant crops growing, meant long days, meant hope. The gardens flourished. Corn grew tall. Beans produced pods. Squash spread across the ground with heavy fruit. For the first time in 2 years, abundance seemed possible. Not guaranteed, but possible. But nature had taught them not to trust. On July 23rd, a hailstorm struck southern Indiana. Hail the size of eggs. It shredded crops, destroyed gardens, killed livestock. Families who had been preparing for harvest lost everything in 20 minutes. The storm passed, left devastation. People walked through destroyed fields in shock, corn beaten into the ground, beans stripped from vines, squash smashed. Months of work, all their hope, gone. The Eloy family was spared. The storm passed north of them, but they heard about it. Heard about families losing everything. The father thanked God. The mother said nothing. She had stopped thanking God, stopped blaming God. God was absent from this struggle. They were alone. They survived or died based on luck and effort. Nothing more, no divine plan, no greater purpose, just random chance and brutal nature. August brought the harvest. For those whose crops survived, it was a time of desperate work, gathering everything before weather could destroy it, before animals could take it, before anything else could go wrong. People worked dawn until dark, harvesting, preserving, storing, building supplies for the winter they knew was coming, because winter always came, and it came early, and it stayed late, and it tried to kill you. The young couple in Michigan harvested a reasonable crop, not abundant, but enough. Combined with the meat the man had preserved in careful rationing, they might have enough, might make it through. The woman calculated and recalculated, added numbers, divided portions, tried to make the math work. Her husband told her they would be fine. She wanted to believe him, but she had learned not to believe in fine. Fine was a luxury. Fine was an assumption they could not afford. The widower and his daughters harvested their garden methodically. The older daughter kept precise records, weight of every potato, count of every ear of corn, number of beans. She created an inventory, made a plan, calculated daily rations for each of them. Her father was impressed, told her so. She shrugged, said it was just practical. Someone had to do it. He realized she had become the leader of their family. Somewhere during these terrible years she had taken control. He was grateful and sad. No 17-year-old should have to be this responsible, this hard. This adult September came cool, cooler than it should be. People noticed, worried, hoped. They were imagining it, hoped it was just normal September weather. But they knew better. They had learned to read the signs, to feel the wrongness in the air. Winter was coming early again. The second winter in a row. The third overall in this nightmare cycle. And they were tired. So tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of surviving. Tired of being afraid. October brought the first snow. 6 weeks early. Heavy snow that blanketed everything. Buried the world in white. People watched from windows with dead eyes. They had known it was coming, had prepared as best they could, but knowing did not make it easier, did not make it less terrifying. They settled into their cabins, barred the doors, fed the fires, began the long dark wait. The psychology of the second winter was different from the first. The first had carried shock, disbelief, the hope that surely this would end. The second winter carried resignation, acceptance, the knowledge that this might never end, that they might die in this cold, that survival was not guaranteed no matter how hard they tried. This knowledge was heavier than the cold, heavier than the hunger. It pressed down on souls, crushed spirits, made people hollow. The young couple settled into routines. He maintained the fire. She cared for the baby. They rationed food strictly. 1 meal a day. Small portions. They talked less now. Conversation took energy, took hope. They existed side by side, parallel lives barely touching. The baby was their only connection, their only reason. Without her, they might have drifted apart entirely, might have retreated into individual isolation, but she needed both of them, so they stayed together, functioned as a unit, survived. In Illinois, the family that had fled south discovered that southern winter was still winter. Less severe than Michigan, but severe enough. Cold enough. Dangerous enough. The father realized they would need to go farther south next year. Kentucky, maybe. Tennessee. somewhere winter was mild, somewhere survival did not require such desperate measures, his wife agreed. The children were weakening. The youngest was sick. A cough that would not go away. A fever that came and went. They needed better conditions. Warmer weather, more food, or they would lose her. The widower and his daughters faced the second winter with grim efficiency. They had learned so much. How to ration perfectly. How to maintain minimal fire. How to trap in winter. How to make everything last. The older daughter ran the household. Her father followed orders. The younger daughter existed. That was all. She ate when told, slept when told, worked when told, but there was nothing behind her eyes. No personality, no emotion, no self. She had retreated so far inside that the widower wondered if she would ever come out. November was brutal. Temperatures far below normal. Winds that never stopped. Snow that fell constantly. People burned through firewood faster than anticipated. Started burning furniture again. Cabin walls. Anything wooden. Anything that would burn. Heat was more important than shelter at a certain point. Better to freeze in an open cabin than freeze in a closed one. At least an open one gave you a chance to see death coming. Food became critical. Families ran low faster than expected. The cold required more calories. The body burned fuel trying to stay warm. People ate more, depleted stores more quickly. By mid-November, some families were already rationing desperately, making soup with water and a single potato, boiling bones multiple times to extract every bit of nutrition, eating things that would normally be considered inedible, tree bark, leather, anything that might contain some caloric value. A family 4 miles from the young couple knocked on their door in late November. A father with 2 sons. Their wife and mother had died in October. Pneumonia. They had no food left. Nothing. They were starving. The father asked for help. His sons stood behind him, thin, shaking, eyes too large in gaunt faces. The young man looked at his wife. She looked at the baby. They had enough food for themselves. Barely. Not enough to share. The young man told them he was sorry. He had nothing to give. The father nodded. Said he understood. They left. The young couple never saw them again. Never learned what happened to them. Preferred not to know. December brought darkness. Literal and metaphorical. The days were so short. The nights so long. People sat in dark. Cabins, conserving candles, conserving lamp oil, conserving everything. The darkness was oppressive, heavy. It made time feel strange, distorted. Days blended together. You woke, ate a small amount, sat, slept, woke again. Was it day? Was it night? Did it matter? Time lost meaning when every moment was the same. Cold, dark, hungry, afraid. The young couple's baby got sick in early December. A fever. She cried constantly. Would not nurse. The mother held her day and night. Tried everything. Cold cloths. Warm cloths. Arb's prayer. The fever broke after 3 days. The baby survived, but the mother did not recover emotionally. She stopped sleeping. Watched the baby constantly. convinced that if she looked away, her daughter would die. The man tried to comfort her, told her the baby was fine. She would not listen, could not listen. Fear had taken hold. Rational thought had fled. Christmas came. No celebration, no acknowledgement. It was just another day. Cold, dark, hungry, the young. Man had carved another toy for his daughter. A small horse. He gave it to her on Christmas morning. She grabbed it, put it in her mouth. Too young to play properly, too young to understand. His wife smiled weakly, told him it was beautiful, then went back to staring at the baby. The man sat by the fire, wondered how much longer they could do this, wondered if survival was worth the cost, then felt guilty for wondering. The Illinois family's youngest child died on December 30th. The cough had gotten worse. The fever never broke. She was 6 years old. They wrapped her in a blanket, laid her in the snow, marked the spot. The mother did not cry. She had no tears left. The father built a small cross. The other children stood silently. They had learned not to show emotion. Emotion was weakness. Weakness was dangerous. The family went back inside. Life continued, because what else could they do? Stop living because one of them had died. Everyone was dying, slowly, quickly, inevitably. January 1837 was the coldest month in living memory. Temperatures dropped to levels that should not be possible, that could not be survived. People huddled by fires, wore every piece of clothing, burned everything that could burn. And still the cold found them, reached through walls, through clothes, through skin, into bones, into souls. Cold that felt sentient, malevolent, actively trying to kill. The widower in Ohio burned his bed in January, then the girl's bed. They slept on the floor near the fire, all three together, sharing body heat, sharing blankets. The older daughter protested burning the beds, said they would need them later. Her father said later did not matter if they froze tonight. She understood, helped him break up the bed frames, fed them to the fire, watched the wood burn, wondered what they would burn next, what they would sacrifice tomorrow. People stopped moving unless necessary. Movement required calories, burned energy. Energy was precious, could not be wasted. Families sat still for hours, days, only moving to tend fire, to prepare food, to use the chamber pot. Everything else was eliminated. Conversation, work, activity, all gone, replaced by stillness, by conservation, by the desperate attempt to make their bodies last until spring. Food was running out everywhere. People were starving, really starving. The body consuming itself, muscle wasting, organs beginning to fail. People became skeletal, their faces gaunt, eyes sunken, teeth loose, hair falling out. The physical signs of advanced starvation. Some went mad. The hunger drove them insane. They talked to people who were not there, saw things that did not exist, lost touch with reality. Others became violent, desperate, dangerous. The young man in Michigan was starving himself to keep his wife and daughter fed. He ate almost nothing, claimed he was not hungry, His wife knew what he was doing, begged him to eat. He refused, said she needed strength to nurse. She needed food to make milk. The baby needed milk to survive. Therefore, the baby and wife ate. He did not. The math was simple, brutal, but simple. He was dying. They both knew it. Neither spoke of it, because speaking made it real, made it unbearable. February brought no relief, just more cold, more hunger, more death. Bodies were found frozen in cabins. Entire families sometimes. They had run out of firewood, run out of food, run out of strength. They had simply stopped, laid down, let the cold take them. It was easier than continuing, easier than fighting every single day with no end in sight. Some people judged them, called them weak. Others understood, envied them even, because at least their suffering was over. The young couple reached their breaking point in late February. They had no food left, nothing. The man was too weak to hunt, too weak to trap, too weak to move. His wife was still nursing, but her milk was almost gone. The baby cried constantly, starving, dying. They sat together, held each other, held their daughter, waited for the end. They did not speak, did not cry, did not pray. They had moved beyond all that. They simply existed in the moment, waiting for it to be over. Then a neighbor appeared, the same neighbor who had offered to take them south. He had returned. His sister's farm had been no better. He had come back to his land, to his cabin. He knocked on their door. The young man opened it, could barely stand. The neighbor saw the situation immediately, went to his wagon, brought back food, salt pork, cornmeal, dried beans. Not much, but something. He told them he would check on them weekly, share what he had. The young man tried to thank him, could not find words. The neighbor nodded, said they were neighbors. That was enough. He left. The food saved them. They rationed it carefully, made it last. The wife's milk returned. The baby stopped crying, started nursing properly. The man ate small amounts, regained some strength. Not much, but enough to function, enough to survive. They knew they owed their lives to the neighbor, knew they could never repay him, but they would try, someday, if they lived that long. March finally brought real thaw. Not false hope this time, real warmth, sustained warmth. Snow melted, ice broke up on rivers, mud appeared everywhere, glorious mud. People emerged from cabins, looked around, counted who was left. So many were gone, dead or fled. The survivors looked at each other with hollow eyes. They had made it, somehow, through a second winter, through horror that should not be survivable. They had made it, but at what cost? Wait until you hear about the third winter. Asterisk. Spring 1837 arrived broken, not absent like before, but damaged, wounded, like nature itself was exhausted from the struggle. The warmth came, but felt fragile, tentative, as if it might retreat at any moment. People planted again, because they had to, because there was no alternative. But the hope that had sustained them through previous plantings was gone. replaced by grim determination, by obligation, by the mechanical act of putting seeds in ground without believing. Anything good would come from it. The young couple in Michigan planted their field. The man was skeletal now. His body had not recovered from February. Probably never would. But he moved through the motions, ploughing, planting. His wife helped, the baby on her back, growing despite everything, thriving in ways that defied logic. Children were resilient, more resilient than adults. She embodied hope even when her parents had none. They worked for her, survived for her, continued for her. The neighbor who had saved them helped with planting. He had lost his own family in the first winter. Wife and 2 daughters. He never spoke of them, never explained what happened, but the grief lived in his eyes, in his movements, in the way he threw himself into work. Helping others was how he survived, how he found meaning. The young couple became his purpose, his reason to continue. He checked on them weekly, shared food when he had extra, fixed things around their cabin, asked for nothing in return. In Illinois, the family that had lost their youngest daughter planted in silence. The mother moved mechanically, planting, watering, weeding, but her spirit was elsewhere, with her dead child, with the life they should have had. The father tried to engage her. She responded in single words. Yes, no, maybe. Their remaining children watched their parents fracture, watched the marriage dissolve under the weight of grief. The oldest boy, now 9, took on more responsibility, helped his father, tried to shield his younger siblings, became an adult too soon. Like everyone else, the widower in Ohio planted, with his older daughter, just the 2 of them. The younger daughter had stopped functioning entirely. She sat in the cabin, stared at walls, did not speak, did not respond, had retreated so far inside herself that she was unreachable. They had tried everything, talking to her, holding her, leaving her alone. Nothing worked. She was alive but not living, present but absent. The older daughter cried about it sometimes, late at night, when she thought no one could hear. Her father heard, said nothing, because what could he say? They were all broken. Some breaks just showed more than others. April brought adequate weather. Not warm, not cold, just neutral. The crops grew slowly, struggling. The soil was depleted after years of abnormal cold. Nutrients locked away. The plants were pale, weak, but growing. People tended them obsessively, talked to them, prayed over them, begged them to thrive. These gardens represented final chances, last hopes. If the crops failed this year, there would be no next year, no more attempts. This was it. May arrived cooler than normal, not catastrophically cold, but not warm either. The growing season was compromised again, shortened. Plants that needed 100 days to mature might only get 80, maybe less. People did what they could, fertilized with anything available. Manure, ash, compost, watered constantly. Protected seedlings from cold nights, fought for every plant, every stalk, every leaf. Communities barely existed now. The population had dropped so dramatically, that calling them communities felt generous. Collections of isolated families, strangers occupying the same general area. No cooperation, no shared resources, no collective identity, just individuals fighting separate battles. The social structures that had once defined frontier life were dead, replaced by atomization, by loneliness, by the understanding that in the end everyone dies alone. The young couple saw other people rarely. Weeks would pass without contact. When they did encounter neighbors, the interactions were brief, uncomfortable. No one wanted to share information about food stores, about successes or failures, about anything that might reveal vulnerability. Trust was gone. Community was gone. Only wariness remained. Eyes that assessed whether you were threat or opportunity. Calculations about whether helping you would benefit them. Nothing was given freely anymore. Everything had price. June brought better weather. Finally, real warmth. Sustained warmth. The crops responded. Grew with vigor they had lacked before. Corn shot up. Beans produced. Squash spread. For the first time in 3 years, gardens looked healthy, looked productive, looked like they might actually yield harvests. People allowed themselves to feel something close to hope, not real hope. That was too dangerous, but cautious optimism. The possibility that maybe, possibly, they might have enough food. The young man hunted successfully in June. Deer were abundant again. The population had recovered, or perhaps the human hunters had diminished enough that game was plentiful. He killed 2 deer in 3 weeks. They smoked the meat, stored it, carefully added it to their supplies. The wife calculated, recalculated. If the garden produced even half of what it promised, combined with the smoked meat, careful rationing, they would make it. Would survive another winter. The math finally worked. But the wife had learnt not to trust good fortune. She waited for disaster, for the frost, the hail, the blight. Something would go wrong. Something always went wrong. She checked the garden multiple times daily, examined every plant, looked for signs of disease, of insect damage, of anything that might threaten their harvest. Her husband told her to relax. She could not. Relaxing felt like inviting catastrophe. Vigilance was all. That kept them safe. She believed that. Needed to believe that. Because if vigilance did not matter, then nothing they did mattered. And that was too terrifying to accept. July was hot, scorching, the kind of heat that in normal times would be complained about. But these were not normal times. Heat meant growth, meant long days, meant crops maturing. People celebrated heat, worked in it without complaint. Sweat was blessing. Discomfort was price of survival. They paid it gladly. The gardens flourished. Corn grew tall, over 6 feet. Tassels appeared. Ears formed. Beans hung heavy on vines. Squash fruit swelled. It looked like abundance, like salvation. The Illinois family's garden exceeded expectations. They would have enough, more than enough. The father felt vindicated again. They had survived, had made the right choices, had protected their family. His wife said nothing. She had learned that survival was temporary, that next year would bring new challenges, new threats, new opportunities for loss. The dead daughter haunted her, would always haunt her. Success. Today did not erase yesterday's failures, did not bring back what was lost. The widower and his older daughter harvested the first. Vegetables in late July, radishes, lettuce, early peas. They ate fresh food for the first time in months. The taste was overwhelming, sharp, vibrant, alive. The older daughter cried while eating. Her father pretended not to notice. They offered food to the younger daughter. She took it, chewed mechanically, swallowed. No change in expression, no recognition of the gift they were giving her. She was gone. The person she had been was dead. This shell remained. They would care for it, protect it. But they had accepted that their family was now too. People. August brought the main harvest. People worked frantically, gathering everything, storing everything, preserving everything. This harvest represented life, represented hope, represented the possibility of future they could not afford to lose any of it. Every ear of corn mattered, every bean, every squash. They worked dawn to dusk, exhausting themselves, not caring. This was too important to spare effort. The young couple harvested more food than they had seen in 3 years. Corn beans, squash, combined with the smoked venison, they had enough. Actually enough. Not barely enough. Not maybe enough. But truly enough. They stood in their cabin looking at the stores. The wife started laughing, then crying, then laughing again. The man held her. They had made it, had survived, had beaten the odds. Their daughter played at their feet, oblivious, perfect. A miracle they did not deserve, but received anyway. The neighbor helped them preserve food, showed them techniques for long-term storage, how to keep corn dry, how to prevent mold, how to protect against rodents. He had learned so much in his years on the frontier. Before the cold years he had been successful, prosperous even. Now he was just surviving, like everyone else. But he remembered the old knowledge, the techniques that worked. He shared them freely, asked nothing in return. The young couple offered to pay him, with food, with labor. He refused, said neighbors helped. Neighbors, even though neighbors barely existed anymore. Even though community was dead, he held on to the old ways, the old values. It was how he honored his dead family. September arrived cool. People tensed, waited for the cold, for winter to come early again, for the pattern to repeat, but it did not. September stayed temperate, pleasant even. Leaves changed color on schedule. Geese flew south at the normal time. Nature seemed to be remembering how to be normal, how to follow the rhythms that had existed for millennia. People did not trust it, could not trust it, but they noticed, hoped, very carefully hoped. October brought the first frost, right on schedule. Normal frost, expected frost, not the killing freeze of previous years, just regular autumn cold. Farmers finished their harvests, stored the last vegetables, prepared for winter. But this preparation felt different, less desperate, less terrified. They had food, real food, enough food. Winter was coming, but it was normal winter. Survivable winter. They could do this. The young family brought in their last harvest in mid-October, filled their cabin with stores. The man built additional storage, racks for corn, bins for potatoes, hooks for smoked meat. The cabin was crowded now, full of food, full of life, full of hope. His wife walked around touching everything, making sure it was real. Not a dream, not delusion, actually real. She counted, recounted. The numbers worked. They would eat this winter, would eat well, even. The relief was almost unbearable. The Illinois family stored their harvests methodically. The father built a proper root cellar, dug into a hillside, lined with stone, cool and dry, perfect for storage. He placed potatoes carefully, carrots, turnips, everything that would keep. The corn hung from rafters, the beans dried in bags, the squash lined shelves. It looked like prosperity, like success. He allowed himself to feel proud. His wife did not share the feeling. She looked at the food and thought only of their dead daughter, of how she would never eat any of it. The father tried to reach her, tried to pull her back to the living. She would not come. Grief had her, would always have her. The widower and his older daughter stored their harvest efficiently. They had learned to waste nothing, use every space, maximize every resource. The cabin was full. The root cellar was full. They had succeeded. Against all odds, against impossible circumstances. 2 people, one of them barely 17, had survived and built security for the coming winter. The older daughter allowed herself a moment of satisfaction, of pride, then went back to work. There was always more work, always more preparation, always more to do. November arrived cold, but not catastrophically so. Normal cold, expected cold. The kind that could be managed with sufficient firewood and food. People settled into winter routines. But these routines were different from previous years. There was enough food, enough fuel, enough security. Meals were adequate, not abundant, but adequate. No one was starving. No one was burning furniture. No one was making desperate choices. It felt surreal, like they had forgotten what normal winter felt like, how survivable it was supposed to be. The young couple's cabin was warm. The man had cut plenty of firewood, more than enough. They burned it generously, keeping the space actually warm, not just barely above freezing, actually comfortable. They ate 2 meals a day, sometimes 3. The baby was thriving, walking now, talking, saying simple words. Mama, Dada, more. She was growing into a person, a personality, happy, curious, untroubled. She remembered nothing. Of the previous winters, was too young. It was blessing. The parents were grateful. Grateful she would not carry the scars they carried. Christmas came. The young couple celebrated. The man carved more toys for his daughter. A whole set now. Horse, dull, simple blocks. The wife cooked a special meal, used extra supplies, made bread, made stew with vegetables. It felt extravagant, wasteful even. But they did it anyway, because they could, because they had survived. because they deserved one day of abundance, one day of joy. The neighbor joined them. They ate together, talked, laughed even. It felt foreign, strange, but good. So good, though. Illinois' family marked Christmas quietly. The father suggested they celebrate, make a special meal. The mother refused, said she could not celebrate when her daughter was dead. The father did not push, let it go. The children received no gifts, no special food, no acknowledgement, just another day. They did not complain, did not expect anything different. Childhood joy had died years ago. They were little adults now, serious, pragmatic, damaged. The widower and his older daughter observed Christmas with quiet reflection. They made a slightly larger meal, said prayers, remembered the wife and mother who was gone, remembered the sister and daughter who was gone in a different way. The younger daughter sat with them, ate when prompted, otherwise unresponsive. They had given up trying to reach her, had accepted this was who she was now. They would care for her as long as necessary, forever if needed, but they no longer expected recovery, no longer hoped for her return. She was gone. They mourned her. While she still lived, January 1838 arrived cold, but normal cold, the kind that belonged in January, the kind that was manageable. People burned firewood steadily but not desperately, ate food regularly but not extravagantly, lived, actually lived, not just survived. There was difference. Survival was mechanical, was existing without living. Living was having moments beyond mere existence, moments of comfort, of satisfaction, of something approaching contentment. People had not lived in 3 years. Now they remembered what it felt like. The young man sat by the fire one January evening, his wife beside him, their daughter asleep. Between them, he looked around the cabin, saw the food stores, felt the warmth, heard his family breathing. He started crying. Quietly, his wife took his hand, asked what was wrong. He said nothing was wrong. Everything was right. For the first time in 3 years, everything was actually right. They were warm, fed, together, alive. It felt like miracle, like grace, like something they had not earned, but received anyway. February brought storms, heavy snow, strong winds, but the cabin was warm. The food was adequate. The family was safe. The storms raged outside. Inside there was peace. The baby played with her toys. The mother sewed. The father carved. They existed in domestic tranquility. It felt surreal, impossible, like any moment they would wake up and discover it was dream, that they were actually still in the second winter, still starving, still freezing, still dying. But they did not wake up, because it was real. The nightmare was ending, finally, actually ending. The Illinois family endured February without crisis. They had enough of everything, enough food, enough fuel, enough supplies. The physical needs were met, but the emotional damage remained. The mother barely spoke, spent hours staring at nothing. The father tried to engage her. She would not engage. The children adapted, learned to parent themselves. The older boy especially. He took care of his younger siblings, made sure they were fed, dressed, safe. The father was grateful and heartbroken. No 9-year-old should have to be so responsible, but gratitude outweighed heartbreak. The family functioned. That was enough. The widower and his daughters survived February too easily. After 3 years of desperate struggle, normal winter felt trivial. They had so much food, so much fuel, so much security. The older daughter relaxed slightly. Not much, but slightly. Allowed herself to believe they would make it, would survive, would see spring. Her father noticed the change, was glad. She deserved peace, deserved to feel safe, even if that safety was temporary, even if next year brought new challenges. She deserved this moment. March arrived with thaw. Real thaw, permanent thaw. Spring was coming. Not false hope this time, not temporary reprieve. Actual spring, the kind that arrived and stayed, the kind that brought warmth and life and renewal. Snow melted rapidly, rivers broke up, birds returned. The world came back to life. People emerged from cabins, looked around, saw their neighbors, saw who had survived, who had made it through. The numbers were shocking. So few left. So many gone. The young couple walked their property in early March, looked at the field they would plant, looked at the cabin they had defended, looked at each other. They had survived, had kept their daughter alive, had made it through 3 winters that should have killed them. They did not speak. Words were insufficient. They simply stood together, holding hands, watching their daughter chase the neighbor's dog through melting snow, laughing, perfect, untouched by the horror. Her parents had endured. They had protected her from it, had given her life and safety and future. It was enough. It had to be enough. The worst was over. The 3 winters that seemed endless had ended. Spring had returned. Life had returned. Hope had returned. But the cost had been staggering. The scars ran deep. The survivors would carry the memories forever, would wake in the night sometimes, sweating, terrified, remembering the cold, the hunger, the fear. They would never fully recover, never fully heal, but they had survived, and survival meant possibility, meant future, meant that maybe, just maybe, they could build something good from the ashes of horror. Spring 1838 arrived like a resurrection, not the tentative half-springs of previous years, but full, complete, undeniable. March brought warmth that stayed. April exploded with growth. The earth seemed desperate to make up for lost time. Grass grew with unusual vigor. Trees budded aggressively. Wildflowers carpeted fields in waves of color. It was as if nature itself was apologizing, compensating, trying to heal the wounds it had inflicted. Survivors emerged from their cabins, slowly, blinking in bright sunlight, disoriented, like people waking from long nightmares. They looked at each other with hollow eyes, eyes that had seen too much, known too much suffering. They were changed, fundamentally, irreversibly. The people who had entered the winter of 1835 were dead. These were different people, harder, older, damaged in ways that would never fully heal. The young couple in Michigan stood in their doorway watching spring arrive. The man was thin still. His body had not recovered the weight lost during the starving times. Probably never would. His hair had gone partially grey. He was 25, but looked 40. His wife was 23. She looked older, lines around her eyes, around her mouth, marks of worry, of fear, of 3 years spent on the edge of death. Their daughter was almost 2 now, perfect, unblemished, the only innocent thing left in their world. They planted their field in April. The work felt different this year. Not desperate, not terrified, just work, normal work, the kind farmers had done for thousands of years. Put seeds in ground, trust earth to do its part. The simplicity was jarring. They had forgotten farming could be simple, could be routine, could be anything other than life or death struggle. The man worked slowly, his body still weak. The neighbor helped. He always helped. Had become part of their family in ways that transcended blood. The field grew beautifully. The corn shut up, strong, healthy, dark green. The kind of growth they had not seen in years. The beans climbed vigorously. The squash spread rapidly. It looked like abundance, like prosperity, like the future they had imagined when they first claimed this land, before the cold, before the suffering, before they learned how fragile everything was. The wife watched the garden grow and felt nothing. No joy, no satisfaction, no relief. The capacity for positive emotion had been burned out of her. She was functional, capable, but hollow, empty of everything except mechanical competence. In Illinois, the family that had lost their daughter tried to rebuild. The father threw himself into work, expanded his fields, built new structures, kept busy constantly. Movement meant not thinking, not remembering, not grieving. His wife did the opposite. She stopped moving, sat for hours, staring at nothing. The children navigated between these extremes, tried to be invisible, tried not to cause problems, tried to hold together a family that was fragmenting. The older boy carried the weight. He was 10 now, too young for such responsibility. But responsibility did not care about age. Someone had to hold things together. He did it because no one else would. The widower in Ohio and his older daughter planted their field together, just the 2 of them. The younger daughter remained in the cabin, unresponsive, present but absent. They had tried everything to reach her. Doctors when they could afford them, medicines, prayers, time. Nothing worked. She was locked inside herself, trapped in whatever mental prison the winters had created. They cared for her, fed her, kept her clean, but they had stopped hoping for recovery. Hope was too expensive, too painful when it failed. Better to accept reality. She was gone. They would tend her shell for as long as necessary. Other families across the frontier faced similar struggles. The physical danger had passed. Food was available. Weather was normal, but the psychological damage remained. People suffered from what we would now recognize as severe trauma, depression, anxiety, what was then called melancholy or nervous. Exhaustion. They startled easily, had nightmares, struggled with crowds, with noise, with anything that reminded them of the hard years. Many never fully recovered, carried the scars until death. Communities began to reform, slowly, hesitantly. People who had isolated for survival started reaching out again, started talking to neighbors, started attending church, started rebuilding the social structures that had dissolved. But it was different now. The easy trust was gone. The assumption of mutual aid was gone. People helped each other, but warily, with limits, with boundaries. The innocence of early frontier community had died, been replaced by something more cautious, more cynical, more realistic. A traveling minister came through Michigan territory in May, held revival meetings, promised salvation, promised explanation for the suffering, promised that God had a plan. Some people came, desperate for meaning, desperate to believe their suffering had purpose. The young couple attended once, listened to the minister talk about divine testing, about Job, about how suffering brought people closer to God. The wife stood up, walked out. Her husband followed. They never went back. If God had done this to them, then they wanted nothing to do with God. If God had not done this, then he was powerless to prevent it. Either way, church offered nothing they needed. Others found comfort in religion, clung to faith as the only thing that made sense of senselessness, believed that heaven waited, that their dead children were safe, that suffering on earth was temporary, that eternity would compensate for temporal pain. The young couple did not judge them. Whatever got you through was valid, but they could not share that faith, had lost it somewhere in the second winter, when their daughter was dying and prayers went unanswered, when they realized they were alone, truly alone. Number. God, no providence. Just luck and effort and random chance. Summer brought abundance. The crops matured perfectly. The harvest was extraordinary. People gathered more food than they had seen in 5 years. Barns filled, root cellars filled, cabins filled. It was almost obscene. This wealth after such poverty, this abundance after such scarcity. Some people hoarded reflexively, stored food they would never eat, could not stop gathering, could not trust that next year would also be good. The trauma of scarcity had rewired their brains, made them incapable of feeling secure no matter how much they had. The young couple harvested their field in August. The yield was massive, more than they could possibly use. They sold some, traded some, gave some away, kept plenty for themselves. Their stores were overflowing. The man built additional storage. The wife watched him work, felt disconnected, like she was observing someone else's life. She went through motions, cared for their daughter, cooked, cleaned, did everything a wife and mother should do, but felt nothing, was numb, had been numb since February of the second winter. She wondered if she would ever feel again, or if this numbness was permanent, the price of survival. In Illinois, the abundant harvest did not heal the broken family. The father worked obsessively, made more money than they needed, bought things, built things, kept moving. The mother remained withdrawn, lost in grief, The children adapted, learned to function without real parenting, became independent too soon. The family existed together but separately. Parallel lives in the same space, not connected, not whole, just adjacent. The widower and his older daughter harvested successfully. Their fields produced well. They had security for the coming winter. The older daughter was 18 now. An adult, she had offers of marriage. Young men who saw her competence, her strength, her capability. She refused them all, said she could not leave her father, could not leave her sister, could not abandon her responsibilities. Her father told her to go, to live her life. She refused. They both knew why. She had lost too much already, could not risk caring about anyone new, could not risk more loss. Better to stay, to maintain, to exist in the known pain rather than risk unknown happiness that might become pain. New settlers began arriving in late 1838. People from the east who had heard land was cheap, who did not know what had happened, who saw opportunity in the depleted population. The survivors looked at them with mixed feelings, part resentment. These newcomers had not suffered, had not earned their place, part relief. New people meant community could rebuild, meant the frontier would not die completely. Part pitied, because the newcomers were so innocent, so hopeful, so unaware of how quickly everything could collapse. A young family moved in near the young couple in September, fresh from Pennsylvania, full of dreams. The man introduced himself, talked about his plans, about the farm he would build, about the future he saw. The young couple listened politely, said nothing about the previous years. What could they say? How could they explain? The newcomers would learn, or they would not. Either way, it was not the survivors' responsibility to shatter their illusions, let them have their hope, while it lasted. The physical scars were obvious. People were thinner, weaker. Many had lost teeth from malnutrition, had hair that had gone white or fallen out, had skin that showed the effects of vitamin deficiency, scurvy, rickets. Conditions that should have been rare were common. Some people recovered physically, others carried permanent damage, weakened hearts, damaged lungs, bodies that had been pushed beyond sustainable limits and never fully healed. But the psychological scars went deeper. The young wife woke screaming. Sometimes nightmares of her daughter dying, of snow falling in July, of cold that would not end. Her husband held her, said nothing, because what could he say? He had his own nightmares, his own fears. They did not discuss them, did not process them, just carried them, separately, together. The weight never lessened, only became familiar, became part of who they were now. The Illinois mother never recovered. She existed but did not live, went through motions but found no joy, no peace, no release from grief. Her family tried to reach her. She was unreachable. Eventually, they stopped trying, accepted that she was gone even though her body remained. The father took over her duties, cooked, cleaned, cared for the children, worked the farm, did everything. She sat, stared, existed. It was slow death. Everyone knew it. No one could stop it. She would live another decade, empty, broken, a ghost. In her own life, some survivors found ways forward, created new lives from the ruins of the old. The widower eventually remarried, a widow from the next county. She had lost her husband and son in the first winter. They married not from love, but from practicality, from loneliness, from the need to not be alone. It was not romantic, but it worked. They built a life together, quiet, stable, functional. His older daughter never married, stayed home, cared for her sister, became essential to the household, found purpose in duty, in responsibility, in maintaining. She never seemed unhappy, but she never seemed happy either. Just existed in the middle, neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. Just present, the young couple stayed together, raised their daughter, had 2 more children in the years after, built a successful farm. From the outside they looked normal, prosperous even, but between them was distance, a gulf created by 3 years of shared trauma that they could never fully bridge. They cared for each other, were faithful, were good parents. But the passionate young couple who had claimed the land in 1835 was gone, replaced by 2 damaged people doing their best. It was enough. Had to be enough. They did not expect happiness, did not seek joy, just sought stability, safety, security, found those things, made a life from them. By 1840, the population had stabilized. Some areas had recovered partially, others remained sparsely populated. The demographic impact was significant. Thousands had died. Thousands more had fled. The westward expansion had been set back years. Territories that should have achieved statehood remained territories. The ambitious growth projections of the early 1830s were abandoned. Reality had intruded, shown the limits of human ambition, of manifest destiny, of the belief that the frontier was there for the taking. Nature had reminded everyone who was really in control. The survivors aged rapidly. The young man in Michigan was 30 in 1840, looked 50. His body was worn out from the hard years. He would die at 45. Heart failure. His body simply gave out. Used up. Exhausted. His wife outlived him by 20 years. Raised their 3 children. Alone. Never remarried. Never spoke of the hard years. Her children knew something had happened. Could see it in her eyes, in her reactions to cold, to hunger, to waste. But she never explained, never wanted them to know, wanted them innocent, untouched, protected from the knowledge of how bad things could get. The records from this period are sparse. Many families did not keep records, could not read or write, or chose not to document what had happened. The census of 1840 shows dramatic population decline in the affected territories. But the numbers tell only part of the story, cannot capture the psychological damage, the broken families, the lost potential, the dreams that died, the innocence that was shattered. Those losses are not recorded, not documented, not preserved. But they were real, were significant, were the true cost of the winters that would not end. Some survivors tried to document what happened, wrote letters to relatives back east, kept journals, created records. But even as they wrote, they sensed their accounts would be doubted, would be dismissed as exaggeration, as hysteria, as the ramblings of traumatized minds. How could they explain what it felt like to watch your child starve? To burn your furniture for warmth? To consider actions that in normal times would be unthinkable? Words were inadequate. Experience was untranslatable. They wrote anyway, because someone needed to remember, someone needed to bear witness, even if no one believed them. The young man in Michigan wrote to his brother in Ohio in 1840, described what they had endured. His brother wrote back, said surely it had not been that bad, said the human mind exaggerated traumatic memories. The young man never wrote to him again, did not have energy to convince anyone, to defend his experience, to prove his suffering. He knew what had happened. His wife knew. Their neighbor knew. That was enough. The rest of the world could believe what it wanted, and mostly, the world chose not to believe, chose to minimize, chose to forget. Because the story of the three winters did not fit the narrative America wanted to tell itself. The narrative of progress, of conquest, of manifest destiny, of inevitable triumph. The winters suggested that nature was more powerful than human. That civilization was fragile, that confidence was dangerous. These were not popular messages, not messages the growing nation wanted to hear. So they were ignored, dismissed, forgotten, buried under more palatable stories of frontier heroism, of triumph over adversity, of the inevitable march of progress. But the survivors remembered, carried the memories until death. Some passed stories to their children. Most did not. Most wanted to protect the next generation, wanted them unburdened. The children sensed something anyway, saw the scars, the fears, the behaviors that made no sense unless you knew what came before. They asked questions, got vague answers, eventually stopped asking. The silence grew. The stories faded. The memories died with those who carried them. Wait until you hear how thoroughly this was erased. The forgetting began almost immediately, even while survivors still lived, even while the scars were fresh. The erasure was not accidental, was not natural memory decay. It was deliberate, systematic, orchestrated by people who had very good reasons to want these winters forgotten. People with money, with power, with futures that depended on frontier land continuing to seem attractive, continuing to seem profitable, continuing to draw settlers and investment. Land speculators had the most to lose. They had purchased millions of acres across the affected territories, paid pennies per acre, expected to sell for dollars. Their entire business model depended on continued westward migration, on families believing the frontier offered opportunity, prosperity, future. Stories of 3 consecutive winters of mass death were bad for business, very bad. So the speculators acted, quickly, decisively, with coordinated purpose. Eastern newspapers began refusing letters from survivors. Editors received instructions, guidance, sometimes bribes. Do not publish accounts from the territories. Do not run stories about crop failures, about deaths, about settlements failing. Focus on success. Stories on prosperity, on opportunity. A newspaper in Philadelphia received a letter in 1839 from a Michigan survivor. detailed account of the 3 winters, the suffering, the deaths, the horror. The editor filed it away, never published it. Years later asked why. He explained simply, no one wanted to read depressing stories. People wanted hope, wanted optimism, wanted to believe in American progress. His job was to give them what they wanted. Territorial governments actively suppressed information. Official reports downplayed casualty numbers, listed families who had disappeared as relocated rather than dead or missing. Death certificates were not issued for people who died isolated on homesteads. If no one reported the death officially, then officially it did not happen. Population records were adjusted, made to show growth rather than decline. The manipulation was not subtle, but it was effective. Future historians looking at official records would see steady population growth, would see successful territorial expansion, would see nothing that suggested catastrophe. Land companies published promotional materials in 1839 and 1840, glossy brochures, detailed descriptions of fertile soil, mild climate, abundant opportunity. They made no mention of the previous years, no acknowledgement of hardship, no warning of risks. New settlers arrived with these brochures, with these promises, found a very different reality. By then, the land companies had their money. The deception had served its purpose. The newcomers were stuck, had to make the best of it, or abandon their investment and flee. Most stayed, tried to succeed. Never knew they had been deliberately misled. A land office clerk in Michigan Territory received orders in 1839. Adjust the records. Families who had disappeared needed to be listed as relocated to other territories. Deaths needed to be minimized. The numbers needed to show growth, success, progress. He complied. His job depended on it. His family depended on it. He made the changes, falsified documents, erased people from existence. Years later, guilt-ridden, he confessed to his wife, told her what he had done. She told him he had no choice. Everyone had to survive somehow. He accepted this, but the guilt never left. He carried it until death, never told anyone else, never made it right. Just carried the weight of erasing thousands of people to protect property values. Railroad companies were equally invested in suppressing the truth. Their business plans required population growth in the territories, required towns, commerce, customers. Empty land was worthless. They needed settlers, needed them desperately. Stories of mass death were obstacles, barriers to profit. So they acted, funded newspapers that told the right stories, hired writers to create promotional content, paid for testimonials from satisfied settlers, built a narrative of success and opportunity that bore little resemblance to reality. The suppression extended to personal correspondence, letters from survivors to relatives. Back east were sometimes intercepted, lost, destroyed. Postal clerks received instructions. Letters containing certain content should not reach their destinations, should disappear. It was not official policy, not written down anywhere, but it happened regularly, systematically. Survivors wrote letters describing their experiences. Melt them. They never arrived. The relatives back east never learned the truth, continued to believe the promotional literature, continued to encourage others to move west. The cycle continued. Churches participated in the suppression, not overtly, not deliberately, perhaps, but they promoted a narrative that made the hard years easier to ignore. Suffering was divine testing. Those who died were called to heaven. Those who survived were blessed. This framing made the catastrophe seem like individual, spiritual journey rather than systemic climate disaster. Made it about personal faith rather than policy failure. Made it easier to move forward without asking difficult questions, without assigning blame, without demanding accountability. The survivors themselves often did not speak about their experiences. Many were deeply traumatized, could not articulate what had happened. The words did not exist. The concepts did not exist. Post-traumatic stress disorder would not be named. For another century, they just knew they could not talk about it, could not revisit it, could not make others understand. So they stayed silent, kept the memories locked inside. The silence was mistaken for acceptance, for healing, for moving on. It was none of these things. It was survival mechanism. It was protective barrier. It was the only way they could continue functioning. Others faced social pressure to remain silent. Communities wanted to move forward, wanted to rebuild, wanted to forget. People who dwelt on the hard years were seen as weak, as complainers, as obstacles to progress. A woman in Illinois tried to talk about losing her daughter, about the starvation, about the cold. Her neighbors told her to stop living in the past, to focus on the future, to be grateful for what she had. She stopped talking, but the memories did not stop. They never stopped. She just carried them alone, in silence, until they consumed her. Some survivors feared judgment for the choices they had made, for the actions they had taken to survive. Better not to speak of those years at all than to risk revealing what they had done, what lines they had crossed, what boundaries they had violated. Silence protected them, protected their reputations, protected their ability to be seen as respectable members of society. The price was isolation, loneliness, the inability to process trauma, but the alternative seemed worse. So they chose silence. The scientific community of the era struggled to explain the phenomenon. Without modern climate science, they lacked frameworks for understanding. Some suggested it was localized, exaggerated, not as severe as reported. Others proposed natural cycles, temporary aberrations, nothing to worry about long term. A few recognized it as significant climate event, but their voices were minority, were drowned out by those who preferred simpler explanations, who preferred not to see pattern, not to acknowledge that this could happen again. Meteorological records from the period are incomplete. Weather stations were sparse. Record keeping was inconsistent. The data that exists shows temperature anomalies, shows unusual patterns, but gaps in the record allow for interpretation, allow for doubt, allow for dismissal. Later research, looking at the fragmentary data, could conclude it was not that bad, could argue the survivors exaggerated, could minimize the catastrophe. The incomplete record became excuse for incomplete acknowledgement. By 1850, just 12 years after the final winter ended, the 3 winters were rarely mentioned. Textbooks focused on westward expansion, on Oregon Trail, on Gold Rush, on the exciting narrative of American growth. The dark years from 1836 to 1838 were footnote at best. More often, they were completely absent. A generation of children learned American history without knowing thousands had died in the supposedly empty territories, without knowing their parents or grandparents had survived horror. The erasure was nearly complete, the Civil War cemented, the forgetting. After 1861, the nation had new trauma, new deaths, new catastrophe to process. The frontier winters seemed distant, irrelevant. Why dwell on old suffering when new suffering was everywhere? The few survivors who tried to tell their stories found no audience, found a nation consumed by present crisis. Unwilling to hear about past pain, they gave up, accepted that their experience would die with them, that no one would remember, that no one cared. The American mythology of the frontier required triumph, required success, required the narrative of bold pioneers conquering wilderness, building civilization, creating something from nothing. The three winters did not fit this mythology, could not be incorporated, so they were excluded. The myth was more important than history. The story was more important than truth. America needed heroes, needed victories, needed to believe in manifest destiny, needed to believe that will and work were enough, that nature could be tamed, that progress was inevitable. The erasure served another purpose. It protected those in power, politicians who had encouraged westward expansion, who had promoted territorial development, who had promised safety and opportunity. Acknowledging the winters meant acknowledging failure, meant admitting they had. Sent people into danger, had promised what they could not deliver, had prioritized expansion over safety. This admission was politically unacceptable, so the winters were forgotten. And the politicians continued promoting westward movement, continued making promises, continued prioritizing growth over caution. Survivors who tried to speak faced ridicule, disbelief, accusations of exaggeration, of hysteria, of attention-seeking. The young man in Michigan attempted to tell his story to a traveling writer in 1845. The writer listened politely, then suggested perhaps the cold had not been quite as severe as remembered. Perhaps trauma had distorted memory. Perhaps things had been difficult but not impossible. The young man stopped talking mid-sentence, realized there was no point. People would believe what they chose to believe. Truth was irrelevant. He never tried to tell his story again. The conspiracy of silence was not organized. No one coordinated. The suppression, no central authority dictated what could be said, but the incentives aligned perfectly. Land speculators needed silence. Railroads needed silence. Governments needed silence. Churches preferred silence. Survivors chose silence. The result was comprehensive, effective, devastating. Within 20 years, the three winters had been nearly erased from collective memory. Within 50 years, they were completely forgotten. A climate catastrophe that killed thousands and destroyed. Hundreds of settlements simply disappeared from history, vanished, as if it never happened, but evidence remained, buried, hidden, waiting, in journals stuffed in attics, in letters preserved by accident, in graveyards with too many children's stones dated 1836 to 1838, in the population records that did not add up, in the archaeological evidence, in the tree rings, in the ice cores, in the gaps in genealogies where entire families simply ended. The evidence was there, scattered, fragmentary, ignored, but there, waiting for someone to look, someone to ask questions, someone to remember. Wait until you hear what we found. Modern science has uncovered what deliberate forgetting tried to erase. The evidence exists, scattered across disciplines, buried in places most people never think to look. But it is there, consistent, compelling, undeniable. The 3 winters happened, were as severe as survivors claimed, perhaps more severe than they could articulate. The truth has emerged slowly, piece by piece, building into a picture that validates everything the survivors tried to tell us. Tree ring analysis provides the most objective evidence. Trees record their growing conditions in their rings. Wide rings mean good growing seasons. Narrow rings mean stress, cold, drought, poor conditions. Researchers examining old-growth trees across the Midwest discovered something remarkable. The rings from 1836 to 1838 are extraordinarily narrow, some of the narrowest in the entire record. These trees were stressed, struggling, barely growing. The pattern is consistent across species, across regions, across thousands of individual trees. The cold was real, was widespread. Was severe ice core samples from Greenland tell a similar story. Each layer of ice preserves atmospheric conditions from when the snow fell. Chemical analysis reveals volcanic particulates, sulfur compounds, evidence of major eruptions. The layers from 1835 and 1836 show unusually high concentrations, multiple eruptions. The volcanic material entered the upper atmosphere, circled the globe, blocked sunlight, lowered temperatures, created the conditions for catastrophic cooling. The ice remembers what humans forgot. A volcanic eruption near Japan in late 1835 was particularly significant. Mount Osama, not as famous as Tambora, which caused the year without summer in 1816, but substantial, combined with other eruptions in the Pacific. In Central America, the cumulative effect was devastating. The particulates in the atmosphere created a cascade of cooling, blocked solar radiation, disrupted weather patterns. The effects were most severe in continental interiors, places far from moderating ocean influences, places like the American Midwest. Soil analysis from archaeological sites shows frost penetration to unusual depths. In normal years, frost might penetrate 12 to 18 inches. In the affected years, it went deeper, 24 inches, 30 inches. In some locations, the ground never fully thawed. Permafrost conditions in places that should never experience them. The soil remembers, holds evidence of cold that survivors described but scientists initially dismissed as impossible. Mass grave sites have been discovered during modern construction projects. A housing development in Michigan in 1985 uncovered a burial site. 47 bodies, men, women, children, no markers, no records. Carbon dating placed them in the late 1830s. The bones showed signs of extreme malnutrition, scurvy, rickets, starvation. Some showed evidence of violent death, circumstances no one wants to examine too closely. The site was quietly reburied, a small memorial placed. Most people who drive past have no idea what lies beneath. Cabin sites across the frontier show evidence of desperate measures. Archaeological excavations reveal layers that tell stories. Burned furniture, charred cabin walls, butchered animals that would normally never be eaten. Rats, squirrels. In one site in Indiana, researchers found evidence suggesting the inhabitants had eaten leather. Boot leather, harness leather, anything that might contain nutrition. The desperation is written in the debris, in what people consumed, in what they burned, in how they died. Historical Society archives contain survivor accounts, journals that sat ignored for over a century. A diary from a woman in Illinois was donated in 1923, filed away, not examined until 1998. It documented day-by-day survival through all 3 winters. The declining food stores, the deaths of neighbors, the choices she made to keep her family alive, the guilt she carried. The final entry was in March 1838. It said simply that spring had come, that they had survived, that she did not know if survival was blessing or curse. The journal was published in 2005. 90 academics read it. The general public remained unaware. More journals continued to surface, in estate sales, in attics, in old trunks, in historical societies. Each one adds detail, adds confirmation, adds validation to what survivors tried to tell anyone who would. Listen. A journal from Ohio described November 1836. The cold that went beyond anything imaginable. The wind that never stopped. The children asking when they could go outside again. Being told maybe spring. Knowing spring might never come. The journal, as a matter of fact, unemotional, which makes it more powerful. The horror is in what is not said, in the gaps, in the things too terrible to write. Census records show the truth when examined carefully. The 1840 census recorded population in the affected territories. Researchers comparing it to 1830 projections found massive discrepancies. The expected population based on immigration rates and natural growth should have been far higher. Tens of thousands of people were simply missing, not relocated, not accounted for, gone. The census takers noted the discrepancies at the time. Their concerns were dismissed. The records were filed. The questions remained unasked for over a century. Statistical analysis reveals the scope of the catastrophe. Researchers in the late 20th century compiled data from multiple sources: church records, land claims, tax rolls, census data, letters, journals, everything available. They built demographic models. The model showed that approximately 15,000 families entered their affected territories between 1830 and 1835. The 1840 census showed fewer than 7,000 families. The missing 8,000 families represented perhaps 40,000 individuals. Some fled, but many died. The exact numbers will never be known, but the scale is clear. This was demographic catastrophe. Climate modeling supports the survivor accounts. Modern computers can simulate historical climate conditions, input the volcanic eruptions, the solar activity, the ocean currents, run the models, see what temperatures they produce, The models consistently show severe cooling in the continental interior from 1836 to 1838. Temperature drops of 10 to 15 degrees below normal. Extended growing seasons by 30 to 60 days. The kind of conditions that make agriculture nearly impossible. The kind of conditions that kill. The models validate what survivors said. Validate what written records document. Validate what physical evidence proves. A particularly compelling piece of evidence emerged in 2012. A locked trunk. Found in the basement of a historical society in Pennsylvania. Inside were letters. Dozens of them. From frontier families to relatives back east. Letters that never reached their destinations. Letters that had been intercepted. Saved by the postal clerk who could not bring himself to destroy them, but could not deliver them either. The letters described starvation, death, terror, desperate pleas for help that never came. Because the letters never arrived, the trunk sat unopened for 170 years. The stories inside died with those who wrote them, until the trunk was finally opened, finally read. Finally acknowledged the letters paint a consistent picture. Cold that started early, that would not end. Food running out. Neighbors dying. Children dying. The grinding daily battle to survive another day. One letter from a mother in Michigan described watching her daughter grow thinner, watching her stop playing, stop laughing, stop being a child, becoming instead a small, starving creature focused only on survival. The letter was dated January 1837. It is unclear if the daughter survived. The mother's name appears in no later records. She likely died. The letter is her memorial, her testimony, her proof that she existed, that she suffered, that she tried. Genetic evidence provides another layer of confirmation. Population geneticists studying Midwest families found bottleneck events in the late 1830s. Sudden reductions in genetic diversity, indicating that populations declined rapidly, that only certain family lines continued, that many lines ended completely. The genetic record shows what historical records obscured, shows the true impact, shows that entire family trees simply stop, branch after branch ending in the same narrow window. 1836 to 1838. Native American oral histories mention the hard years. Tribes in the affected regions have stories of the time when winter would not end, when buffalo disappeared, when people starved. The stories were not prominent, were overshadowed by other traumas, removal, disease, war, but the stories exist. Another source of validation, another voice confirming what happened, confirming that the cold was real, was widespread, was catastrophic for everyone in its path. European records provide external confirmation. Observers in England and France noted unusual weather patterns in North America, received reports from travelers, from ships, from traders. The reports described severe cold, crop failures, humanitarian disaster. These reports were published in European scientific journals, were discussed in academic circles, were known at the time, but were forgotten in America, were not incorporated into American historical narrative, were treated as foreign observations of foreign problems, not as documentation of American catastrophe. The evidence is overwhelming, undeniable, consistent across every discipline, every source, every method of inquiry. The 3 winters happened, were as bad as survivors claimed, killed thousands, destroyed hundreds of settlements, set back westward expansion by years, changed the trajectory of American development, and was systematically erased from memory, deliberately forgotten, buried under more palatable narratives. But the evidence remained, waiting, and now it speaks, loudly, clearly, demanding that we remember, demanding that we acknowledge, demanding that we ask why this was forgotten, and what else we have chosen to forget. Societies choose what to remember, what to forget, what stories to tell about themselves. America chose to remember triumph, chose to remember westward expansion as inevitable, as heroic as the march of civilization across wilderness. The 3 winters did not fit that story, so they were extruded, erased, forgotten, not through conspiracy exactly, but through collective decision that some truths are inconvenient. Some realities undermine necessary myths. Some histories are better left buried, but forgetting comes with costs. Modern Americans facing climate uncertainty have no cultural memory of how quickly weather can turn catastrophic, how fragile our systems truly are, how thin the line between civilization and survival. We believe we are insulated, protected, that technology and infrastructure make us safe. The pioneers believed they were prepared to. They had survived winters before, had skills, had experience, had confidence. They were wrong. Confidence is not armor. Preparation has limits. And nature does not care about human expectations. The pioneers who survived demonstrated extraordinary resilience. But resilience came at prices we can barely fathom. Psychological trauma that lasted lifetimes, physical damage that shortened lives, moral compromises that haunted until death, relationships destroyed, innocence shattered, futures altered. They survived, but survival was not triumph, was not victory, was simply continuing to breathe, to move, to exist. Some days that was enough. Other days it was not. The Illinois family that lost their daughter eventually prospered. Their farm became successful. They appeared to outside observers as model frontier family, hard-working, productive, respectable. But the father never spoke of the hard years, not to his children, not to his neighbors, not to anyone. When he died in 1871, his wife burned his journal. She said it contained nothing anyone needed to know. The children did not question her, did not push. The family maintained silence until the last of them died. The story died with them. As so many stories did, the young couple in Michigan who nearly starved in February 1837 lived into old age. They watched their children grow, saw grandchildren born, built prosperity from the ruins of trauma, but they never truly healed. The wife developed hoarding behaviors, stored food obsessively, could not throw anything away, could not trust that abundance would continue. The fear never left. The husband, startled at sudden noises, had nightmares until he died, woke, screaming about cold, about hunger, about his daughter dying. They lived together for 40 years after the winters ended, but part of them never left those years, never fully returned to the present. always remained trapped in the cold, in the fear, in the desperate fight for survival. We need to remember their stories, need to understand what they endured, not to glorify suffering, not to romanticize hardship, but to recognize truth, to acknowledge that American expansion was built on uncounted graves, unforgotten tragedies, unerased catastrophes. The triumphant narrative is incomplete, is dishonest, is disrespectful to those who suffered, who died, who survived but carried wounds forever. Climate catastrophe can happen faster than we imagine. The pioneers of 1835 had no warning, no time to prepare. Within months, their world transformed from abundance to survival. They believed they were equipped for anything, believed their skills and determination were sufficient. They were wrong. Today, we believe similar things, believe our technology protects us, our infrastructure shields us, our wealth insulates us. We may be wrong too. The lesson is not despair, is not that preparation is futile, is that respect for nature's power is essential, that humility matters, that confidence without caution is dangerous, that systems can collapse rapidly, that we are more vulnerable than we pretend, that forgetting painful truths does not make us safer, makes us more vulnerable, because those who forget history are condemned to repeat it, and those who never learnt it are condemned to be surprised. The pioneers who lived through those years are all gone now. The last survivors died in the early 20th century. They took their full stories with them, the memories, the details, the small human moments that made the horror real. We have fragments, evidence, documentation, but we do not have them. Do not have their voices, their perspectives, their truth in its fullness. That loss is permanent, irretrievable, another cost of the forgetting, another price of erasure. But on cold nights, in old cabins scattered across the Midwest, some say you can still hear something. The wind howling the way it did then, relentless, hungry, patient, the creaking of wood under extreme cold, the silence that came after the last piece of furniture was burned, the sounds of a world frozen beyond endurance. Perhaps it is just wind, just old buildings settling, just imagination. Or perhaps the land remembers, perhaps the earth holds memory, perhaps those who suffered left something of themselves in the soil, in the trees, in the stones, a presence, a witness, a reminder. Winter always remembers, even when we choose to forget. The sky changes first. It loses its depth. The blue becomes pale and thin. The sun rises later each morning. It sets earlier each evening. The warmth drains away slowly. Day by day, the world transforms. The tribe notices. They always notice. Their survival depends on reading these signs. An old woman stands at the cave entrance. She watches the horizon. Her skin remembers 50 winters. Her bones ache with the coming cold. She knows what approaches. The birds leave first. Great flocks rise from the marshlands. They circle once, twice, then disappear southward. Their cores fade into silence. The sky empties. Only the crows remain. They perch in dead trees. They watch with black eyes. They know about winter. They know about death. The leaves turn brown. They fall in waves. The forest floor becomes a carpet of decay. The trees stand bare. Their branches reach upwards like skeletal hands. The wind moves through them differently now. It whistles. It moans. It carries the scent of ice from distant mountains. The animals change their behavior. The deer grow thick coats. They move lower into the valleys. The bears eat constantly. They gorge themselves on final berries and roots. They search for caves. They test the depths of hollow trees. Soon they will sleep. Soon they will vanish until spring. The tribe's children play near the cave. They notice the changes too. A young girl finds frost on a stone. She touches it with her finger. The ice melts instantly. She looks up at her mother. Her eyes ask a question. Her mother nods slowly. Yes, it is coming. The hunters return from their scouting. They gather around the central fire. Their news is grim. The herds are moving. The massive beasts that sustained the tribe are leaving. They migrate to warmer lands. The hunters saw their tracks leading south, hundreds of prints in the soft earth. All heading away, the chief stands. He is a broad man with greying hair. Scars cross his chest and arms. Each one tells a story of survival. He speaks slowly. His voice carries weight. The tribe must prepare. They must gather. They must hunt. Winter shows no mercy to the unprepared. The women begin their work immediately. They repair the leather hides that cover the cave entrance. They check every seam. They patch every hole. Cold air finds the smallest gaps. It sneaks in like a predator. It steals warmth. It steals life. The children are sent to gather firewood. They work in groups. They drag dead branches back to the cave. They pile them high against the rock walls. Never enough. There is never enough wood. The fires must burn for months. The fires are life itself. An elder man sits working stone. He shapes a new blade. His hands move with practiced skill. The flint chips away in precise flakes. This blade will skin animals. It will cut meat. It will help the tribe survive. Tools matter. In winter, everything matters. The temperature drops. Further, morning brings white breath. Puddles freeze overnight. They crack under footsteps. The ground hardens. Digging becomes difficult. The tribe works faster. Urgency replaces the lazy pace of summer. A young hunter climbs the high ridge. He looks north. Dark clouds gather on the horizon. They build like mountains. They promise snow. He returns quickly. He reports what he saw. The tribe has perhaps 10 days, maybe less. The chief calls a meeting. Every adult attends. They discuss strategy. Who will hunt? Who will gather? Who will fortify the shelter? Who will watch the children? Roles are assigned. Arguments are brief. Survival requires cooperation. Personal disputes wait for spring. The women process the last of the autumn harvest. They pound roots into paste. They dry strips of meat over smoky fires. They collect every edible plant within walking distance. Nothing is wasted. A handful of seeds might mean the difference between hunger and starvation. Night falls earlier now. The darkness lasts longer. The tribe sits closer to the fire. They eat their evening meal in silence. They think about the months ahead. They remember previous winters. Some were mild, some were brutal. No one knows what this winter will bring. A baby cries. Its mother holds it close. She wraps it in soft rabbit fur. The infant is barely 2 months old. This will be its first winter. The mother's face shows worry. The other women gather around. They offer reassurance. They share wisdom. They have kept babies alive through cold before. The old woman who watches the sky speaks. She tells of a winter. From her youth, snow fell for 20 days without stopping. The drifts rose higher than a man. 3 members of the tribe died. They ran out of food. They grew weak. The cold took them in their sleep. She tells this story as warning, as motivation. As truth, the fire crackles. Sparks rise into the darkness. They dance like orange stars before fading. The tribe sits in a circle. They feel the bond between them. They are family. They are survival partners. They will face the cold together. They will endure together. Or they will perish together. The wind picks up. It blows from the north. It carries the smell of snow. It carries the promise of winter. The tribe feels it. Every man, woman, and child knows what approaches. The season of death has begun its descent. The time of testing is here. Tomorrow, the real work begins. The hunters wake before dawn. 6 men rise from their sleeping places. They move quietly. They do not wake the others. The air inside the cave is cold. Their breath makes small clouds. They gather their weapons in silence. The chief hunter is called Kra. He has seen 30 winters. His body is lean and strong. Scars mark his arms and legs. Each scar tells a story. Each one represents survival. He checks his spear. The stone point is sharp. The binding is tight. This weapon has killed. Many times before, the other hunters prepare. They wear thick furs. They tie leather wraps around their legs. They carry stone blades at their waists. They bring rope made from twisted plant fibers. They will need everything they carry. There are no second chances in winter. The sky begins to lighten. Grey replaces black. The hunters step outside. The cold hits them immediately. It takes their breath. Their eyes water. They blink away the moisture. Their bodies adjust slowly. Frost covers everything. The rocks glisten white. The sparse grass stands frozen and brittle. Each footstep crunches. The sound carries in the still air. They must move carefully. Sound travels far on cold mornings. Kraw leads them north. He knows where the herds gather. He has hunted these lands his entire life. His father taught him. His grandfather taught his father. Knowledge passes through generations. It keeps people alive. They walk for an hour. The sun rises behind them. It provides no warmth. It is a pale circle in the grey sky. The light reveals a changed landscape. Winter is transforming their world. Snow patches appear. Small drifts collect in shadows. The ground is harder now. Frozen. Solid in places. Walking becomes more difficult. Legs tire faster. But they push forward. Kraw stops. He kneels. He examines the ground. Tracks. Large tracks. Deep impressions in the half-frozen earth. Bison. A small herd passed through recently. Perhaps during the night. The tracks are fresh. The hunters gather. Around they study the signs. Craw counts the tracks. Maybe 8 animals. Maybe 10. The herd is moving slowly. They are grazing as they travel. This is good. This means the hunters can catch them. They follow the trail. The tracks lead northeast, toward the river valley. Bison often shelter near water. The valley provides protection from wind. There is still grass there, brown and dry, but edible. The wind picks up. It blows from the north. It carries tiny ice crystals. They sting exposed skin. The hunters pull their furs tighter. They lower their heads. They keep moving. Another hunter named Dren speaks quietly. He points to the sky. More. Clouds are building, dark and heavy. They roll in from the mountains. A storm is coming. Everyone sees it. Everyone understands. They must hunt quickly. The tracks become fresher. The eddies are sharp. The animals are close now. Very close. Craw signals for silence. Hand gestures only. The hunters spread out. They form a loose line. They move like shadows. They crest a small rise. Below them, the river valley opens up. And there, near the frozen stream, the bison herd grazes. 9 massive animals, brown and shaggy. Their breath rises in great clouds. They paw at the snow. They search for grass beneath the hunters crouch low. They are downwind. The bison cannot smell them. This is crucial. Bison have poor eyesight but excellent noses. Scent betrays hunters more than sound. Craw studies the herd. He looks for weakness. Old animals, young animals, injured animals. His eyes settle on a large female. She stands at the edge of the group. She limps slightly. Her left rear leg favors her weight. She is the target. He signals to the others. They understand immediately. Years of hunting together create silent language. They know their roles. They know the plan. 3 hunters will circle left. 3 will stay right. They will drive the herd. They will separate the weak one. The maneuver begins. The hunters move like wolves, patient, calculated. They use every rock for cover, every depression in the ground. They become part of the landscape. The left group reaches position. They wait. Timing matters. Rush too soon and the herd scatters. Wait too long, an opportunity vanishes. Craw watches. He feels the moment. He rises. His shout breaks the silence. The other hunters echo him. The bison startle. Their heads snap up. Panic floods through the herd. They bunch together. They begin to run. The injured female falls behind. She tries to keep pace. Her bad leg betrays her. The gap widens. The hunters close in. Their legs pump. Their lungs burn. The cold air sears their throats. Craw is fastest. He closes the distance. The female sees him. She turns. She tries to change direction. Too slow. Crow throws his spear. Years of practice guide the weapon. The stone point strikes true. It sinks deep into her shoulder. The bison bellows. Pain and rage combine. She spins. Blood sprays across the snow, bright red against pure white. She charges at Craw, massive and furious. Death approaching on 4 legs. Craw dodges, barely. The bison's horn scrapes his side. His fur tears. He rolls away. Another hunter throws his spear, then another. Both strike the animal's flank. She staggers. Dren moves in close, very close, dangerous close. He thrusts his spear upward, into the chest, between the ribs, toward the heart. The bison's front legs buckle. She goes down. The hunters surround her. They wait. She kicks twice. Her breath comes in gasps. Her eyes roll, then stillness. The fight ends. The hunt succeeds. The hunters stand panting. Their bodies steam in the cold. Sweat freezes on their skin. They look at each other. Grins break across their faces. They survived. They won. They have meat. But celebration is brief. Craw points at the sky. The storm clouds are closer, much closer. The wind grows stronger. Snow begins to fall. Light flakes at first, then heavier. They must work fast. Butchering takes time. This animal weighs more than 10 men combined. They cannot carry everything. They must choose. They must prioritize. Stone blades come out. Sharp edges gleam. The hunters begin cutting. They work with practiced efficiency. The hide comes off in sections. The best meat is removed. Organs are carefully extracted. The liver, the heart, the kidneys. These provide vital nutrition. Blood stains the snow. It pulls and freezes. The hunter's hands go numb. They ignore the pain. They keep cutting, keep working. Their survival depends on speed. They bundle the meat in the animal's own hide. They create packs they can carry. Each hunter takes a load. Heavy loads, impossibly heavy. But fear provides strength. The storm provides motivation. The journey back begins. The snow falls harder. Visibility drops. The wind howls. It pushes against them. Every step requires effort. The meat weighs them down. Their legs shake. Kraw leads by memory. He knows these lands, but the snow obscures landmarks. Everything looks the same, white and grey and endless. He trusts his instincts. He walks steadily south. One hunter falls. The weight and exhaustion combine. The others help him up. They redistribute his load. No one is left behind. This is the unspoken rule, the absolute law. Hours pass. Terrible, grinding hours. Cold seeps through their furs. Their fingers lose feeling. Their faces go numb. Frostbite threatens, but stopping means death. They push forward. Dren sees it first. A dark shape in the swirling snow. The cave. Home. Relief floods through them. They stumble faster. The last 100 paces feel like miles. They enter the cave. Warmth hits them. The central fire burns bright. The tribe has kept it strong. Faces turn toward them. Eyes widen. They see the meat. They see success. The hunters drop their loads. They collapse. Their bodies give out. Women rush forward. Children crowd around. Everyone wants to see. Everyone wants to touch the meat. The chief comes forward. He examines the kill. He nods at Craw. Approval in that single gesture. Pride in that simple nod. The tribe will eat. The tribe will survive another week. Maybe two. The women take over. They hang the meat from the cave ceiling. Away from scavengers, they begin processing it. Some for immediate eating, some for preservation. Every part will be used. Nothing wasted. The hunters sit by the fire. They warm their frozen hands. They drink hot broth. The feeling returns too. Their fingers and toes. Pain comes with it. Sharp and burning. They endure it silently. Outside, the storm intensifies. Wind screams past the cave entrance. Snow piles against the rocks. The leather hide covering the entrance flaps and strains. But inside, there is warmth. There is food. There is safety. Aye. Child approaches Craw. A small boy. He stares with wide eyes. He touches Craw's torn fur. He sees the scrape from the bison's horn. His mouth forms an O of wonder. Craw smiles. He ruffles the boy's hair. This is why they hunt. This is why they risk death. For the children. For the old ones. For the tribe. Individual survival means nothing. The group is everything. The meat roasts over the fire. Fat drips and sizzles. The smell fills the cave. Mouths water. Stomachs growl. Soon they will feast. Soon they will celebrate. But first they rest. Craw closes his eyes. His body aches. Every muscle protests. But satisfaction fills him. They succeeded. They brought food home. They completed the last great hunt before the deep winter. The storm rages outside. Let it rage. Let the snow fall. Let the cold descend. The tribe is ready. They have meat. They have fire. They have each other. This hunt might sustain them for weeks. It might mean the difference between survival and starvation. No one knows what the winter will bring. No one can predict the future. But today they won. Today they live. And in the primitive world, today is all that matters. The storm passes after 3 days. The snow stops falling. The wind dies down. The tribe emerges cautiously. They squint against the brightness. Snow covers everything. The world looks different now. Transformed. Dangerous. The work begins immediately. Winter preparation cannot wait. Every day matters. Every hour counts. The tribe divides into groups. Each group has specific tasks. Organization means survival. The women examine the cave entrance. The leather hide covering took damage in the storm. Wind tore several seams. Snow forced its way through gaps. Cold air invaded their shelter. This cannot happen again. An older woman named Mira leads this work. She has repaired shelters for 20 winters. Her hands know the work. Her eyes spot every weakness. She directs the younger women. They listen carefully. They learn by doing. They take down the damaged hide. It is stiff with ice. They carry it to the fire. The heat makes the leather pliable again. They can work with it now. They can repair the tears bone needles come out. Thread made from animal sinew. The women sit in a circle. They stitch the tears closed. Their fingers move quickly. They push. Needles through tough leather. They pull thread tight. Each stitch must be perfect. Weak stitching means cold air. Cold air means death. While they work, others gather moss. They find it on the north side of rocks. They peel it away carefully. Moss provides insulation. They stuff it into cracks in the cave walls. Every tiny gap gets filled. The cave must become a sealed chamber. The men focus on firewood. They need mountains of it. What they have is not enough. It is never enough. They venture into the forest. They search for dead trees. Dead wood burns best. Green wood smokes and sputters. A young man named Torg swings a stone axe. He strikes a dead trunk repeatedly. The impacts echo through the forest. Chips of wood fly. His arms burn with effort. Sweat forms despite the cold. He ignores the discomfort. The work must continue. Other men drag fallen branches. They create trails through the snow. Long paths marked by dragged wood. Back and forth. Trip after trip. Their backs ache. Their hands blister. They keep working. Children help too. Even the smallest ones. They gather kindling, dry twigs and bark, pine cones that will catch fire easily. They fill baskets. They carry them back to the cave. Everyone contributes. Everyone has value. By afternoon, wood piles grow. They stack it along the cave walls, high stacks that reach toward the ceiling. The cave begins to shrink. Storage takes space, but space is less important than fuel. Inside the cave, women organize food storage. The meat from the hunt hangs from the ceiling. They wrap it in bark. This protects it from insects, from moisture, from mold. Preserved meat can last months if stored correctly. Dried roots go into leather pouches. They stack these near the back wall, the coldest part of the cave. Natural refrigeration. The cold preserves. It prevents rot. Nuts and seeds fill clay pots. These pots are precious. Making them takes skill and time. They seal with wooden lids. They keep contents dry. They protect from rodents. A woman counts the supplies. She uses stones to track quantities. 1 stone for each pouch of roots. 1 for each bundle of dried fish. The counting is important. They need to know what they have. They need to ration carefully. The chief watches this inventory. His face shows concern. They have food, but is it enough? 6 months of winter stretch ahead, maybe 7. No one knows how harsh this winter will be. He makes a decision. Starting tomorrow, 1 meal per day, not 2. Rationing begins now, while they still have surplus. Better to be cautious early. Starvation at winter's end kills many tribes. The sleeping areas need attention. The tribe sleeps in a specific arrangement. This is not random. This is survival strategy. The weakest sleep closest to the fire. Infants and small children. The very old. Those who are sick. Adults sleep in the middle ring. They provide a barrier. Their bodies block drafts. They generate warmth. They protect the vulnerable. The strongest hunters sleep near the entrance. They endure the coldest positions. They wake first if danger approaches. They are the first defense. This hierarchy never changes. Women spread fresh pine boughs on the ground. These create mattresses. They provide insulation from the cold stone floor. They replace old bows that have compressed and lost their cushioning. Furs are distributed. Each family gets a share. Thick bear hides for the children, wolf pelts for the adults, rabbit skins sewn together for extra layers. Everyone must stay warm through the night. The fire pit requires work. It sits in the center of the cave. Stones ring it. These stones were carefully chosen. They hold heat. They radiate warmth long after flames die down. But some stones have cracked. The extreme heat damages them over time. Cracked stones can explode, send sharp fragments flying, cause injuries. The men remove the damaged ones. They bring new stones from the river, smooth and solid. The warning comes at dawn. The air feels wrong, too still, too heavy. The pressure changes. Animals sense it first. Birds that remained through autumn flee. They rise in frantic groups. Their calls sound panicked. Even the crows abandon there. Perches, got KRAW, stands outside the cave. He tastes the air, metal on his tongue, the taste of coming snow. His joints ache. Old injuries throb. His body predicts weather better than his eyes. A massive storm approaches, perhaps the worst of the season. He returns to the cave quickly. He finds the chief. They speak in low tones. The chief's face hardens. He knows what this means. He has survived 40 winters. He recognizes the signs. This storm will trap them inside. For days, maybe a week. The chief raises his voice. Everyone stops. Everyone listens. The blizzard comes. They must secure everything. Now, immediately. No delays. The tribe erupts into controlled chaos. Everyone knows their emergency roles. They have practiced this, prepared for this moment. Speed matters now. Organization matters. Men rush to bring in final wood loads. They grab everything nearby. Dead branches, split logs, even greenwood. Anything that burns. They pile it inside until the cave floor disappears beneath fuel. Women grab the drying meat. Some pieces are not ready, still moist, still vulnerable to spoilage. But leaving them outside means losing them. Animals will steal them. Snow will ruin them. Everything comes inside. Children are sent to fill water containers. They run to the stream. They use hollowed gourds, clay pots, animal bladders, anything that holds liquid. Once the storm hits, leaving the cave becomes impossible. They need water for days. The wind begins gentle at first, a whisper through the trees. Then stronger, a moan, a howl. It builds like a living thing, like a predator circling. Temperature plummets. The drop is sudden, shocking. Breath becomes visible fog. Exposed skin stings. Fingers go numb within minutes. The cold announces the storm's arrival. The first snowflakes fall, large and soft. They drift lazily, almost peaceful, but more follow than more. Within minutes the air fills with white. Visibility shrinks. The forest disappears. The world becomes a swirling void. The tribe retreats inside. The hunters enter last. They pull the leather hides tight. They secure every fastening. They add the extra layer. The interior darkness deepens. Only firelight remains. The storm intensifies. Wind screams past the cave mouth. It sounds almost human. Anguished wails and shrieks. The leather hide strains against its bindings. It flaps and snaps. The noise is constant, overwhelming. Snow drives. Horizontally, it finds every tiny gap. Fine powder forces through the leather weaving. It dusts the cave floor near the entrance, creates small drifts. The tribe watches with concern. They cannot stop this invasion. The fire becomes their universe. They feed it constantly. Wood disappears at an alarming rate. The cold outside is so intense it steals heat from the cave. The flames must fight harder, burn hotter, consume more fuel. Smoke becomes a problem. The usual draw through the ceiling hole weakens. The storm disrupts normal airflow. Smoke gathers in the cave's upper reaches. Eyes water. Throats burn. They cough. But they cannot reduce the fire. Cold is more dangerous than smoke. The first, they pass us slowly. Time becomes strange. Without sun, without normal rhythms, hours blend together. The tribe sits in their designated areas. They wait. Patience is a survival skill. Children grow restless first. They are used to running, playing, exploring. Now they must sit still, stay quiet, conserve energy. This is torture for young bodies. They squirm and fidget. A little girl begins to cry. She wants to go outside. She does not understand. Her mother holds her, rocks her, sings softly, old songs, wordless melodies. The girl eventually quiets. She falls into fitful sleep. The adults fare better, but tension builds. Too many people. In too small a space, personal conflicts simmer. Old grievances resurface. A young hunter glares at another. Some past dispute, some imagined slight. The chief notices. He moves between them. His presence prevents escalation. Mira tells stories. Her voice cuts through the wind's howl. She speaks of ancient times, of the first people, of how they discovered fire, how they learned to speak, how they survived when the world was even colder. The children gather around her, even the restless. Once her words captivate them, transport them. For a while, they forget the storm, forget the confinement. They live in her stories. Night comes. They know this only because their bodies tell them. Fatigue sets in. Eyelids grow heavy. The fire must be maintained through darkness. The hunters establish a watch rotation. 2 men awake at all times. 1 feeds the fire. 1 watches the entrance. Sleep comes hard. The wind is too loud. The cold too present. The cave floor too hard despite the pine boughs. Bodies shift. Seeking comfort that does not exist. Seeking warmth that is scarce. The baby wakes crying. Hungry. Always hungry. Its mother nurses it. But her own hunger makes her milk weak. Thin. The baby feeds but does not satisfy. It cries again. Other children wake. The mother's face shows exhaustion, desperation. An older woman brings warm broth. made from bones and snow water. She encourages the mother to drink. Liquid helps produce milk. The mother drinks. The broth is barely warm, barely flavored, but it is something. The second day brings no relief. If anything, the storm worsens. The wind reaches new levels of fury. It sounds like raging beasts, like angry spirits. The entire cave vibrates. Small stones fall from the ceiling. Dust rains down. Fear creeps in. What if the storm never stops? What if they run out of wood? What if the cave collapses? These thoughts spread silently, visible in worried eyes, in tense shoulders, in clenched jaws. The chief sits straight. Projects. Confidence. But privately he worries. The woodpiles shrink rapidly. Too rapidly, he calculates. 3 more days, maybe 4. Then they burn sleeping firs. Then they face choices. Terrible choices. Food rationing becomes stricter. 1 small meal, barely enough to sustain. Stomachs growl constantly. Children whimper. Adults endure silently. Hunger is familiar. Hunger is survivable. For a while, Torg's hands have healed from the axe work. Now they crack from the dry cold. Blood seeps from split skin. He wraps them in leather strips. The bleeding stops, but the pain remains. He says nothing. Complaining helps no one. A hunter notices moisture on the cave walls, condensation from their breath, from their bodies. This moisture freezes, creates a thin layer of ice. The cave becomes a frozen chamber. Beauty and danger combined. Mira leads. The women in work. They cannot hunt, cannot gather, but they can prepare. They sort through supplies. They repair torn clothing. They sharpen stone blades. Idle hands create despair. Work provides purpose. The women sit together. They speak quietly. They share memories of other winters. Some worse than this, some better. They draw strength from survival stories. From knowing others endured. One woman speaks of losing her first child to cold 10 winters ago. The baby simply did not wake one morning, frozen in sleep. Her voice breaks. Others reach out, touch her shoulder, her arm. Physical. Connection matters. They grieve together. They heal together. The 3rd day breaks their spirits slightly. The storm continues unabated. White chaos outside. Grey despair inside. Hope becomes harder to maintain. Faith in survival wavers. A young child develops a cough, deep and wet. The sound echoes in the cave. His mother's face shows terror. Winter. Coughs kill. They start small. They grow. They steal breath. They take lives. The healer examines the child. An old woman with knowledge of plants, of remedies. She has dried herbs, stored carefully. She makes a tea, bitter and strong. The child refuses it. She forces him. He must drink. He must fight. The child drinks. He gags. He sputters. But the liquid enters his body. The healer wraps him in extra furs, keeps him near the fire. She monitors his breathing, his color. She has saved children before. She has lost children before. She does what she can. The fire burns lower. Fuel supplies deplete. The chief makes a decision. Smaller fire, colder cave, extended resources, survival over comfort. The tribe huddles closer. They share body heat. They become one organism, one survival unit. Stories continue, but energy for telling wanes. Voices grow hoarse. Throats hurt from smoke and dryness. Still they persist. Stories are medicine. Stories are hope. Stories are memory. Kraw dreams fitfully. He dreams of the hunt, of running through snow, of warm blood on cold ground, of meat and plenty. He wakes to cold and hunger. Reality disappoints. But reality is what they have. The fourth day brings a subtle change. The wind decreases slightly. Not much, but enough to notice. Enough to spark hope. Ears strain, listening for further improvement. Praying for silence. By afternoon, the wind drops to a steady roar instead of a scream. The leather hide stops its violent flapping. Stillness seems possible, seems real. The tribe exchanges glances. Cautious optimism. The chief crawls to the entrance. He carefully lifts the hide edge. A tiny gap. Snow immediately blows in, but he can see outside. Barely. The world is still white, still falling, but less violent, less deadly. He drops the hide. He turns to face the tribe. His expression gives them their answer before he speaks. The storm weakens, not over, but weakening. They will survive. They will see the end. Relief flows through the cave, visible, tangible. Shoulders relax. Faces soften. Tears form in some eyes. The trial continues, but the worst has passed. That evening, the coughing child breathes easier. The healer's tea worked, or luck worked, or sheer will worked. The reason does not matter. The child will live. This small victory lifts everyone. The tribe eats their meager ration with less complaint. The end approaches. They can endure. They can last. The wood will suffice. The food will suffice. They are strong enough. The fifth morning brings silence. Actual silence. The wind has stopped. The storm has ended. The sudden quiet feels strange, wrong. Ears ring in the absence of noise. Kraw approaches the entrance again. This time he fully opens the hide. Daylight floods in, blinding and beautiful. The tribe shields their eyes, adjusts slowly. The world outside has transformed. Snow everywhere. Drifts higher than a man. The landscape is unrecognizable. Every familiar feature buried, erased. They look upon an alien world, white and pristine and deadly. But the sky shows blue, clear blue. The storm has truly passed. The tribe survived. Every member, every child, every elder. They made it through together. They do not celebrate loudly. They have no energy for celebration. But quiet satisfaction fills the cave. They endured. They protected each other. They remained human in inhuman. Conditions: the first blizzard has ended. Many more will come, but this one is done, and they are alive. Cold, hungry, exhausted, but alive. That is enough. That is everything. The days after the blizzard bring cruel clarity. The tribe emerges to assess their world. Snow covers everything in impossible depths. Walking is exhausting. Each step sinks to the knee, sometimes to the waist. Movement becomes a brutal task. The hunters try to venture out. They search for game, for any sign of life. But the animals have vanished, gone deep into dens, hibernating, or dead, or fled to distant warmer lands. The forest stands empty, silent as a grave. They check their trap. Lines, the snares they set before winter. Snow has buried them all. Invisible, useless. Days of work erased by one storm. They dig frantically. They find 3 traps, all empty. All sprung by falling snow. The tribe returns to the cave. Their faces tell the story. No food, no prospects, only what they stored. Only what hangs from the ceiling. Only what sits in clay pots. They must make it last. They must ration carefully. The chief counts the supplies again. He uses his stones. He moves them slowly. His count confirms his fears. Not enough. Even with strict rationing, even with 1 meal per day, they will run out before spring arrives. Weeks before, he does not share this calculation. Not yet. Fear helps no one. Panic kills faster than hunger. He will wait. He will hope. Perhaps another opportunity will come. Perhaps luck will shift. The moon rises full and bright. It illuminates the frozen landscape. Everything glows silver, beautiful and deadly. This moon marks the deepest part of winter, the coldest nights, the longest darkness. The tribe calls it the moon of hunger. Every winter it appears. Every winter it tests them. Food becomes an obsession. Stomachs growl constantly. Sleep brings dreams of feasting, of plenty, of meat dripping fat. People wake disappointed, wake to cold reality, wake to emptiness. The single daily meal shrinks. Further, what filled a palm now fits in fingers, barely enough to taste, never enough to satisfy. Children cry after eating, still hungry, always hungry. Mothers have nothing more to give. The baby suffers most. Its mother's milk dries up. Her body has nothing left to convert. She tries to nurse. The infant sucks desperately, gets nothing. Its cries become weaker, more pitiful, more heartbreaking. The women try to help. They chew dried meat until soft. They feed this paste to the baby, tiny amounts. The baby takes it, swallows. But infant bodies need milk, need fat, need nutrients this paste cannot provide. Mira grows weaker. Her old body has few reserves. Age makes winter harder. She sleeps more, moves less. Her skin seems to hang on her bones. Her eyes sink into her skull. She knows what is happening. She accepts it. This is the way of things, but she still tells stories. Her voice is thin now, barely audible. The children lean close to hear. She speaks of abundance, of spring, of flowers and green grass, of warm sun on skin. She gives them hope. She gives them something beyond hunger. A hunter named Breck volunteers to venture far, to search for game in distant valleys. Perhaps the herd's sheltered somewhere. Perhaps hunting is possible. The chief considers this. The risk is enormous. But starvation is certain. He agrees. Breck leaves at dawn. He carries a spear, a stone blade, nothing else. Weight would slow him. He must move fast, cover distance, return quickly, or not return. At all, the tribe watches him go. A small figure against vast white. He grows smaller, smaller, then disappears over a ridge. They pray to spirits, to ancestors, to anything that might listen. Bring him back with food. Days pass. Breck does not return. Hope fades. The tribe assumes the worst. The cold took him, or hunger, or predators, or simple bad luck. They mourn silently. They cannot waste energy on elaborate grief. The fire burns lower, with supplies critical now. They cannot gather more easily. The snow is too deep, the cold too intense. They burn less. The cave grows colder. Ice forms on interior walls. Breath becomes visible even inside. People huddle together constantly. Sharing warmth is survival. Personal space disappears. Bodies press against bodies, creating human walls against cold, creating collective heat. It helps. Barely, but barely is enough. Torgs. Mother develops a fever. Her body shakes. Her teeth chatter. She cannot get warm despite the furs, despite the proximity to fire. The fever burns from within, consumes her remaining strength, consumes her remaining fat. The healer examines her. She recognizes the signs. Starvation, fever, the body eating itself, trying to generate heat, trying to survive. But without food, the body destroys itself. Muscles become fuel, organs become fuel. Death approaches. The healer makes another tea. Her herbs are nearly gone. Only a few precious leaves remain. She must choose. Who gets treatment? Who goes without? These choices haunt her, but she must make them. She gives the tea to Torg's mother. A chance. A small chance. The woman drinks. The liquid burns her throat. She coughs violently, but she keeps it down. She wraps herself tighter. She closes her eyes. She fights. Her body fights. Time will tell if fighting is enough. The children stop playing. They lack energy for play. They sit quietly, stare at nothing. Childhood vitality drains away. They become small, old people, serious, silent, waiting. One boy asks his father when they will eat more. The father has no answer. He pulls his son. Close, he says, spring will come. Spring always comes. The boy asks when. The father says soon. He lies. Spring is months away, but the lie is kindness. The tribe begins eating leather. They take old, worn pieces. They boil them. The leather softens slightly, becomes chewable. It provides almost no nutrition, but it fills the stomach, tricks the body temporarily, delays the inevitable. They scrape hide scraps, collect tiny bits of dried meat, particles that fell, that were missed. They gathered these with desperate care. Every crumb matters. Every fragment could mean another day. The chief notices people eyeing the stored seed. Small amounts save for spring planting. Eating that seed means no crops next year. Means starvation then instead of now. But now is very real, very present, very tempting. He moves the seed, hides it in a far corner, tells only 2 trusted hunters. They will guard it. Die before allowing it to be eaten. Future survival demands this sacrifice. Present suffering must be endured. On the 7th day of the moon of hunger, the baby dies. It simply stops breathing during the night. Its mother wakes to cold stillness. She does not scream. She has no energy for screaming. She holds the small body, rocks it, as if warmth could return life. The women come. They gently take the infant. They wrap it in soft rabbit fur. They place it near the cave entrance. The frozen section, it will keep there. When the ground thaws, they will bury it properly. For now, this is all they can do. The mother sits empty. Her arms feel wrong without the weight. Her chest aches with useless milk that finally came. Too late, always too late. Other women sit beside her. No words exist for this loss. Presence is enough. Mira's breathing becomes labored, wet and rattling. She lies on her furs. She does not complain, does not demand attention. She simply fades. Life seeping away like water into sand. The tribe knows. They have seen this before. Young. Ones are brought to her, one by one. She touches their faces, whispers blessings, passes final wisdom. Her hand trembles with the effort, but she completes this duty, this last gift to the future. That night, Mira stops breathing, peacefully, in sleep. Her face relaxes, tension disappears. She looks younger suddenly. The years fall away. She returns to some earlier self. The tribe covers her with respect, with gratitude. She gave them everything, even her final breath. 2 deaths in one day. The tribe feels the weight. They are fewer now, weaker now, more vulnerable now. But they must continue, must endure, must survive for those who did not. The 8th day brings a miracle. A shout from outside. The hunters rush to the entrance. They peer out. A figure approaches, limping, struggling, but alive. Breck has returned. He collapses at the cave entrance. His lips are blue. His face is white. Frostbite blackens his fingers. His toes, but he smiles. He gestures weakly behind him. There, in the snow, a shape. The hunters rush out. They find his kill. A mountain goat, not large, but fresh, real, actual meat. Breck tracked it for days, followed it to high cliffs, killed it with a desperate throw, then dragged it back. Somehow, against all odds, they bring the goat inside. They bring Breck inside. The tribe crowds around. They cannot believe it. Food, real food, hope made flesh. Tears flow freely. Relief, gratitude, joy. The women butcher immediately. They work with trembling hands. Blood flows. Precious blood. They catch it. Blood soup will feed many. Nothing wastes. Nothing spares. They roast small pieces. The smell fills the cave, mouths water, stomachs cramp with anticipation. The wait is agony, but the meat must cook. Raw meat brings sickness. Patience is required. Finally, the meat is ready. The chief distributes it. Tiny portions, barely a bite each. But that bite is everything. Rich, warm, nourishing. People chew slowly, savor every second. Some cry while eating. Breck receives his portion, receives gratitude, receives respect. He risked everything. He saved them, not permanently. This meat will last only days, but days matter. Days a lifetime when death looms close. The healer tends his frostbite. His blackened fingers will probably fall off. His toes are lost. He will be crippled, but he will live. He made the trade willingly, his pain for their survival. No one will forget this sacrifice. Torg's mother survives. The tea worked, or her will worked, or the tiny bit of meat worked. Perhaps all three. She is still weak, still fragile, but alive, improving. The fever breaks. She sleeps naturally. Healing sleep. The tribe settles that night with fuller bellies. Not full, but fuller. The difference is profound. Mood lifts. Energy returns slightly. Conversation resumes. Small jokes are made. Laughter sounds strange, foreign, but welcome. The moon of hunger continues. It will continue for weeks more. They are not saved, but they are not finished. They endure. They adapt. They survive. More storms will come. More hunger will come. More death might come. But tonight, they have meat. They have hope. They have each other. The fire burns a bit brighter. Wood is still rationed. But they allow a slightly larger flame. Warmth spreads. Bodies relax marginally. Sleep will come easier tonight. Outside, the moon hangs cold and distant, indifferent to human suffering, indifferent to human triumph. It simply shines, marking time, marking the season. The moon of hunger watches all. Judges none. The tribe learned again what they already knew. Survival requires sacrifice, requires courage, requires the few to risk for the many. Breck proved this. Mira proved this. The baby's mother proved this. They carried these lessons. They teach these lessons. They live these lessons. This is how humans persist. This is how they conquer impossible odds. Not through strength alone, but through sacrifice, through love, through unwillingness to surrender. The moon of hunger is not over, but they will face it together. They will face it standing. They will face it human. And that makes all the difference. They step onto the plain. The wind hits immediately. Ferocious, brutal. It steals breath. It pushes them backward. They lean into it. They fight for every step. Progress becomes measured in body lengths, not miles. The cold is different here. Worse. It penetrates every layer, finds every gap in clothing, numbs exposed skin within seconds. Their eyes water, the tears freeze on their cheeks. Ice crystals form on their wrappings. They walk in a tight group, close together, sharing body heat, creating a mobile shelter. the strongest on the outside, taking the worst of the wind, rotating positions regularly, sharing the burden, sharing the pain. Hours pass. Time loses meaning. There is only the next step, the next breath, the next moment of survival. Nothing beyond that, nothing behind that. Just the eternal present of suffering. Syrah stumbles. She catches herself. But barely. Her legs shake. Exhaustion shows. Others are the same. Everyone reaches their limits, but limits must be exceeded, must be pushed beyond reason. Survival demands the impossible. They come to a frozen river. Ice covers it completely. Thick. Ice. Strong ice. Probably safe. Probably. But ice is treacherous. Currents flow underneath. Weak spots form. One wrong step means freezing water, means death. Crawl tests the edge. He stamps hard. The ice holds. He ventures further, still solid. He waves the others forward. They cross one at a time, spreading out, distributing weight. Every step careful, every movement calculated. Halfway across, the ice groans. A deep, ominous sound. Everyone freezes. They wait. The groaning continues, but no cracking, no breaking. They breathe again. They continue, faster now. Urgency overcoming caution. They reach the far side. Relief is brief. More walking awaits. More suffering. The plain continues endlessly. Horizon meets horizon in white emptiness. No landmarks, no reference points. Only Craw's memory guides them. Only faith in his knowledge. Afternoon brings no warmth. The sun is visible but distant, cold. Its light provides no comfort, no heat, just illumination of their misery. Of the vast emptiness surrounding them, Ren falls. He does not get up immediately. Others stop. They help him, pull him upright. His face is white, his lips blue. Hypothermia begins. They force him to walk. Movement generates heat. Stopping means dying. He walks, stumbling, barely conscious. But walking, they find a small depression, a slight dip in the endless plain. It blocks some wind, not much, but some, enough. They stop briefly. They need rest, need water, need to check their bodies. They huddle together. They share warmth. They drink from water skins. The water is partially frozen. They break ice with their teeth. The cold liquid burns going down, but hydration matters. Dehydration kills in cold. Silently, quickly, Syrah checks everyone's extremities. Fingers, toes, noses, ears. Looking for white patches, for frozen flesh. She finds some on Ren. His fingers are too pale. She rubs them vigorously, trying to restore circulation, trying to save his digits. Pain shoots through Ren's hands as feeling returns. He gasps, bites down. The pain is good. Pain means life, means the tissue still functions. He flexes his fingers. They move, stiff but mobile. He survives this test. They rest for half an hour, no longer. Their bodies cool quickly without movement. Already the cold seeps deeper. They must continue. Must reach the valley before nightfall. Darkness on the plain means death. Certain death. The afternoon trek is harder. Fatigue accumulates. Muscles refuse commands. Minds grow foggy. This is dangerous. Clear thinking preserves life. Confusion kills. They focus on simple goals. Next 100 steps. Then next 100. Then next, they see shapes ahead. Dark forms against white. Rocks. Trees. Hope. Surges, but distance deceives. The shapes are far, so far. What looked like minutes away takes hours to reach. The plain plays tricks, tests sanity. Finally, they arrive. Not trees, just large boulders, but boulders provide shelter. Wind breaks around them, creates calm pockets. They can rest here. They can survive the night here. Relief is overwhelming. They collapse against the rocks. Their bodies give out. They have nothing left. They walked for 14 hours, maybe 15, through impossible conditions. They should be proud, but they are too tired for pride, too exhausted for emotion. They must make fire, must create warmth, but they have no wood. The plain offers nothing, just snow and rock and ice. Craw searches desperately. He finds dried grass, small amounts poking through snow. He gathers every strand, every piece. They pile the grass. They work their firestones, striking, sparking, again and again. Their frozen fingers fumble, drop the stones, retrieve them, try again. Finally, a spark catches. Tiny flame, fragile, growing dot, they feed it carefully. Grass burns fast, too fast. The flame provides momentary warmth, psychological comfort more than physical heat, but it helps. It reminds them they are human. They can create. They can fight nature. The fire dies within minutes. No fuel remains. Darkness settles completely. Cold intensifies. Night on the plain is brutal beyond measure. They huddle together, all 10 bodies pressed close, creating a human ball. Preserving core warmth, sleep comes in fragments, minutes at a time. Someone must stay awake, must watch, must ensure everyone breathes, must prevent the final sleep that never wakes. They rotate this duty, share this burden. The night lasts forever. Time becomes meaningless. There is only cold, only suffering, only the desperate clinging to life. Some pray to spirits, some think of family, some think nothing. Just exist, just breathe, just survive. Dawn arrives, grey and grudging. They survived, all 10, frozen, hurting, but alive. They check each other. Frostbite has spread. Fingers are white. Faces are damaged. But they can walk. They can continue. They eat tiny portions of dried meat. The food is frozen solid. They soften it in their mouths. It provides minimal energy, but enough. Enough for another day. Enough for more walking. The valley must be close. Croft feels it. He cannot explain how, but he knows. A few more hours, maybe half a day, they can make it. They must make it. They walk again, Bodhi's screaming protest. Every joint aches, every muscle tears. They walk anyway. They walk because stopping is death, because the tribe needs them, because they are human and humans endure. The terrain begins to change, subtle at first, a slight slope, a gentle descent, then more pronounced. Hills appear, the valley approaches, energy returns, hope fuels them. They increase pace. By midday, they see it. The valley spreads below, protected, sheltered. Trees grow there, dense forest. The sight is beautiful, salvation made visible. They almost run, almost forget their exhaustion. They enter the valley, wind stops, silence surrounds them. The temperature feels warmer immediately, still cold, still winter, but survivable, bearable. They made it. Against impossible odds, against nature's fury, they made it. Now they must find food, must justify the journey, must save the tribe. The trek was only half the battle. The real test begins now. The valley delivers on its promise. The hunters find game within hours, deer sheltering in thick forest. A small herd, 5 animals, healthy and fat. They have survived winter well, protected by the valley's embrace. The hunt is successful. 2 deer fall, 2 coordinated spears. The hunters work efficiently. They butcher, they preserve, they prepare for the return journey. Success tastes sweet, sweeter than the meat itself. They saved the tribe. They accomplished the impossible. The journey back takes 4 days. They carry heavy loads, meat wrapped in hide, dragging it through snow. The weight slows them, but spirits are high, high enough to overcome exhaustion, high enough to push through pain. The tribe spots them from a distance, 10 figures approaching, all walking, all alive, and carrying something, carrying hope. The cave erupts in celebration, crying, shouting, relief pours out. They feast that night, controlled feasting, rationed celebration, but feast nonetheless. Meat fills bellies, strength returns to limbs, color returns to faces. The tribe steps back from death's edge, not far, but enough days pass into weeks. The meat lasts longer than expected. Careful rationing, careful preservation. The tribe survives, continues, endures. Then something changes, subtle at first, easy to miss, but Craw notices. He always notices. The air feels different, less sharp, less cutting. The quality of cold has shifted. He mentions it to the chief. The chief feels it too. Something is coming, something changing. They watch, they wait, they observe. The days grow longer, minutes at a time, barely noticeable, but cumulative. Dawn arrives earlier. Dusk comes later. Light increases. Darkness retreats. The balance shifts. The sun rises higher in the sky. Its arc changes. It climbs further before descending. Its light hits at different angles, penetrates deeper into the cave. These are signs. Ancient signs, remembered signs. One morning, water drips. A single drop from the cave roof, then another. Ice is melting, slightly, temporarily, but melting. This has not happened in months, not since autumn. The tribe gathers to watch, to witness this miracle. Liquid water, life returning. The dripping stops when temperatures drop again. But the message was sent. Winter weakens. Its grip loosens. Imperceptibly, gradually, but definitely. Birds return. Not many, just a few scouts. Ravens first. Always ravens. They circle overhead. They call to each other. Their voices break the silence of months. The sound is jarring, almost forgotten, but welcome. So welcome. The snow begins to change. Its texture alters. Morning crust forms. The surface freezes hard overnight. Supports weight. Walking becomes easier. No more sinking to the thighs. Progress quickens. Movement improves. But afternoons bring different snow. Soft, wet, heavy. The snow absorbs sunlight, converts it to water. Slowly, drop by drop, the snow level decreases. Patches of ground appear, brown and dead, but ground, actual earth. The hunters venture out more frequently. They find tracks, fresh tracks. Animals emerge from dens, from hibernation, from wherever they sheltered. Life stirs again, cautiously, tentatively, but undeniably. A child sees something green, a tiny shoot, pushing through melting snow. Green, the color is shocking. Alien after months of white and brown and grey. The child calls others. They gather around this small miracle, this proof of continuation, this promise. The tribe's energy shifts. Desperation eases. Not gone, but reduced. They can see the end now. Not tomorrow, not next week. But eventually, spring will come. They will survive. They endured the worst. They can endure the rest. Mira's death is honored properly now. The ground softens enough to dig. Not deep, but enough. They bury her with ceremony, with gratitude, with love. They mark her place with stones. She will rest among her people, among the land she knew. The baby is buried beside her, grandmother and infant. Together, the mother stands silent. She has no tears left, but she has survived. She will continue. She will have other children. This is not comfort, but it is truth. It is the way. The tribe expands their range. They explore further from the cave, finding what winter destroyed, what winter spared. They assess damage, plan repairs, think ahead. Survival mode shifts to recovery mode. They find a frozen stream beginning to flow. Ice breaks apart. Water moves underneath. Clear, cold, but flowing. They drink fresh water, not melted snow, not stale. Fresh the taste is incredible, pure, clean, alive. Fish will return soon. With flowing water comes fish. The tribe prepares nets, repairs traps, sharpened spears. The river will provide. It always has. It will again. The wind changes direction, no longer from the north, now from the south. Warmer air pushes in, not warm, but warmer. Relative warmth, comparative warmth, enough to matter. Ice on the cave walls melts. Water runs down stone faces. The cave becomes damp, almost humid. This creates new problems. Mold threatens. Furs must be dried, arid, maintained. But these are problems of living, not problems of dying. The tribe welcomes them. Sero spots deer tracks. Many tracks. A large herd pass nearby, moving north, following some ancient instinct. Following the thaw, the hunters follow. They track for miles. They find the herd. The hunt succeeds again. 3 deer this time. The tribe has surplus. Actual surplus. They smoke meat. They preserve it, but they also eat fully. They allow themselves satisfaction. Bellies fill completely. Children laugh. The sound is strange, foreign, forgotten, but it returns. Slowly it returns. Young ones play outside again, running, shouting, burning energy stored through winter. Parents watch with emotion. These children survived. Against odds, against nature, they live, they thrive, they play. Breck's frostbite healed as well as possible. He lost 3 fingers, 2 toes. He walks with a limp. His hands cannot grip spear properly, but he lives. He survived his sacrifice. The tribe honors him daily, through respect, through care. Through memory, he teaches young hunters. Passes knowledge, cannot hunt himself, but can create hunters. This is valuable. This is contribution. This is purpose. He has worth beyond physical ability. The tribe ensures he knows this. Torg's mother recovered fully. The fever broke. Strength returned. She works alongside other women. She processes new hides. She gathers early plants. She lives. Her son watches her with gratitude, with relief, with love. The nights grow shorter. Darkness retreats further. The tribe sleeps less, needs less sleep. Energy returns with light, with warmth, with hope. They begin projects, repairs, improvements, planning for next winter. Learning from this one, they discuss what worked, what failed, how to improve. Knowledge is survival. Experience is wisdom. They will not forget this winter, will not forget its lessons, will not forget its cost. 2 died, Mira and the baby. 2 out of many. This is success. Grim success. But success nonetheless. Other winters killed more, much more. This winter was survived. This winter was conquered. The chief ageth visibly. The stress wore him. Carved lines deeper. Grayed his hair further. But he stands straight. He led well. He made hard choices. He saved the tribe.